likes them. Are working. I didn't check them this morning. You bring your own mic. I don't want to catch anything from you. I don't know. You it. Yeah, just. Oh my God. Let's just, you know what, if they put one in this color orange, it looks like gas stars. Goes like this, it looks like gas stars. Purple. That looks like the biggest purple pill I've ever seen. Hey, easy. Yeah. I bought mine right after you got yours. 20. Okay. Hey, last week we were on the same page today. We're still on the same page. Morning, sir. How are you, Dad? You're going to be you're my record keeper. Hello, sir. How are you today? Attention in the barn, we need Angus entry 4, shown by Devin Brown, Bloomington, Indiana, to the makeup ring immediately. We need classes 1 and 2, Angus junior heifer calves, to the makeup ring, and we need Shorthorn classes 1 and 2 to the makeup ring immediately. The show is going to start in 5 minutes. We will be starting in 5 minutes. my phone get blown up. Angus be blowing my phone up there. And sure enough, I mean, like, stop here. God, I hope, oh, they're going to move that scale. Maybe they're trying to get it. I do. I have. Oh, book.
Attention in the barn, we need Class 2 Angus Junior Heifer calves. Class 2 to the makeup ring immediately.
I don't know for sure if the new marriage has happened or not.
Attention in the barn, we also need Class 2 Shorthorn Spring Heifer calves to the makeup ring. Class 2, please bring your Class 2 heifer calves, Shorthorn heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately.
Okay. You guys ready? Hey, you need to just simmer down a little bit. Okay, the chips aren't as thick as they normally are, and you might burn a track in this thing. As heavy as you are, you will. Don't say that. Don't, at least say it after 9 o'clock.
Welcome to the North American. My name is Kent Jakey. I will serve as your public address announcer for this week. Before we get our festivities started, if you would please stand with me, remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem.
I bet he did. Well, I didn't want to. Good.
Okay, folks, we're ready. Let's bring those first classes into the ring.
Going good with
Yeah. Yep. Just a lot to time.
It is my pleasure to introduce our judges for today. In our Angus ring, judging our Angus Junior Show today, is Dr. Blake Bloomberg, Assistant Professor of Animal Science at Oklahoma State University. Blake and his wife, Ravenna, were married in 2009 and welcomed a daughter, Brecken, in July of 2012, and twin boys, Brenham and Berwick, in March of 2014. Blake was raised in Berwick, Illinois, on a family's diversified livestock operation that consisted of cattle, hogs, and row crops. Dr. Bloomberg currently serves as the livestock judging coach at Oklahoma State University and holder of the Robert Todachek Endowed Chair position. During his career, Blake has coached the Reserve National Champion livestock judging teams in 2009, 2014, and 2015. Blake was named the 2008, 2009, and 2014 National Collegiate Coaches Association Coach of the Year. He also serves as co-coach of the meat animal and evaluation team that was named the Reserve National Champion in 2010 and 16, and National Champions in 2011, 2014, and 15. Blake attended Black Hawk East Junior College and was a member of the 2004-2005 judging team that was defeated only once. He was the high point individual at the 2006 National Intercollegiate Livestock Judging Contest and was also a member of the 2006 National Livestock Judging Team for Texas A&M that was undefeated in competition. Blake has judged livestock shows in 42 states and 3 foreign countries, including events at the American Royal, here at the North American, the National Western Stock Show, Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, San Antonio Livestock Show, and several regional and state events. It is also my pleasure to introduce our judge today for our Shorthorn event, Mr. Kyle Collier from Bruno, Idaho. Kyle graduated from Kansas State University in 2000 and was a member of the 1999 livestock judging team. Kyle and his family currently own and operate Collier Herefords and Angus in Bruno, Idaho, and they have 4 generations of Colliers on the ranch. Along with his grandfather Ray, his father Guy, and son Cruz, he also is married to Bobby Jean and have a daughter Piper. Let's put our hands together and welcome both Kyle and Blake to the North American.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you today and kicking off the day with a really, really nice class of heifer calves. And one that when I first walked up to this class, I thought this can be really, really tough. But when you really start to analyze this class and look at these females, this one that comes to the top does so for me really, really handily in this class. She's just got so much power and shape and dimension, but yet has so much depth of rib and body. She's the most correct on her feet and legs and just paints a really nice picture from the side. At the same point in time, she's got the highest yearling weight EPD in the class, and it kind of follows the cattle in this particular class as well. That looks like the highest performing heifer that we have in here. Then we come in here with a pair of cattle in 2 and 3, and for me it just starts at the ground with these two heifers. As you watch this one go away from you, this entry number 2, she just maintains so much more base width and power down low and down in through her lower quarter and stifle, and just travels away with from me with quite a bit more base width than the heifer does in 3. And that's not taking anything away from this one. I mean, this is a nice looking little heifer calf, and when I first walked up to her, I really enjoy looking at her from the side. It's just the problem for me is when this one goes away, just not enough base width and power down low, and that's not to say that she won't get it. There's a lot of time left for that one, but a nice class of heifers to start the day out with.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 1 late spring Shorthorn heifer calves is entry 4 SS Hope's Mirage ET, shown by Samantha Schrog, Marion, South Dakota. Second, entry 2 BRH CLF Proud Fool 1620, shown by Ben Harner, Xenia, Ohio. And third, entry 5, shown by Alexis Hansen, DeKalb, Illinois. Placings in that class were 2, 1, and 3. Entering the ring now is Class 2 Shorthorn Spring Heifer Calves. Now comments on our Angus ring from Dr. Bloomberg.
Well, good morning, and certainly a privilege to be with you on the Angus side, and always a pleasure to judge on the green chips in the famous Freedom Hall, and a good way to start off our show here on the Angus side. A very nice pair of heifers up on the front end of this class. To me, the heifer that leads off, I think, is just a bit more correct in her top line. I like her up and through her front end just a little better than the heifer in second. Where she gains ground for me in this particular group is the way she goes off of her hind leg and the way she's collected there out of her hip. She gets a little base wide up front at this stage of the game, and she's a little straighter off the edge of her shoulder, but I still think good enough to go ahead and find herself to the front of this class. A lot like her is the heifer that comes in second as you study her from the side in terms of her pattern. She gets a little looser in her hock as you watch her go right away from you, not as stable as she goes to the ground. She's a little bigger footed and a little heavier structured than the class winner. I don't like the way she goes from behind near as well. I don't think she's as secure in terms of her foot placement. A good little heifer in third that's just deciding if she wants to come to town, and this young man stuck right in there with her, and he did a good job. She gets out horsed a little bit by these other cattle. She wants to get up on her toes just a bit more, but a very correct, nicely balanced heifer that's got a good look to her. She just needs to move a little better, and she just needs a little more time, which he's got plenty of. So, good set of females. Let's give them a nice round of applause as we start off our show today.
Thank you, Blake. Placing first in Class 1, Angus Junior Heifer Calves is entry 8, CDEL Doreen 601, shown by Courtney Dahlquist, Washington, Pennsylvania. Second, entry 4, CAF Mignon Ann 620, shown by Devin Brown, Bloomington, Indiana. And third is entry 5, shown by Aiden Morris, Greenfield, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 2, Angus Junior Heifer Calves.
This is a nice class, and it's really easy for me to sort these cattle. This heifer comes to the top really handily in this class, just from a balance and profile standpoint, and then when you really study this one at the ground, she just has the most to her. As she travels away from you, the most rib shape. She's soundest in terms of her structure in this class, and so she comes to the top for me fairly handily. The next heifer in line is the next soundest made one, the next one that has the most flex to her and just moves the best. I'm not saying that there's not a heifer just behind her that maybe has more to her, but I like this one so much truer up front as she goes and just maintains so much more structural integrity than the heifer does in 3. Now the heifer in 3 for sure, when she stopped and is in a stand there, you can plainly see that this heifer has more up over her top and back over through her hip, but when this heifer comes at you, she wants to get real pigeon-toed, and I could see that problem getting quite a bit worse as time goes on, but I sure like the shape that this one has to her. I'd just like to correct her up in her front end just a little. The next 2 heifers coming up in line is kind of a toss-up. I went with a heifer that's got a touch more added length of body and extension, a touch more growth, and I don't know about power. That could be disputable because I think these heifers are relatively close in terms of the muscle shape that they have. I just see a little bit more extension and a touch more feature in the heifer here, in the red heifer, than I do the roan heifer. And a nice little heifer that's going to complete the class. She's just a little bit out-horsed here today by the rest of her contemporaries, but a real nice made heifer that's got some future for sure.
Attention in the barn, we need Exhibitor 19. Exhibitor 19, please bring your Shorthorn heifer calf for Sammy Schrog from Marion, South Dakota to the weigh scale, please. Entry 19. Placings in Class 2 Shorthorn heifer calves. First was entry 12. CSF Demi 6100, shown by Adrian Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. Second, entry 10. KSC Proud Cherry K06, shown by Michael Poole, Kemmer, Maryland. Third, entry 6, shown by Kevin Hesser, Leesburg, Indiana. Fourth, entry 8, shown by Mitch Williams, Gamaliel, Kentucky. Fifth, entry 13, shown by Bailey Kleiss, New London, Missouri. Placings in this class were 3, entry 7 is out, 4, 2, 1, and 5. We now will be selecting our late spring heifer calf champion and reserve calf champion in our Shorthorn ring. Attention in the barn, we need entry 32, Angus Junior Heifer Calf to the makeup ring. Class 3, entry 32, shown by Adam Miller. We need your entry to the makeup ring immediately. And now comments in our Shorthorn division from our judge, Mr. Kyle Collier.
Well, we're already to a division here in the Shorthorn show, and these two heifers that are out here competing for the division championship are very, very high quality heifers for sure. Now, I'm not suggesting to you for 1 second that these two are peas in a pod, because they're quite a bit different, but they're by far the best quality that we saw in the classes for sure, and I have no doubt about that. The two cattle are different. I read these as being, this is the show heifer and this is the cow, and I would prefer the cows throughout the day for sure. However, when it comes right down to it and you start looking at these two cattle and analyzing the differences in them, the heifer that won the first class, I see a touch more bone, a touch more dimension in her. As I get behind her and watch her travel away from me, she maintains a touch more base width. The heifer behind her wants to hawk in just a little bit. She's a little plainer up in through her front end, and I'm okay with that, just as long as it comes with all the rest of the things. But I like the depth of rib in the middle in this one. I like her correctness in her lines, her long level hip that she has. So these are both really, really nice heifers. But for me, when it comes right down to it, I'm going to go ahead and use this heifer right here to win this division. This entry number 12 is going to be reserved. Both real high quality heifers and ones that I really like. Congratulations to both of you.
Selected as your late spring heifer calf champion in our Shorthorn show is entry 4, SS Hope's Mirage, shown by Sammy Schrog, Marion, South Dakota. And our reserve late spring heifer calf is entry 12, CSF Demi 6100, shown by Adrian Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. Congratulations to both Sammy and to Adrian.
We kind of have a show going on within a show here, and so this is the bred and owned division lineup here, and again, this becomes relatively simple for me. However, these are three really high-quality individuals. I like this white heifer a lot in class. I believe she was second to this heifer just a little bit ago. So when it comes right down to it, it's a relatively simple decision. I think these guys have some cattle that are going down the road. Both these heifers, you get these things mated up right, and you really have something. So this will be your champion, and this will be your reserve in this bred and owned division of cattle. Congratulations, both of you. Nice females.
Also selected as our champion bred and owned heifer is entry 4, Sammy Schrog, Marion, South Dakota, and our reserve bred and owned heifer is entry 2, BRH CLF Proud Fool 1620, shown by Ben Harner, Xenia, Ohio. Now we're ready for comments in our Angus show from Dr. Bloomberg.
Really a good class of these April heifers. I think up and down this line you can find cattle that sure fit you, and there's some different types in here, and you just need to decide where you're going to be. And we'll start now on the trend. They need to have some base width, they need to have some structural integrity, and they need to have some look. And I think this heifer calf does that to the best degree. She's wedged in and blends in better at the top of her shoulder than the heifer that comes in second. She's sleeker in her design up and through her front end. She's got a striking look from the profile. She's good now, and I think she'll be an even better yearling. That hind leg won't quit. Great to the set of her hind leg, good to the slope of her pastern. Now, if you want to weigh and measure the cattle, and I don't think she's probably the one that you'd land on in this class. It may be the heifer in third. But I think she's the best. I think she puts the most nice things together. Another moderate framed heifer that comes in 2 that's big bellied. I love the softness of her flank, the utility that she has. She's good up through her front end as well. She opens up a little more at the top of her scapula. I like to pull her shoulder blades together a little more when she gets out on the travel. You can see just a little more action there at the top of her blade. I'd like to blend that a little smoother. That female's big-footed, heavy-structured, burly in terms of her design. Another very good female there in second. This one is the one that, from a scale-crushing performance standpoint, is the one that you like. She's long-bodied. She's really extended from the profile, very feminine and very attractive. If you change the construction of her hind leg, I think the complexion of this class can change. She just doesn't go quite good enough in terms of her stability from behind. She wants to paddle just a bit more there off of her rear leg, like to pry her apart at her base. I like her length, I like her body, I like her femininity. Need to change her from the hock to the ground. I slid this heifer up a spot, and I just want to change her tail head, set it down in the corner of her rump a bit more and stretch her out a bit. I think she's a little more stable on the move than the heifer that comes next. I think she's a little better out through her hip in the way she drives off of her rear leg. She's a little more compact in her design. I'd like to just stretch her out a bit. I like the stoutness, the density that she has, and again, I think she's a bit more correct on the move. This heifer gives you a striking look from the profile, really up-fronted, really like the elevation that she has up and through her front end. She just gets a little rounder out through her hip and wants to knuckle up just a bit more from behind. She's just not quite as graceful on the move as the heifer that goes out right ahead of her. It's a good heifer too that's deep-bodied, really moderate in her size. She's just maybe a little quicker in terms of her pattern as we compare her to me, to some of the other cattle on up the line. She's starting to deposit a little more condition up around her tail head and down and through her chest. But I like the softness of flank. I like the way that heifer gets out and travels. Here's one that's just long as a well rope in terms of extension from the profile. She's a little too up and down in her hock, and I just like to change her in terms of movement. If she wasn't so rigid at the ground, I think you could get this heifer up. But as it is, to me, she needs to be down at this end of the class. Deep-bodied heifer here, just doesn't have quite the balance and symmetry to her. This young man's got a real fresh heifer in terms of condition. Certainly hasn't cooked her yet. We just need to give her a little more gas if she's going to get up. Good class of April-born heifer calves.
Attention in the barn, we need entry 27 Shorthorn heifer calf, shown by Ray Gresso, Sugar Land, Texas, to the make-ready area. Entry 27. Please bring your entry 27 to the make-up ring immediately. Jeez. Hi, Lindy.
This class comes to us with a lot of different types and kinds of heifers out here. The heifer that wins this class does so fairly easy, even though she might not really be right up my alley in terms of the way she's made and her kind. When you get in this class, though, she just has to win because she's got so much more power and dimension and shape and bone and everything to her. And at the same point in time, she's good structured. I like the way she's structured as far as that goes. So she goes ahead and wins this class for me. The differences I could see is if the heifer in second was a little bit nicer in her tail head, she wants to walk around with her tail head kind of jacked up in the air, and she's not quite as correct from her hock to the ground as I watch her go away from me as a heifer that won the class. I like her kind, though. I like the condition that she comes in. She's in really nice condition. I just don't see quite enough power to get over this one here today. And it starts at the ground with this one. I just don't see as much dimension into her today. But I think a really nice heifer that could go on down the road and do some good. This red heifer is one that I really like, honestly. From a cow standpoint and the way she's made, I like her depth and her shape that she has to her rib. I like the way that she moves in terms of the way that she flexes. However, when you watch this heifer and she gets stopped, she wants to get a little close at her knee, and she gets a little narrow up in her chest floor, and that's why she's there. But I think a really good prospect. I think these last three heifers, honestly, you could place them a number of ways, and I wouldn't argue with you one bit. And here, the difference to me is this heifer that's coming up's just got a touch more depth of rib and a hair more body. I see a touch more doability in this heifer than I do the female that completes the class. And the heifer that completes the class today, you know, she's just not wanting to cooperate at all. It's probably the first time she's been to a show, and that happens. But I think that heifer will have better days ahead of her. She's got some real bright future, real nice fronted female.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 5, Shorthorn Early Spring Heifer Calves, is entry 19, SS Max Rosa Rain, shown by Samantha Schrog, Marion, South Dakota. Second, entry 16, 2G Demis BS 10D, shown by Heather Berry, Brown City, Michigan. Third, entry 18, shown by Brandon Barr, Xenia, Ohio. Fourth, entry 1, shown by Alton Holstein, Plainville, Indiana. And fifth, entry 15, shown by Ella Jacobs, Kemar, Maryland. Placings in that class were 5, 2, 4, 3, and 1. Entering the ring now is Class 6 Shorthorn Junior Heifer Calves. Placings in our Angus show from Class 2. First was entry 20, EXAR Princess 6780, shown by Seth Cox, Eagle Point, Oregon. Second, entry 19, SSF Ellen Legit 4056, shown by Claire Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. Third, entry 18, shown by Kelsey Thies, Leavenworth, Kansas. Fourth, entry 10, shown by Carson Jones, Earth, Texas. Fifth, entry 14, shown by Lizzie Schaefer, Owanaco, Illinois. Sixth, entry 21, shown by Caitlin Corsentino, Denham Springs, Louisiana. Seventh, entry 7, shown by Morgan Hutchins, Charleston, Illinois. Eighth, entry 9, shown by Carrie Wiley, Marysville, Indiana. And ninth was entry 6, shown by Walker Carico, Lakeville, Indiana. In our ring now is Class 3, Angus Junior Heifer Calves, Class 3.
Just so you know, let's start over there now.
If I could have your attention in the barn, please. Currently, we only have one scale that is operable. So if I could please ask your cooperation to please bring your entries to the makeup ring a little earlier than normal so that we could get all of our entries properly weighed. That would be greatly appreciated. We ask your cooperation to please bring your heifers to the makeup ring a little earlier so we can get our heifers weighed properly. Thank you.
This is a nice class, and one that when you first look at it, you think that this is going to be a close pair on the top end, and really when you get to looking at these heifers, it's not for me. The heifer that wins this class is just really, really nice. I mean, she's really hard to poke a hole in. She's got a really nice shape to her rib, depth of body, and where she beats the heifer in second is just simply because of her structure. I see her being a lot more flexible on both ends of her skeleton. She's laid back at her shoulder, laid back at her knee a touch better. I like the way that she goes away from me. Now, that's not taking anything away from this woman, too, because this heifer's powerful. She's got a lot of shape to her, more shape when you get up on top of this heifer. She's really pulled apart up over her top and back in through her hip, and I like that a tremendous amount about this heifer. The problem for me is this one's just too straight. She's too straight up in her front end, and she wants to roll around on her hocks, and I can see that getting quite a bit worse with this heifer as she gets older, but I really like the power and dimension that one has. Then we come with a couple heifers here. They're a little greener, a little lighter in terms of their condition, maybe not quite as ready here today. I'm going to go with the heifer. I just see a touch more quality, some length of body, some added extension, a touch more performance and power that I see in the heifer that's going out as compared to the heifer that completes the class. This is a nice made female, no question. She's real sound in terms of her structure, just not enough cattle there today to get her placed up any higher.
Placing first in Class 6, early spring Shorthorn Heifer Calves is entry 24. LWFS Caroline's Pearl 161, shown by Paige Rickard, Wilkinson, Indiana. Second is entry 25, Waymar UT Hot Sable, shown by Allison Uteg, Grand Ridge, Illinois. Third, entry 20, shown by Dawson Ward, New Paris, Ohio. And fourth, entry 144, shown by Joseph Bukema, Belmont, Michigan. Entering the ring now is Class 7 Shorthorn Early Spring Heifer Calves. Now comments in our Angus ring from Dr. Blake Bloomberg.
Another good class of these heifer calves, and again, another one that I think, not the biggest one in here, but I think to me the one that's the most correct. You study her and her angles off both ends of her framework, the sweep she has to her underline, yet still that pleasant look as you get off to her from the side. To me, a good calf, but again, going to make a really nice kind of a yearling. She's built for the long haul in terms of structure. She's not too fat. Very nice in terms of her look and her presentation. I think a real solid heifer here to lead off the class. You got bigger ones that come in 2, 3, and 4, no question. And again, if you want to weigh them out, then this heifer is probably your choice. I like her length. I like her extension. You know, for that extra length, though, as you get right on top of that female, she'll funnel from her hooks back to her pins. You watch her go right away from you, she'll close up at the ground. But big-footed, heavy-structured, I like the pattern that this female gives. I just like to pry her apart a little bit at her base, square her up just a bit from her hock down. I swapped 3 and 4, and I think you do so on structure. This third heifer moves really nicely. She's a little more juvenile in her look yet at this stage of the game. Gets a little tighter right in there through her heart. Doesn't have that middle third in her we find in those 2 heifers ahead of her. I think you give her a little more sweep. I think she's one that you're really going to like because the pattern is there, the presence is there. I like to square her up just a little bit there in her tail head and mash it down a bit, but I sure like that heifer's look, her pattern. She's hanging an ear. I don't know if she doesn't feel well or maybe she hasn't enjoyed her trip to the North American. I'd say we may be seeing that heifer where she's just a little emptier than what she normally is. Heifer that comes next, big and stout down her top and out through her hip. To me, just a little too upright on both ends of her framework, a little too straight off the edge of her shoulder. I'd like to loosen her up just a bit, but boy, you like to look at her from the side. Very attractive and very nicely balanced. Next heifer needs just a little more stoutness all the way through, but I like her pattern. She's very feminine, very attractive. Just need to blow her apart a bit. I moved this heifer down a spot because the skeleton as she drives off of her hind leg, I didn't see her having as much coordination. You can flop that pair if you want to use the stouter one that's wider in her pin set. Here's a big-bodied, easy-keeping kind of a female that closes the class. She's the one to me that struggles the most, though, as you watch her get out and go. A little wider up and through her chest floor and just need to redesign her structurally. But big-bodied, easy-keeping, and looks like she's got some performance.
Thank you, Blake. Placing first in Class 3 Angus Junior Heifer Calves is entry 33, EXAR Frontier Gal 6759, shown by Callyanne West, Paris, Texas. Second, entry 34, AVF Sarah 2346, shown by Kelsey Ray Thies, Leavenworth, Kansas. Third, entry 25, shown by Sierra Day, Cerro Gordo, Illinois. Fourth, entry 36, shown by Lauren Walter, Aviston, Illinois. Fifth, entry 32, shown by Adam Miller, Gaston, Indiana. Sixth, entry 23, shown by Kerrigan Bartram, Kokomo, Indiana. And seventh, entry 30, shown by McKay Groman, Abington, Illinois. Entering the ring now is Class 4 Angus Junior Heifer Calves. And now comments in our Shorthorn ring from Judge Kyle Collier.
Well, this is a nice class, and by far the most quality that we've seen in these top 3 heifers are very, very nice. This heifer that wins this class just does so for me because she's so fault-free, and when she comes in the ring, you really gravitate to her because of her structure and the way that she's made. I really like the way that she holds her top when she's on the move, back into her hip, and from her hooks to her pins, that she's just made so nice out through her hip and just blends so smooth from end to end. I like the way she's laid in her lower shoulder a touch better than I do the heifer calves just behind her. Now this is probably the powerhouse female in this particular class as you compare her to the heifer just in front of her, and I like that about her. This heifer's soggy, she's soft, she's deep. This female for me, when you get her out and you get her on the move, she wants to lift up in her top up over her hip just a little bit. I like to correct her maybe from her hock down to the ground. This heifer kind of wants to get up underneath herself just a touch on the move, but I think that's a close pair and both very, very nice heifer calves. I like both them a lot. lot. This is a good one here too, and like I said, these top three are really, really high quality females. This heifer for me wants to just get a little bold up in her shoulder. She gets a little bit more bow-legged up in her front end, and I could see that problem maybe progressing as this female gets a little older, but I sure enough like the way that this one's made back into her hip and her hind leg. In fact, I like her from her hock down to the ground just a little bit better than the heifer that leaves the ring. The problem for me, again, is just her openness up in her shoulder and the way that she comes at me. Then we have a heifer that completes the class that's probably nicer in terms of her structure up in her front end. I like that about her. Just a heifer that just doesn't have near enough power and dimension to get over the cattle ahead of her here today.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 7 is entry 29, CFFR Dream Lady 671, shown by Jacob Scheffler, Fortville, Indiana. Second, entry 27, Little Cedar Lucy 1628, shown by Ray Gresso, Sugarland, Texas. Third, entry 31, shown by Sheridan Fox, Conowal, Iowa. And fourth is entry 26, shown by Gavin Bach, Eaton, Ohio. Entering the ring now is Class 8, Early Spring Shorthorn Heifer Calves, Class 8. While we have a little break today, for all those of you that are watching today here in Louisville, we appreciate your participation and attendance to this year's event. But for those of you that cannot be here today, we would also like to welcome all of you streaming live on the internet, and especially our international guests that are watching. Here's a shout out to my good friend Diane Johnson, who's in Germany. I know she's watching because she's blowing my phone up on the text. So here's a shout out to all of our international viewers. Having a hard time figuring that out, Coach?
Too early to start, Jakey. This is a good pair of heifers up here on the front end of this class, and they're a little different in terms of type and kind. And, you know, again, I think you take pieces of both of them and maybe blend them together, and I think you have the one that probably makes me the most comfortable. This heifer from the side, I love her femininity. I love her attractiveness as you study her up and through her front end. Really got a nice neck laid up at the point of her shoulder. She's one that's got a really good set of running gears underneath her. I think that's the difference between her and the heifer. And second is the way that she moves, just a little nicer off of her hind leg, a little more comfortable in her knee and in her front feet. Now, she could be a little more powerful, and that's where the heifer that comes in second has an advantage. She's a little bolder down her top, a little bigger out through her hip and her pin set. And for those of you that have judged for me know I like a little more power perhaps. In some instances, she just doesn't move quite as good as the heifer that starts off the class. She wants to roll a little bit out of that shoulder, but I like the power, the substance, and the strength that she has. I think that's a nice pair of cattle up front. I think you're going to say that this heifer's more like the class winner, and she is, but she doesn't have near as much to her as you get up on top of her. She's quite a bit more fragile in her construction at the ground, and as you watch that heifer go away from you, she'll really close up down into her base. I like that heifer's middle third. I like her body. I just like to intensify her a bit at the ground and just stouten her up a bit. This next heifer's big and stout, lots of performance to her. She shuffles just a little more off either end of her framework when you ask her to get out and go. Kicks up just a few more chips as you watch her move out. And we just like to alter that heifer from a structural standpoint. This next heifer is the same case. On the stand, you like her. She's long-bodied, really extended from the profile. When you ask the heifer to go, she wants to just divide a bit more easily into thirds and doesn't use her hind leg quite as good. Then the heifer that closes the class, a female that has some depth of body. We just need to power her up and stouten her up all the way through if she's going to get up any higher in this grouping.
Thank you, Blake. Placing first in Class 4 is entry 44, Schaefer's Evergreen Erica 6211, shown by Eric Schaefer, Owanaco, Illinois. Second, entry 51, EXAR Envious Blackbird 0436, shown by Logan Boyd, Maeslick, Kentucky. Third, entry 41, shown by Serena Clock, Marion, Indiana. Fourth, entry 47, shown by Carter Ridge, Lebanon, Indiana. Fifth, entry 43, shown by Erica Harrell, Roseville, Illinois. And sixth was entry 50, shown by Jonathan Tim, Luca, Illinois. Placings in that class were 3, 5, 1, 4, 6, and 2. Now comments from our Shorthorn ring from our judge, Mr. Kyle Collier.
Get those in classes.
Well, this is for sure the toughest decision I've had to make today. These are both really, really nice heifers, and I'll tell you the main difference that I see in these heifers is just structure, and that's what's going to place the heifer that wins this class over the 1 and 2 here today. The heifer that wins is just a lot more true as she comes at me off of her front end, and I see a lot more flexibility on both ends of this heifer skeleton. I'll be the first one to tell you, when they're parked, I like the heifer in 2 better, and that's why it was so difficult for me. You know, if it's an easy decision, I move. If it's not, I'm going to sit there and I'm going to take a little bit of time, and this is the class that it took me a little more time. And as you can see, this heifer walking out the ring here in 2, she's just a little too stiff here for me today. Up in her shoulder and back in through her hock, I'd like to see her flex and go a little better, but I love the way that heifer's made. I like her correctness of top line, and just the look that she gives you is tremendous. Heifer that goes out there in 3 is one that just has the next more to her. She's the longer bodied one that has the next most extension and the most look, probably the next most quality in this class. Same goes for this heifer, well made. She's fairly sound, on her feet and legs. I like the way that she goes. She just doesn't have enough power and dimension to get up any higher here today. Then we come with a couple heifers here that are just a little more behind in terms of their stage of the game and where they're at. They're just giving up too much power and performance to place any higher here today.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 8, Shorthorn Junior Heifer Calves is entry 37, CFV8 Mona Lisa Reward 660, shown by Miller Smith, Pendleton, Indiana. Second, entry 36, CF Dream Lady 663 AV, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Third, entry 34, shown by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Fourth, entry 35, shown by Sarah Harner, Xenia, Ohio. Fifth, entry 33, shown by Janie Wallace, Urbana, Ohio. And sixth is entry 38, shown by Kaylee Jackus, St. John's, Michigan. Placings in that class were 5, 3, 4, 2, 1, and 6. Entering the ring now is Class 9, Shorthorn early spring heifer calves. Attention in the barn. We need all of our entries for Class 6. If you are in Class 6 Angus Junior heifers, we need you to the makeup ring immediately. We need to weigh those heifers, so please bring all Class 6 Angus Junior heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you. Attention in the barn, we need entry 81 for Class 6 in our Angus show, entry 81 from Richard DeMoss. Please bring your entry to the makeup ring immediately. Now comments on our Shorthorn class from our judge, Mr. Kyle Collier.
Here's a good-looking one here that wins this class for me fairly handily. She comes out and boom, you just go look at her and you like her. I mean, she's really nice from the side and just paints a really nice picture. I like the way this heifer's laid in her shoulder, her extra neck and extension that she has. And she's not perfect. If I was to change her a little bit, you know, this heifer wants to get a little bit high in her tail head as you watch her out of her hip, and she just gets a little bit high up there. I'd like to change that about her, but this heifer's pretty darn close to being ideal. You know, there's just a couple little things. In this particular class, I think she excels the rest of her contemporaries just in terms of quality and look. I like that heifer quite a lot. Then the decision probably really for me is between 2 and 3, and I'm going to go with a heifer that's a little bit more moderate in terms of her frame size here today, and I like the quality that this heifer has, just a touch more shape to her, a bit more dimension. When I get up over her hip and watch her go away from me, I realize the heifer here in 3's got quite a bit more extension and probably performance, but as you project these heifers on down the road, I just see enough more look and enough more quality in the heifer that's in 2 and than the heifer calf in 3. And like I said, this one's long-bodied and she's real level out of her hip. She just doesn't have quite as much power to her. I don't see quite as much rib shape and dimension as I get right behind that one. Then we come with a little heifer that's going to complete this class, and certainly one that's got some look to her and some length of body and extension. Compliment this young lady when this heifer come in. She's not wanting to cooperate a whole lot, but she's out here, she's showing her, she's doing a good job, and that's something to be said for her for sure. I've got a young daughter, and I think she probably would have left the ring crying by now. This young lady's hanging right in there with this tough heifer to show. So good class of heifers and a real high quality individual that wins the class.
Thank you, Kyle. Now comments in our Angus ring from our judge, Dr. Blake Bloomberg.
Well, the good heifer calves just keep coming and rolling in here, and this is really another good class. And again, a female that to me you find at the forefront of this group that on the standstill you sure like in terms of balance and symmetry and power and punch as you get up on top of her. She's better in the turn and arc of the upper part of her rib than the heifer that comes in second. You know, you could tweak her maybe just a bit structurally out of her front end, but I think that's a wash between the top two. I think there's a little more power and stoutness in this heifer that leads off the class, where on the standstill she can give you a real captivating look. This heifer in second's very nice and attractive up front as well. She's a little straighter and a little more tipped forward at the edge of her shoulder as we compare to the heifer that starts off the class. And when you get right around behind her, not as wide and pried apart at her base, but a good look to this female. Just like to rotate her shoulder back in her just a notch, but I like the elongation that she has from the side, the stretch, and the appearance that she gives you from the profile. She'll pull in her loin just ever so slightly. I probably prefer this heifer structurally over even our top two. The set of her hind leg, the slope of her shoulder is good. When you get around behind her, she's just a little too flat in the upper part of her body, a little too concave right there in her heart, and when you study her from hooks to pins, she funnels just a bit more. But big-legged, I like the way that heifer gets out and travels. I'd like to just open her up and give her just a bit more base width all the way through. Next heifer's real attractive up front, got a nice look about her, strong in her top line. She's a little more rigid in her hock and down and through her pasture and wants to snap her ankle just a little more than what I like, but boy, gives you a very, very good look in terms of balance when you watch her stand still. This next heifer just needs time. She's a good female, probably as juvenile in her look as anything we've got in here. She's got a good running gear underneath of her. She's real attractive. She just needs to hit the feed buck a little harder and decide she wants to body down. But she's good cattle in terms of type and kind. Just need to open her up a bit all the way through. Next female's really deep-bodied. She gets a little shorter coupled when you ask her to get out and go. She's just a little shorter all the way through. I'd like to stretch her out a bit. She wants to tuck her hind leg as well. Next female, I just thought had a little more to her than the heifer that closes the class. She needs a little more presence from the profile. This heifer that comes the next has a big engine in her. She's a female that's very powerful and stout and very wide all the way through. Need to set her tail head down in her and balance her up and just smoothen her up if she's going to move up in this group.
Thanks, Blake. Placing first in Class 5, Angus Junior Heifer Calves is entry 57, EXAR Winnie 0596, shown by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Second, entry 60, SSF LNBC 2106, shown by Ryan Wickard, Wilkinson, Indiana. Third, entry 63, shown by Emma Nowotny, New Braunfels, Texas. Fourth is entry 56, Allie Falsgraf, Streeter, Illinois. Fifth is entry 61, Casey Linder, Platteville, Wisconsin. Sixth is entry 58, Hannah Rose, New Palestine, Indiana. Seventh is entry 70, shown by Hannah Rose, New Palestine, Indiana. And eighth is entry 66, shown by Caitlin Ginder, Fowler, Indiana. Placings in that class were 4, 1, 6. Entry 59 was out. Then 2, 5, 3, 8, and 7. Entering the ring now is Class 6 Angus Junior Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion Junior Heifer Calf champion in our Angus show. Okay, Kyle.
Well, we got a real good one to win this class, and I like this heifer a tremendous amount. I mean, when she came in, I liked her a lot, and I was hoping that she'd move the way she did, and she does. I mean, she is really, really flexible. very, very true on the move and the way that she goes. I love the way this heifer's blended in her shoulder, and what's really unique about this one is how deep she is and how she carries that depth of body all the way from the bottom of her brisket all the way back into her rear rib and flank. This one's really nice. She's not perfect on her hind leg. She is very, very sound. Every now and then you'll catch her. She'll stop and maybe get a little bit sickle hawk, but man, this one's so sound and so right, the way that she's made. I just like this heifer a tremendous amount, and unfortunately for this heifer that's here in second, she just ran into one today that's going to be pretty unbeatable for me. But this is a nice made one too, and she's really sound in terms of her structure. Just not near enough cattle to get any higher in the class here today. Then we come with a pair of cattle that couldn't be more different here to complete the class. You got one with some more length of body and extension. I just see some more durability, a little more future in this heifer, if you will, just from a length of body and profile standpoint. Two really different heifers, like I say. This heifer that's going to complete the class probably really has more shape when you get right behind her. I just see her too darn quick and too small here today to place any higher in this class. Good class of cattle and a really high quality individual to win this class.
Thank you, Kyle. I'm going to go back and get you caught back up. Placings for Class 9 Shorthorn Junior Heifer Calves. First was entry 43, CSF Cumberland 655, shown by Xavier Ferris, Whiteland, Indiana. Second, entry 44, shown by Brady Tracy, Merrim, Indiana. Third, entry 40, shown by Anna Parnell, Stanton, Alabama. And fourth was entry 45, shown by Lillian Whiting, New Wilmington, Pennsylvania. Placings in our last class, Class 10, winning the class is entry 50, CF Demi 650 SOL, shown by Jacob Nickel, McPherson, Kansas. Second, entry 48, FFS Val's Princess 6FO2, shown by Zachary Fanning, Chestnut, Illinois. Third, entry 46, shown by Ty Harden, Sibley, Illinois. And fourth, entry 47, shown by Addison Holstein, Plainville, Indiana. We now will be selecting our early spring heifer calf and reserve calf champion in our Shorthorn ring.
We need class 13 for the Shorthorn side, please, to the scales.
Attention in the barn. We are selecting our division champion in our Shorthorn show. We need Class 13, all junior heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately. Class 13 and 14 to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you. Attention in the Shorthorn barn, we need entries 55 and 56. Entries 55 and 56, you are late to the ring. Please get up here. Now comments on this division from our judge, Mr. Kyle Collier.
Well, as we come down to end this division, I'm really happy with how this group of cattle comes together out here for you. And I think we've got a ring full, even these seconds, I think we got a ring full of really high quality individuals that won their classes out here to evaluate. And you know, I don't think that we need to really sit here and talk about every single individual. These two calves down here are very nice. And we talked about this first heifer calf in her division, that she's the most different, and and when she won that class, she not necessarily was my kind, and you can see out here when you get her with these other heifer calves, she's not the same style, she's not the same kind of heifer for sure. I like her, and I liked her in that particular class, but when you get her back out here, she's a bit more of an outlier in terms of the way she's made. And as we go out through the rest of the lineup of cattle, I think cattle that are very similar in their makeup and their type and kind, and there's differences in all these heifers. I like all four of these heifers quite a bit, and you can sit here and nitpick and find little tiny things that you don't like about each and every one of them. But the one that comes to the top for me, and she did so in the class, and she still does, is this white heifer right here at the back of the ring. She'll be her division here today, and I think a real fault-free one that I find the least amount of holes in, and the one that just comes to the top for me in this division. I think a really high-quality individual. After that, it's challenging, and I think all three of these heifers are very nice. And I'll try to tell you what I see in the differences of these heifers. This young man's heifer right here is one that's real shapy, powerful. She's probably got as much dimension or lower quarter in shape than the heifer that won the division. Sometimes you want to catch her and she'll be a little open at the top side of her shoulder and breaks behind her shoulder just ever so slightly, but a heifer that I like really well. And then the heifer just behind her, this one is interesting, and I'll catch her at times where I really like her, and then other times she'll look a little awkward. As far as the way that she's made and the way she's structured, I actually probably prefer her second best in the entire lineup, but there's times where I'll catch her and she'll look real awkward and different, and then there's other times where you catch her and she's just really made good, and that's what I like about her. I see her laying in a touch better at the top side of her shoulder than the heifer just in front of her. That's the big differences there. And I really like this heifer quite a lot too, especially from a balance and just eye appeal standpoint. She's really striking from the side, but she's one that we talked about in class, wants to kind of run up and get a touch high up in her tail head. And she's a touch flatter through her lower quarter as you compare her to the two heifers above her, but that's a high quality individual too. I like all three of these heifers a tremendous amount. When it comes right down to it for me, I'm going to go ahead and use this heifer right here for your reserve division. I just see enough more power and dimension in this one. Really nice female. I think a really good division, and your reserves were very good in this class as well, but two really high quality individuals to win this division.
Selected as your early spring heifer calf champion, our Shorthorn ring is entry 50, CF Demi 650, shown by Jake Nickel, McPherson, Kansas. And selected as your reserve division champion is entry 29, CFFR Dream Lady 671, shown by Jake Scheffler, Fortville, Indiana. Congratulations to both Jakes.
What a tremendous class of these January females. Just lots of good ones up and down this lineup, and lots of differences in terms of type and kind and maybe how you want to line these up. But to me, the one that I think in terms of making a yearling, as you study this one from this vantage point right here, and you're getting a nice look of it in the crowd, her look and her lines and her presence from the profile, I think, elevates this heifer to this top of this class. She's not the biggest bodied one, she's not the stoutest one, but I think she's the best one in terms of the way she's made. She's hinged so good out of her hip down into her hock. She's really good in terms of her foot size and her bone work. And again, I think to me she's got lots left in her as you take her to her yearling in terms of her silhouette. Now she'll pinch in her loin just a bit when you ask her to get out and travel, and I can see that. I would maybe change that, but that heifer is beautiful from the profile. She moves so stable. She's better on her front feet than the heifer that comes in second. She's better from her knee to the ground than the heifer that comes in second as well. Now, the big-bodied, burly one is the one that comes in two, and I really love her sweep to the center part of her cage, and yet she's a female that's got lots of maternal function. She's not quite as good on her front feet as the heifer that wins the class. She wants to toe in just a little more and get to a little pigeon toe, and that's a huge pet peeve of mine. And she'll pull her hocks together just a little bit as you watch her go from behind. But we're talking about splitting minute differences on two cattle that are exceptional. And this is no slouch in third. Could have won a lot of classes that we've had throughout this day. And to me, I think this heifer's got a tremendous future as well. Really chiseled beautifully up and through her front end, good sweep to the lower part of her flank line. She may be as moderate in her size at end point as any of them in the class. She's not a little rounder out of her hip, and she'll tuck her hind leg on you just a notch when you ask her to go. But I love that heifer in terms of her type and her kind. She's by far the best heifer we put third in the class thus far today. Heifer in fourth is big and stout, and there'd be some people that would have her at the front of the class because she's overwhelming in terms of performance and dimension and horsepower. For me, she's a little too rigid out of her front skeleton. Need to change the angle of her knee and give her more slope and curvature, and she wants to put her hind leg into the ground a little harder than what I like. But big and stout and robust in her kind, no doubt a scale crusher in terms of performance as well. Next heifer is really smooth, really pretty athletic from a structural standpoint. We just need to intensify her a bit at the ground. She wants to get a little more fragile in the way she's made. Nice down her top, good out through her hip, just as she doesn't have quite as much punch to her as some of the other cattle we have on up the line. This heifer hit the ring, I believe, first, and you talk about one that's got lots of stoutness, lots of bone work, lots of dimension to her. She doesn't get out quite as athletic from a structural standpoint as you watch her go from behind. She wants to pull her hocks together a bit more. For as big as she is up high, I wish she had a little more spread down low, but there's a lot of intrigue with that heifer in terms of taking her to the next generation. Here's a long-bodied, extended heifer that's real fresh in terms of her condition. She gets a little awkward on her hind leg, and that's where I would change her. And in a class of this magnitude, little things can kind of sort you down. By no means would I don't think she's functional, going to be a useful kind of a replacement. Just wants to duck in her pins a bit and tuck her hind leg. Here's a deep-bodied, real cowy heifer. It's just a little plainer from the profile. Here's an extended female that's flat-shouldered. We just need to stretch out. And then here's a good heifer to close the class that's big-footed and heavy-structured. We're just a little too one-dimensional all the way through.
Yeah.
Over here in the Shorthorn show, we got to pick a quick bred and owned in this division, and there's a lot of differences in these cattle, and again, we've talked about it time and time again. It just depends on what you mate these things to is for what you're going to get. You got to realize what you've got and take and mate them to something that's going to complement them. And for me, when it comes right down to it in this division, if I was taking one home and I thought that there was some bulls that could complement her and go on down the road with, I would use this heifer right here. I like this one the way that she's made. I think there's enough cattle out there to mate this one too that'll really go on down the road. She's really nice in terms of her structure, so this will be your champion bred and owned in this division.
In our Shorthorn Bred and Owned division, selected as our Bred and Owned division champion in this division is entry 24, LWFS Caroline's Pearl, shown by Paige Wickard, Wilkinson, Indiana. And our reserve is entry 19, SS Max Rosa Rain, shown by Sammy Schrog, Marion, South Dakota. We now have Class 13, Junior Shorthorn Heifer Calves entering the ring now. Placings from Class 6 Angus Junior Heifer Calves. First was entry 76, EXAR Princess 6680, shown by Carter Ward, Plattsburgh, Missouri. Second was entry 82, EXAR Princess 6151, shown by Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. Third, entry 80, shown by Logan Boyd, Mayslet, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 89, shown by Madison Cox, Eagle Point, Oregon. Fifth, entry 73, shown by Marcus Van Voorhees, Bowling Green, Ohio. Sixth, entry 72, shown by Alexis Wilhoit, Lebanon, Indiana. Seventh, entry 81, shown by Richard DeMoss, Bowie, Texas. Eighth, entry 74, shown by Austin Mussman, Grant Park, Illinois. Ninth, entry 90, shown by Ross Hagan, Noblesville, Indiana. And 10th, entry 78, shown by Blake Fincham, Marysville, Indiana. Placings in that class were 6, 5, 8, 1, 10. Entry 79 was out. Then 3, 7, 2. Entry 83 was out, 4, and 9. We now will be selecting our junior calf champion and reserve champion in our Angus show.
Do we have Class 10 Angus to the scale?
Attention in the barn, we need Class 10. Class 10 Angus Junior Heifer Calves, senior heifer calves, Class 10 Angus senior heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately. Class 10.
Shorthorn seed entry 64, 66, 68 to the scale.
Big, stout, powerful, soggy made sort of heifer that wins this class with some extra length of body and performance as you compare it to the other heifers. Just a really nice female that's got a lot of bone and stoutness and power as you compare it to the rest of the cattle. I really like the way this heifer in second's made. She's structured fairly nice. It ran into a heifer today that's just got enough more softness and durability and extra performance here today that's going to go ahead and place her over her here today. This heifer in 3 is a really nice female and probably one that's got as much future as anything in this class. She's just not quite ready here today yet. I just don't see enough depth of rib and lower body in this one, but I'm not saying she won't get it. And if she does, this heifer can be extremely competitive because she's so sound in terms of her structure. Real nice made one here that is going to complete the class. She's got some extra look, especially up and through her front end. Just not enough heifer there for me today, especially down low. Wants to travel a touch too narrow for me at the ground today, but a heifer that's got some look.
Okay, go ahead, Blake. I know you're patiently waiting.
Thanks, Jakey. This is a really, really, really good division of females, and if you would, let's give them a nice round of applause. I think some just tremendous heifer calf prospects. You know, showing calves is different because there's different stages of maturity and, where you want to be in terms of, to me, I try to find ones that I think are good now, but it will continually be good. And, you never know how they're going to develop, and a lot of it has to do with management, but I'm very pleased with these as they get back out here. I think they fit a pattern, they fit a type that we try to start off the day. I think it's important to do that when you have the cattle that are this good, where you can kind of get into a rhythm and a flow on what you like. We started out with a nice heifer out of that first class that's big-bodied, really got a nice, attractive look about her. You could maybe stouten her up a bit at the ground, and she wants to push just a little more off the edge of her shoulder. I think a really good kind of female there to lead us off in that first class of the day. There's a real good heifer that comes out of Class 2, an April 3rd female that's just really correct in her lines. I think a female that's so good at the ground. The set and construction of her hind leg is so nice. I just love to watch this heifer move. She's a little tidier up in through her shoulder than the heifer that was second in that class. I think this one has big time written all over as you take her down the road in terms of making a yearling. Her chest is still in her, yet she's good in her flank line, not too fat, and I think she's a real contender in this particular group. Heifer that comes out of the next class is deep-bodied. Really like the sweep she has and her under 1/3. She's a female that's got some base width. Probably not quite as sleek as the heifer right ahead of her or the one behind her in terms of her front end, but still big-bodied, lots of capacity, lots of volume to that female. This heifer I really like from the side. She's so nice in terms of her lines, very symmetrical in the way that she's made. She's not the stoutest heifer you got in this group or the widest in her pin set, but again, she's wide enough, I think, in terms of her look, her pattern, and her presence, and she's good-footed, got a good set of her hind leg as well. Here's a real powerfully constructed female that's big-ribbed and bold-sprung. Love this heifer on the stand still. I think a female that you sure like a lot of things about. When she travels, she maybe gets a little fast in terms of her gait, and she wants to consequently tighten just a bit out of her front end and a little from behind, but big-bodied, powerful, and stout, and still has a great look. And that last class was a really good class, and this one to me, just so hard to make them like she is from the side in terms of that balance, that look. She's so symmetrical in her top line, down into the lower third of her body, big-footed and heavy-structured and wide enough. And she's not the biggest hipped one in here, but I think sure plenty enough in that female. We talked about her in class. She sinks in her loin just a notch, and we would change that, but I really like that heifer's look, her presence, and her eye appeal. We've got some good seconds on the other side. We'll pull one in here in just a second in contention, I think is awful good as well. So if you would, congratulate these kids. They got up much earlier than I did. Give them a good round of applause, and we'll go get you a calf champion.
Selected as your junior calf champion is our class winner from Class 6, entry 76, EXAR Princess 6680, shown by Carter Ward, Plattsburgh, Missouri. Congratulations, Carter.
Class 10 final call.
The second to her in class is just a sow in terms of body and broodiness and cow power. Love those things about that heifer extremely well. Just tremendous in the shape she has to her rib for a heifer calf at this stage of her life. She rolls in a little on her front feet, and I would change that. She's just a little pigeon-toed, but you sure like that heifer in terms of her body depth, the sweep she has to her flank. I think it's between her and the April as you look at making a reserve in this particular group. I like both these heifers extremely well, and that's not taking anything away from the other cattle in this division, but I think just a really good set. We'll go out and show you my preference here for the reserve. Again, my congratulations to these exhibitors on a strong group.
And selected as your reserve division champion is second in that class, entry 82, EXAR Princess 6151, shown by Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. Congratulations to Austin. Now comments in our Shorthorn ring from our judge, Mr. Kyle Collier.
We ran into a really nice female here in this class, one that comes out and just really catches your eye. She's got everything going for her. She's one that's really correct in her line. She's deep-bodied. She's got enough power to her for me, for sure. Female that's really correct at the ground, though, and that's what I like about her the best. I just really enjoy watching this heifer walk around the ring and watching her structure and the way that she's made. This is just a really high-quality individual to win this class. To tell you the honest truth, when this heifer that's coming here in second hit the ring, I thought she was going to win fairly easy until she ran into this one. And I really like this heifer quite a lot. In fact, when you really get down to the nuts and bolts of the deal, this heifer probably does have more power when she goes away from you. I'll be the first one to admit she's got a bit more upper hip, but she comes with a few more troubles as well. And and probably up in her knee, and just simply the way that she's structured gets her into a little trouble when you run into one that's pretty fault-free in terms of her structure up there. But I do like the shape of this heifer, and I like her upper shape, especially up in her upper hip. Then we run into some heifers here that are really nice. This is a real well-made heifer, long top. She's long and level out of her hip. I really like the way this heifer holds her top on the move, and that's why she's there. Just not enough cattle there today, especially in her lower third, to place any higher. Then we come with the heifer here next. It's certainly got a nice look and a nice profile. She's real good in her top as well. Actually, I read those two heifers a lot the same. They just need more depth of rib and a touch more body. Then we run into a heifer here that's going to complete the class, and again, just not enough balance and power and dimension to place any higher here today.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 14, Shorthorn Junior Heifer Calves is entry 61. Soul Red Knight Rose, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, entry 60, Isabel 605, shown by Jaden Compton, Tipton, Iowa. Third, entry 57, shown by Destin Pitcock, Athens, Tennessee. Fourth, entry 165, shown by Landon Helmke, New Philadelphia, Ohio. And fifth is entry 58, shown by Lillian Whiting, New Wilmington, Pennsylvania. Placings in that class were 3, 5, 4, 2, and 1. Entering the ring now is Class 15 Shorthorn Junior Heifer Calves. Class 15. Attention in the barn, we need Class 10. Class 10 Angus Senior Heifer Calves. Please bring your Senior Heifer Calves Angus Class 10 to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you. In our Angus ring, our champion bred-known female from our first division is entry 44. Entry 44, Schaefer's Evergreen Erica 6211, shown by Erica Schaefer, Owanaco, Illinois. Congratulations to Eric. Entering the ring now is Class 9 Senior Heifer Calves, Angus Senior Heifers Calves. Class 9 is in the ring.
Shorthorn, state entry 70.
Attention in the Shorthorn barn, we need entry 70, shown by Addison Richards, Pemberville, Ohio. Please bring your Class 16 entry 70 to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
Express made it down for the picture.
While we are taking pictures here at the Angus backdrop, it's my pleasure and my honor to introduce your new Miss American Angus, Miss Keegan Cassidy from Normal, Illinois. Keegan is a freshman at Oklahoma State, majoring in animal sciences. She was just selected Miss American Angus just last week in Indianapolis. Keegan, why don't you wave to the crowd? Welcome your brand new Miss American Angus, Keegan Cassidy from Normal, Illinois. Thank you, Keegan. Assisting Keegan today in the Angus ring is two young ladies from Illinois. Amelia Miller is an Illinois Angus Princess from Gridley, Illinois. She's in 8th grade. And we also have Lizzie Schaefer from Owanaco, Illinois, another Illinois Angus Princess. So we've got a trio of Illinois Angus girls here helping us pass out the hardware today. Thank you for being here today, girls.
So they did that at the meeting.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
We don't have to do it.
No.
It's kind of funny as you go throughout the day and you look at these different classes and how they come to you. This class is a whole lot like the last one to me. We run into a heifer here at the top end of this class that is so nice in terms of her skeleton and the way she's made and the way she travels so true on her feet and legs. I really like the way this heifer is at her knee and down to the ground. And as she goes away from me, just a really nice made heifer that's really, honestly, really hard to poke a hole in for me here today. I really like this female that wins this class. And again, just like the last class, this heifer that's coming in too probably has a touch more shape and a bit more dimension, a touch more sweep and shape to her rib. Unfortunately for her, she has a few holes for me here today. And one is that she wants to get a little high in her tail head. This is a heifer that's a little bulkier up in her front end, but a heifer that's really nice. I like the way this heifer moves off of her hind leg. I'd like to change her up front just a little bit. She wants to get just a touch pigeon-toed as you compare to the heifer that leaves the ring, but they're both really high-quality individuals, nice heifers. Then we come in with two heifers here in 3 and 4 that are very similar in my eyes. I'm going to go with the heifer that I see just has a touch more to her. Here in the 3-hole, a heifer that's got a little bigger hip, and I see just a touch more width and dimension to her as she walks away from me. The heifer that's coming next has probably got a little more depth of rib and a touch more body. She may be just a little softer and a touch easier doing look that she would strike, just not quite as much power and dimension. Then we come in with a couple heifers that are going to complete this class. Again, they're well made, they're nice looking females. They just don't have enough power, enough shape and dimension to compete any higher in this class today.
So the December's here to start off our fall division, and actually 4 very nice heifers in this group. Female that wins the class, I think, just in terms of her boldness of her body. She's got a little more spring to her cage there as you study her compared to the heifer that leads off the class, or the heifer that comes in second. She's a lot softer in her flank as well. You could elevate her a little bit up and through her front end. She tends to run downhill a bit. That's why I prefer the heifer that comes in second is up front. This heifer is big and stout and really got a lot of performance to her. Female that wants to curl on her hind leg just a bit more, and as you watch her go away from you, I didn't think she was quite as secure from her hock down as the heifer that led off the class. I'd like to set her tail head in her just a bit. Those are 2 very nice heifers up on the front end of this class. It'd be a good one that comes in third that's sound and very loose structured. I like her build. She's maybe just a little duller in terms of her look and maybe doesn't have that extra pizzazz of those top 2 cattle, but still a useful kind of a female in terms of making a cow. She's got some utility to her structure and in the middle part of her body. Not a real extended heifer from the profile that comes in 4th. I like the length of her top. She's good out through her hip and down through her stifle. She's a female we just need to blow apart and give her more center body mass if she's going to compete in this group. Nice class.
Thank you, Blake. Placing first in Class 9 is entry 96. EXAR Princess 5938, shown by Bowen Bridges, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Second is entry 95, Midnight Bombshell 520, shown by Tate Bittner, Westminster, Maryland. Third, entry 92, shown by Sutter Clark, Gretna, Virginia. And fourth, entry 93, shown by Maddie Harwood, Richfield, North Carolina. Placings in that class were 3, 4, 2, and 1. Back in our Shorthorn ring, placings from Class 15 Junior Heifer Calves. First was entry 68, CF Dream Lady 626, shown by Paige Wickard, Wilkinson, Indiana. Second, entry 64, FPK Cindy Beauty 161, shown by Fulton Kennedy, Seaman, Ohio. Third is entry 62, shown by Peyton Hitchens, Tipton, Indiana. Fourth, entry 63, shown by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Fifth, entry 65, shown by Jenna Whiting, New Wilmington, Pennsylvania. And sixth was entry 66, shown by Gavin Moore, Castalia, Ohio. Placings in Class 15 were 3, 4, 2, 5, 6, and 1. In the ring now is Class 16 Shorthorn Junior Heifer Calves, and in our Angus ring is Class 10 Senior Angus Heifer Calves. Hey Kyle, hold on just a second. Someone has lost a credit card, and if Kay Kaufman would come up here, please. I promise I won't use this until you come up here. Go ahead, Kyle.
If I was here, I'd get her as quick as I could with that in Jakey's hands. This is a interesting class for sure that we have out here to look at. And this heifer that wins this class just does so because she's got so much power and dimension and body, and she's got a good look to her too. I'm not going to suggest to you that she's right up my alley, and in this particular class there's just nothing that can come close to her in terms of her sheer mass and power and dimension. This is a really nice heifer that you really like to look at from the side. She paints a really nice picture. I really like the future of these next two heifers coming up in line. These heifers are really well-made cattle. They got some balance and some look. Unfortunately, they just ran into a heifer today that's got enough more power and dimension that I can't hardly get these up any higher today. But I like the future. I like the condition that these two heifers come into you. Very nice females. Then we come with the heifer here that's going to come next, and one that I really like of her correctness of her top line and the way that she holds her top line on the move. Again, she's just one that just doesn't have enough lower body and center dimension for me, and that's where the advantages are of this heifer that's coming next. I really like the way this little heifer's made, to tell you the truth. She's very sound in terms of her structure. She's one that just doesn't have enough grow and power for me here today, but one that's got some future. Then we come with a heifer here that's going to complete the class. She's long-bodied, got some extra length and extension, just not enough center rib and dimension to place any higher today.
You already got these ones?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 16 Shorthorn Junior Heifer Calves is entry 75, Sol Miss America 6073D, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, entry 73, CSF Lucky Charm 601HC, shown by Haley Jester, Moreland, Indiana. Third, entry 72, shown by Emily Dossie, Thurman, Ohio. Fourth, entry 74, Cole Spencer, Jerseyville, Illinois. Fifth, entry 70, shown by Addison Richards, Pemberville, Ohio. And sixth was entry 69, shown by Jacqueline Marco, Sandwich, Illinois. Placings in that class were 6, 5, 3, 2, 4, and 1. Entering the ring now, Class 17 Shorthorn Junior Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Junior Heifer Calf Champion. We will have a division following this class.
There's no finder's fee?
Attention in the barn. We need entry 120 from Brett Dyer, Rising Fawn, Georgia, to come to the makeup ring. Class 11, entry 120. We need you to the makeup ring immediately.
two really nice heifers on the top end of this class that fit together fairly well. There's just enough extra look and side view eye appeal in this heifer that wins this class for me. I like the way this one's shaped. I like her dimension. I really like the correctness on this one's feet and legs. She probably moves as well as any heifer off of her hind leg as we've seen yet. I really, really like the way this heifer goes, and she is striking and got a really nice look from the side. I love her depth of body and rib. This heifer that's coming in too is actually made quite a bit like her. She just doesn't have quite the balance and eye appeal, quite the profile that one has, but she's built a lot alike, and especially in her lower rib and her length and extension and out of her hip. She wants to get a little higher in her tail head than the heifer that just leaves the ring, but both really high quality individuals that are made fairly similar in my eyes. Then we come with a heifer that's got some extra length. I really like the way this heifer holds her top and the way that she is from her hooks back into her pin. She, again, is a real sound moving kind of female, and I like that about her. I like her squareness of hip and her width that she has at her pins. Then we have a heifer here next that I like up top quite a bit, from her shoulders up back into her hip. I really like the way that one's made. I like the upper rib shape that she has. To me, it's down low that she gets into some trouble. She just wants to get a little too tucked up and a little too shallow in her ribbing for me here today. And then we come with two heifers that are going to complete the class that run into a lot of the same problems. I really like the eye appeal and the balance and the look of this young lady's heifer. I like her length and extension up in through her front end. Again, both these heifers for me just don't have enough lower rib shape to compete any higher here in the class today.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 17 is entry 77, CSF Margie 611HC, shown by Mark Inskeep, Lafayette, Indiana. Second is entry 81, Little Cedar Lady Luck, shown by Mason Edwards, Huxley, Iowa. Third, entry 83, shown by Madeline Barker, Brownstown, Illinois. Fourth, entry 79, shown by Madison Daniel, Morgantown, Indiana. Fifth, entry 76, shown by Isabel Bunning, Emmington, Illinois. And sixth is entry 82, shown by Madeline Barker, Brownstown, Illinois. Placings in that class were 5, 1, 4, 2, 6, and 3. We now will be selecting our junior heifer calf and reserve heifer calf champion in our Shorthorn ring.
This is a really, really nice division of cattle here, and this is the neat thing about judging a show of this quality and this magnitude is you're able to find exactly what you want. And a lot of times, we've all judged shows and smaller shows and county fairs and different things like that, and you get in there and you end up having to use a heifer that you're not really in love with her, but she's the best one there today. In this particular division of cattle, I think you could justifiably use any one of these 4 heifers, but for me, this is the nice part about this is I'm able to prioritize and preferences and different things like that. When it comes right down to it, I find 2 cattle in here that meet my needs to the utmost. I mean, they are the quality kind of cattle that I enjoy looking at, and I just think all these heifers are really nice. A real nice, loose structured sort of heifer that we have here in the first class is very good. The heifer that won the second class is one for me that does a lot of things right. She did in that class, and she still does for me. This one's very sound in terms of her structure, and I like her an incredible amount. I like the heifer that's back here in the third hole a lot too. In fact, these 2 heifers are a whole lot alike in my eyes. They're very, very similar in terms of their type and kind, and that's a really close pair for me. If you like power cattle and big, stout, massive ones, you're going to love this heifer that's here in this 4th hole. This thing's got a lot of bone, a lot of mass, a lot of shape. For me here today, she just doesn't quite fit the mold that I'm looking for sure, but that's a really nice female. She wants to hit the ground a little harder and maybe just a little too much. She's a little more mature in her look. I like the future of the 2 heifers in front of her. I like the future in this one too. I read this as being a really, really nice female. I like her a lot. She won her class, to me, hands down. But for me, the decision in this division comes down to these 2 heifers right here in this 2 and 3 hole. And there is differences in them, but they are very similar, and I like both of them a tremendous amount. The big difference that I see here today is the heifer in this 2 hole, her neck just sits a little higher on the top side of her shoulder. She's a little nicer in through her chest floor. I like the way both these heifers move. I see a touch more length of body and a bit more extension in the heifer in 2 than I do in 3, but these heifers I've seen full sisters not look this much alike. I like this kind of cattle. I like them a tremendous amount, but when it comes down to it, the little things are going to sort this for me. This heifer right here in front of me is going to be your division champion, and you'll be reserved today. Congratulations to both of you. I could see that going a number of ways on down the line. That's how I see it today.
Big class of these November heifers on the Angus side, and I think lots of good females up and down this lineup. I think you could populate your pasture with any of these cattle and still do good with them because they're good, useful kind of females. Just subtle things, I think, that sort them. This heifer to me is just really an eye catcher in terms of look, balance, and symmetry. She's a female that's in the right rig in terms of condition. Now, some people are going to pick on her for that skin there underneath of her chin, and I said yesterday that doesn't really bother me because when I went to college, I got a little more skin underneath my chin too. She's really got a doable look to her, but yet she's still really attractive in terms of her movement. I like the way that heifer hinges off both ends of her framework. I think she'll be a good senior yearling as well. The next heifer is really stout and really powerful. You like those things about her. She probably is a little tidier up and through her throat lash in the heifer that starts the class. A little steeper off the edge of her shoulder and probably not as freewheeling as the heifer that starts off this group, but I like this female's power, her punch, and her dimension. I think she's a good, useful kind. The heifer that comes in 3, I moved her up quite a bit. I kind of missed her there at the start. I love her at the ground. The shape of her feet are good. The depth of her heel is good. Got just a nickel chest in her. That doesn't really bother me a whole lot. She wants to get a little outside of herself as you watch her go from behind, and that's enough of a difference to probably sort her down in this group. I like this heifer. She's really functional in her type and her kind, and be moderate framed and easy keeping. I really like the extra length that she has. I wish she was just a little stronger on her hind leg, and I think you could use this heifer up a little higher. She just wants to come apart a bit there from behind, but I love her extra length aside, her extra femininity. She's a very nice kind of a female. Next heifer is big and stout, lots of power and punch. For as big as she is up high, I'd like to spread her at her base, wants to pull her hocks together, and at times you'll catch her where she wants to come over in her knee there just a notch. Here's an attractive heifer that when you get up on the front third of her, just like to open her up in her forerib and drop her down there a bit. But I like this female's look, her presence, and her style. I like to mash her tail head down into the corner of her rump there just a bit more. Here's a real burly maid, Callie, kind of a female. It's a little plainer as you study her from the side. You want to knock some of that chest out of her, but I like the utility and the softness that she has. Female that's good on her hind leg, nice in terms of her feet. We just need to peel some of the bark off her tree in terms of condition. Here's an attractive heifer that just sinks in her top and just doesn't stay as collected when you ask her to get out and go, but a feminine, very mobile heifer that's a nice up front. I just wish her parts and her pieces blended together a little better when she gets out and moves. This heifer's got a striking look from the profile. She just needs a different hind leg. She wants to paddle and just doesn't have quite the flexibility there from behind that you like. On the standstill, this heifer can gain 2, 3, 4 spots in this class. She's a little bigger in her hock, and consequently, she just doesn't utilize her hind leg quite as comfortably. We're getting into some nice cattle that have some quality to them, some depth of body, not a lot of real structural flaws, and these cattle, as you get on down the line, this is a big one here that I'd probably like to tone down just a notch in terms of frame size and maturity and in terms of cow weight, but still some good cattle and a real strong, deep class.
Okay, let me get you caught back up here. We have a small traffic jam up here at the announcer stand, but I will get you caught back up here. Selected as our junior heifer calf champion in our Shorthorn show is entry 61, Soul Red Night Rose, 6452, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. That heifer will also be our bred known champion. Our reserve junior heifer calf champion is entry 68, CF Dream Lady 626, shown by Paige Wickard, Wilkinson, Indiana. Congratulations to both Sarah and to Paige. Our reserve bred known female is entry 60, Isabel 605, shown by Jaden Compton, Tipton, Iowa. We're in our ring now is Class 20, Shorthorn Winter Heifer Calves, Class 20. Class placings from Class 10 in our Angus show. First entry 98, CCC Blackbird C413, shown by Cheyenne Jones, Campbellsville, Kentucky. Second entry 109, Champion Hill Georgina 8950, shown by Brandy Facemeyer, Fraser's Bottom, West Virginia. Third entry 112, shown by Sydney Facemeyer, Fraser's Bottom, West Virginia. Fourth entry 103, shown by Laramie Chafin, Roodhouse, Illinois. Fifth entry 97, shown by Erica Harrell, Roseville, Illinois. Sixth entry 115, shown by Megan Green, Leavenworth, Kansas. Seventh entry 106, shown by Kaylee Dahlquist, Washington, Pennsylvania. Eighth entry 111, shown by Jesse Cronick, Brazelton, Georgia. Ninth entry 107, Callie Flanders, Buffalo, Kentucky. 10th entry 104, Thomas Smoot, Campbellsville, Kentucky. 11th entry 101, shown by Devin Brown, Bloomington, Indiana. 12th entry 108, shown by Katie Lynn Smith, Coleman, Alabama. 13th entry 117, shown by Jake Tweedy in Bowdoin, Arkansas. 14th entry 114, shown by Leslie Craig, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Class placings are as follows: 5, 1, 11, 4, 10, 7, 9, 12, 2, 8, 3, 14, 6, and 13. In our Angus ring now is Class 11 Senior Heifer Calves in our Angus show.
here's a big, stout, powerful individual that just sort of overwhelms this class in terms of her weight per day of age and just overall performance, length of body and extension. At the same point in time, she's a heifer that's shaped right. She's not perfect in terms of her structure, but I don't know that any of these heifers are. It's just a matter of preferences here, and she's also one that's probably the most alert in this class and probably the most difficult to show. But when you get that heifer parked and you get her set up and everything comes together, she comes to the top of the class for me fairly handily. Nice made heifer here that's coming next. It's just a little greener in terms of her condition here today, but she's one that I think's got some future. She just runs into some trouble for me as far as overall shape and mass and dimension as you compare her to your class winner. Then we come with a couple of heifers here that are very similar in terms of their type and kind as I read them. I'm going to go with the heifer today that I just see has a little bit more of a futuristic look, if you will, a little cleaner made sort of female, a little less condition on her. I just see a little less condition and a touch more future in the heifer than I do coming next. I like this female that's coming next as far as just from a simplicity standpoint, a heifer that's really nice in terms of her depth of rib and body. I just see her building up some fat around her tail head there, and I just don't see as much future in that heifer. In fact, the future may lay on this heifer that is going to complete the class. I like the way that one's made quite a lot. She just needs a lot more time to develop. She's very youthful in her appearance and a really nice heifer to complete this class.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 20, winner heifer calves, is entry 89, M.M. Darlene MSC 158C, shown by Clayton Poppy, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second is entry 92, FFS Hot Rosie 15, shown by Zach Fanning, Chestnut, Illinois. Third, entry 84, shown by Kyle Pisconi, Burbank, Ohio. Fourth, entry 85, shown by Kendall Nelson, Seneca, Illinois. And fifth is entry 88, shown by Hannah Smith, Sherman, Texas. Placings in that class were 3, 4, 5, 1, and 2.
10 o'clock now.
Entering the Shorthorn ring now is Class 21, Senior Heifer Calves. Class 21, Senior Heifer Calves. Shorthorn exhibitors, we need Class 22 and 23 to the makeup ring immediately. Angus exhibitors, Class 11 is in the ring. We need final call for Class 12 and 13 to the makeup ring. All Angus exhibitors, Class 12 and 13 to the makeup ring. Thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce our Shorthorn royalty here today. My dear friend, our national Shorthorn Lassie Queen, Macy Bachanus from Columbus, Nebraska. Macy is studying ag education at Central Community College, and she has served as our national queen for the year. Thank you, Macy. You've done a great job. Our alternate Shorthorn Lassie Queen is Miss Riley Francis from Fordville, North Dakota. Riley is studying biology and chemistry at North Dakota State University. With us also today is Miss Taylor Strope, your Nebraska Lassie Queen from O'Neill, Nebraska. She's a senior at O'Neill High School, and she plans on majoring in Ag Ed and Communications, hopefully at K-State. And also with us is our Texas Lassie Queen, Miss Shelby Armstrong from Damon, Texas. She is currently at Blinn Community College studying chiropractic. Let's put our hands together and thank all of these young ladies for helping us put on our Shorthorn show today.
I can make it easier for you, or I can make it a lot harder for you.
Attention in the barn. For you steer exhibitors, we're looking at a 2 o'clock to 2:30 start time. Any of you steer exhibitors within the sound of my voice, just trying to keep you updated, we're looking at between a 2 and 2:30 start time for steer exhibitors.
This is an interesting class and one that can piece together a number of ways for you around the ring. I could see this going a number of ways. For me, I'm going to go with the heifer that just comes to me with the least amount of faults, and this heifer that's in first. I like her structure, like the way she's made. I like her frame size. I just like the overall mass and dimension that she has. Actually, these first two heifers are quite similar in my mind. I just see a little bit more structural correctness in the heifer that wins the class than I do the heifer in two. Heifer in second is very shapy. She's bigger boned. She's really stout and massive in terms of her shape and power. She maybe not quite as correct up in her front end as she hits the ground a little harder, maybe than the heifer does that wins the class. The one that gives you the most trouble is this one in three, and she's by far the gassiest one in here. It's got the most gas in her tank and the most horsepower, and she can strike you a number of different ways. This heifer either has to go first or third, and today she's third for me. When I first looked at her, I wanted to read her as one that was really neat looking, and when I got her off to the side, I just started looking at that female, and I just think she's going to outgrow her skeleton. I think that her ribbing and her muscle structure is going to have a hard time catching up with the end framework that heifer potentially could be. But I like that one a lot, and she's certainly got a lot of performance. Here's a heifer that comes here next that's got more depth of rib and a lot more body. She's maybe a little more sensible in terms of her size, and she's one that I'd like to run up a little higher here today, but I just have a problem with her on her hind legs and the way that she goes away from me. She wants to just travel too close at the ground here today, but I like that one's rib shape just about as well as any of them in the class. Then we come in with a heifer that's going to complete this class. At the end of the day, it's really correct in her top line. You like that about her. You like her extra length of body and extension. I like the way this heifer's neck sets up on the top side of her shoulder. The problem again for me, just like in a lot of the classes, she just doesn't have enough depth of rib and body and enough ribbing to place any higher here today.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 21, Shorthorn Senior Heifer Calves is entry 94, DKSN MUHL Mirage 1027, shown by Brittany Mulecamp, Salina, Ohio. Second is entry 93, DKSN MUHL Mirage 1027, 1, shown by Brittany Mulecamp, Salina, Ohio. Third, entry 99, shown by Emily Honey, Elizabethtown, Indiana. Fourth, entry 95, shown by Lizzie Schoenlein, Portland, Indiana. And fifth is entry 98, shown by Chase Mesner, Jerseyville, Illinois. Placings in this class were 2, 1, 4, 5, and 3. Entering the ring now is Class 22, Shorthorn Senior Heifer Calves. Class 22 is in the ring.
Shorthorn's in class 23 and class 26.
Attention in the Shorthorn barn. We need all the entries from Class 23 and 26. Class 23 Senior Heifer Calves, Class 26 Summer Yearling Females to the makeup ring immediately. attention in the Shorthorn barn. We need Class 109 from Molly Williams, entry 109. We need you to the makeup ring for Class 23. Entry 109, Shorthorn heifer to the makeup ring immediately. Now comments in our Angus ring from Dr. Blake Bloomberg.
Really a nice set of these early Octobers, and I think 3 of these heifers that come find themselves to the front. Lots of variation in type and kind, and these two. I think first and second match up better, so you decide where you want to be on the third heifer, and I think she's either first or third in this group. Bring all 3 of them around here so we can look at them. The heifer that wins the class, I really like the dimension that she has. I like her power and her substance. You know, she's wallowing a little bit out here, probably not getting out and hitting her stride just perfect. But I think the structure becomes a wash really to me on the top 3 cattle. Each one of them has a thing you tweak. This heifer's big-bodied. She's got the most volume. She's really stout out through her hip, good at the ground in terms of foot and bone work. I wish she'd just get out and grab a gear structurally. She's just a little hesitant out here in the way that she's hitting the ground. I don't think there's a structural flaw there. She just acts a little sluggish, but you get her out, and there's times when she moves pretty good. There are times where she comes up a little short. I love the power, the substance, and the strength that heifer has. I think she still needs to win the class. I like the stretch of this second heifer. She's a little different in terms of type. I think she more closely is like the heifer that wins the class. She wants to roll in on her front feet, and she'll bow out on her hock just a little bit. She's big and stout and high performance kind. With that, I would change just the shape of her front feet a bit and the way she goes to the ground. But I think you have to keep those 2 together, because this one to me is either first or third. And you decide where you want to be on this one. There's things I really like about this heifer in terms of her sleekness of design, her attractiveness, her femininity. When you set her in motion, she too wants to get up underneath of herself. Both those heifers in second and third could be squared up on their feet. So I used the 2 heifers that I thought were a little stouter, but you could use that third heifer and sure talk your way right through it. There's a lot of things I like about this 4th heifer. There's just not as much of her in anywhere you want to look at her in terms of right behind her shoulder. She'll open up on you at the base of her shoulder just a bit more and wants to throw her front feet out. I like this heifer in terms of the volume she's got. She just doesn't have enough base width and skeletal width to get up any higher in this group. I lost this heifer for a minute, and I found her and gathered her back. She's real attractive, long-bodied. She's really smooth in terms of her makeup. I'd like to just stouten her up a bit as you go in this heifer all the way through, give her just a little more internal dimension and capacity, but she's a very attractive heifer that's smooth and sleek in terms of her look. This next heifer's got a lot of power, a lot of substance. With that, she consequently gets a little tighter in her top line, doesn't balance up there as you study her from the top of her shoulder back into her tail head quite as nicely, but lots of rib, volume, and stoutness in this female. I like this heifer as well, just really easy keeping in her look, maybe a little duller and plainer in terms of her elegance, but I think a female that's big-ribbed, a lot of middle to her, opens up a little more at her shoulder. This heifer's deep-bodied, needs to just peel some of the condition off of her. This heifer needs to go a little bit better out of her front end, like the depth and spring of rib. This heifer's fresh and nicely presented and sound. I wish there was more to her, and I'd get her up quite a ways in this class. This heifer needs to be stouter, but she's deep-bodied. This female just doesn't move quite as nicely off either end of her framework, but a female that's got some dimension as you get up on top of her.
Okay, Kyle.
We need 157.
We got a smaller class over here in this Shorthorn division. The heifer that wins this class for me does so fairly handily. Heifer that's got the most performance, power, dimension, bone. Ironically, you know, when you first look at this heifer, you wonder if she's going to move as good. And to tell you the truth, I probably prefer her structurally as well to win this class. She's a heifer that moves very well. She's got a big square foot underneath her, and I like that a lot about her. The one that I thought would probably move the best and be the soundest in terms of her structure, just the way that she's made, is this heifer that's here in second. And as I watch her go around the ring, she's just one that she actually kind of has that permanent set to her hind leg, but she doesn't really pick it up and flex, and that bothers me to a certain degree. But she's by far the heifer that's got the next most quality, the next most stoutness and dimension to her in this class. Then we come with 2 heifers here to complete this class that are both different in terms of their type and kind. I could see you swapping these these around. It just kind of depends on how you catch these heifers and what angles that you want to look at them. I'm going to go with one that just has enough more added body and performance, length of body, and just overall mass and design as compared to the heifer that completes the class. But the heifer that completes the class is one that probably gives you a bit more look from the side at times. Both really good cattle.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 22, Shorthorn Senior Heifer Calves is entry 101. Fox Caroline 515, shown by Sheridan Fox, Conawa, Iowa. Second is entry 106, MM Pearl MSC 132C, shown by Cole Spencer, Jerseyville, Illinois. Third, entry 104, shown by Clayton Miller, Beecher City, Illinois. And fourth, entry 102, shown by Stetson Kleiss, New London, Missouri. Placings in that class were 1, 5, 3, and 2. Entering our Shorthorn ring is Class 23, Senior Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our division champion. Following this class, there will be a division. Placings in Class 11 in our Angus show. First is entry 121, Dameron Princess 5218, shown by Jack Dameron, Towanda, Illinois. Second, entry 137, SCC SCH Phyllis 5102, shown by Haley Trainum, Maxwell, California. Third, entry 119, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Fourth, entry 133, Carly Jones, Earth, Texas. Fifth, entry 120, shown by Brett Dyer, Rising Fawn, Georgia. Sixth, entry 132, Laney Stevens, West Salem, Illinois. Seventh, entry 139, shown by Jesse Cronick, Brazelton, Georgia. Eighth, entry 130, shown by Ty Raines, Seaman, Ohio. Ninth, entry 129, shown by Mary Kate Bendledge, Neota, Illinois. 10th, entry 127, shown by Lawson Rowlett, Hurricane Mills, Tennessee. 11th, entry 136, shown by Jackson Marsh, Carrollton, Kentucky. And 12th, entry 123, shown by Michaela Jeffries, Horse Cave, Kentucky. Placings in that class: 3, 5, 1, 12, 10, 9, 8, 6, 4, 11, 2, and 7. In our ring now is Class 12. Angus Heifer Calves, Class 12. Attention in the barn, we need all entries for Class 13 and 14. Classes 13 and 14. Angus Heifer Calves to the make-ready area, please. Classes 13 and 14. Senior Heifer Calves, Angus Senior Heifer Calves to the make-up ring immediately.
This is one of those instances where you wish you could take these top two heifers and put them together, because I think you could have a really nice individual. The reason I'm going to do it the way that I'm doing it here is I just don't think there's enough power and performance in that heifer in second, but I love the way she's made. And I like the way that this heifer's made too. So if you study them and you sort out all the differences, this heifer's got a really nice rib shape to her. You get behind her and you can see that sweep and shape to her that she has to her rib. She's long, level top. She's laid in nice at her shoulder. She's nice in through her head and neck. The heifer behind her is a little higher presented kind of female, and I like that about her for sure. She just, as you study her and you study the weight and the performance, I just can't hardly do it today. If this heifer was a touch bigger and a little bit framier in comparison to that heifer, I'd have no problem doing this. But as you analyze this heifer and you study her and the age that she is, I just wish that there was a little more heifer here today, but I really like the way that that one's made. Then we come with the heifer here next. It's one that's really easy doing, deep-bodied, flesh ability is there for sure. She's not a lot different than the heifer that just left the ring in that regard. I just don't see quite as much balance and eye appeal and look in this one. She wants to drop a touch more chest floor. I could see that heifer getting pretty big up in her front end if you're not careful with her in terms of the condition that she's in today. The same goes for the next heifer. This is a real cowy looking female. It's long bodied and real level in her lines. She's just one for me that lacks a lot of balance and eye appeal for me here today. She's got a touch of navel in her, and she wants to get a little pony around her tail head. I'd like to shave some condition off of her. The problem is, if you shaved a lot of condition off of her, I'm not sure that there's enough heifer there to place any higher today for me either. The heifer that comes next, this is a good one in terms of balance and eye appeal. Again, I just don't see quite as much heifer there. When I get right behind her, she wants to get a little bit flatter down in her lower quarter as I watch her go away from me in comparison to the cattle that just left the ring. Here's a real eye-appealing heifer that's just a little green in terms of her condition here today. She's one that's got some future for sure. I like the length of body and extension in that one. Her better days are going to be ahead of her once she gets some more condition on her and gets some more body to drop down in that one.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 23 Senior Heifer Calves is entry 110. RHS Dream Girls 975, shown by Alexis Hansen, DeKalb, Illinois. Second, entry 108. WHR CH Cecilia, shown by Eli Smallwood, Monticello, Georgia. Third, entry 107, shown by Kyle Jones, Bleeberville, Texas. Fourth is entry 111, shown by Wilson Matthews, Cartersville, Georgia. Fifth, entry 109, shown by Molly Williams, Gamaliel, Kentucky. And sixth is entry 105, shown by Hannah Smith, Sherman, Texas. Placings in that class were 6, 3, 2, 5, 1, and 4. We now will be selecting our senior heifer calf and reserve heifer calf champion in our Shorthorn ring.
Another really good class, and they just keep coming along here in the Angus side. To me, a female that commands first, though, in this group. You just love her from the side. I love her balance. I love her look. She's good in her underline as well. Nice down her top and out through her hip. She's not the biggest, widest pinned heifer we've seen today, but I think certainly plenty enough for a female. I like the way she gets out and travels. She's really fresh in terms of her condition. I think she finds herself to the front of this class pretty easily. I think the pair of sword is 2 and 3, and I think this heifer just has a little more stretch to her, and the female that comes in 3, I think she's a little better in the shape at the top of her neck and the way it sits up at the point of her shoulder. She'll roll in on her front feet just a little more, and I would change her there, but I like her extra length of pattern, length of top, and length of hip as we compare to the heifer that comes in 3. Here's a big-bodied heifer. It's got some foot and some bone underneath of her. She's just a little plainer as you study her from the profile, maybe just a bit more compact in the way that she's designed. I'd like to just stretch her out a bit as you study her in terms of length and extension from the profile, but a nice shape to her feet, still moves well, wants to pull her hocks together just a little more on the travel. The next heifer, I do like the extra stretch that she has. She's just not quite as conducted when you ask her to get out and travel out of her front end, a little straighter there, but I do like the look, the balance, the eye appeal this female has. Gives you a great, great look. This heifer's deep-bodied, again, very feminine in the way she's made up and through her front end, really nice up in the way her neck sits up at the top of her shoulder. Just got to stouten her up and open her up all the way through. This heifer's a chunk in terms of stoutness and power. Comes out next. She's just lumbers a little too much out of her shoulder. We need to make her stronger as she goes to the ground. Here's a real typey little heifer that comes out next that just probably doesn't have enough to her, but in terms of foot size and bone work, sure like a lot of things about that female. Just need to see a little bit more of her. Easy keeping kind of female here. It's kind of to her undoing in this group. She's got a little more condition on her. Like to take some of that off. She too rolls on those front feet. And the heifer that closes this class, she's one of the better heifers we've had on the end of a class today. She's still very functional, very deep-bodied, still pretty sound. Just probably doesn't have quite some of the extra intangibles we find in some cattle on up the line. Good, strong class.
Kyle, you ready? Comments now from our judge on our Shorthorn ring after the long explanation of that last class in our Angus ring from Mr. Kyle Collier.
Okay, we're down to a division over here in the Shorthorn side, and I think a nice division of cattle. These don't maybe fit together quite as well as the last divisions. I'll be the first one to admit, but I think in terms of quality, we have them out here for sure. The heifer that won that first class is one that's real striking from the profile. She's a heifer that's real green in terms of her appearance. She's hard, and she's got some future for sure. If I was going to pick on her today, she's one that wants to get a little different in her top. She kind of gets a little higher in her top as she gets on the go. And as you can see right now, the heifer kind of wants to run downhill and break behind her shoulders just a touch. But I like that heifer in terms of her condition, her freshness that she comes to us here today. The heifer that won the second class is one that I like quite a bit. When you get her back out here in this lineup, she puts a lot of things together for me. She's sound in terms of her structure. She's got some depth of rib and some body. She's one that just puts her parts and pieces together very nice. I like her because she's a touch more relaxed in her spine than the heifer that I see just in front of her. I don't mind this heifer that won this third class either. You know, she's from just simple standpoint, she's got some bones, some power. I like her big square foot that she's got underneath her. She's maybe not quite up my alley as far as the kind of cattle that I'm looking at here today, but she's still a good heifer. And ironically, that heifer is one on the standstill that you would wonder if she's very sound, and she really is. She really travels fairly well, so I like that about her. The heifer that won this last class is one that is kind of hard to evaluate. She comes to you pretty darn honest here today in terms of her fit and just the way that she looks and her overall condition. She's one that's got a lot of length of body and extension and look. I like the way that she is in her top. I especially like the length that she has from her hooks back into her pins. But when it's all said and done, there's just too much more power and dimension in this heifer here that won this second class. She's going to be your champion in this particular division. And then when you come back here and you look at the reserve and you look at the differences here, and I remember these two heifers when they were in class, they were a whole lot alike, and I don't really see how you can split these heifers up today and run a different heifer in here in between them. So I'm going to go ahead and use her for your reserve in this division here today. Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you, Kyle. Selected as your senior heifer calf champion in our Shorthorn show is entry 94, DKSN Mule Mirage 1027T, shown by Brittany Mulecamp, Salina, Ohio. And selected as a reserve in this division is her full sister, entry 93, DKSN Mule Mirage 1027, also shown by Brittany Mulecamp, Salina, Ohio. Congratulations, Brittany. These heifers will also be our bred and owned champions, so great accomplishment there. Placings in Class 12 in our Angus ring. First was entry 142, PVF Proven Queen 5250, shown by Corey Mosier, Larchwood, Iowa. Second was entry 151. Maple Crest Rita, 5124, shown by Ann Dameron, Towanda, Illinois. Third, entry 149, shown by Whitney Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Fourth is entry 150, shown by Bailey Wolfkuhl, Barrington, Kansas. Fifth is entry 152, shown by Drew Brookshire, Winder, Georgia. Sixth, entry 144, shown by Gracia Ramp, Yates City, Illinois. Seventh, entry 145, shown by Morgan Skilwaki, Baker City, Oregon. Eighth is entry 140, shown by Maggie Sparks, Winchester, Kentucky. And ninth, entry 147, shown by Jaden Tweedy in Bowdoin, Arkansas. Placings in that class. Class 12 Angus heifers was 8, 1, 6, 7, 9. Entry 148 was a scratch. Then we had 3, 4, 2, and 5. In our Angus ring now is Class 13 Senior Heifer Calves.
You're missing class 9?
I wrote it down.
In our Shorthorn ring now is Class 26 Summer Yearling Females, Class 26 Summer Yearling Females. Shorthorn exhibitors, we need Class 27, 28, Class 27 and 28 to the makeup ring immediately. And Angus exhibitors, we need Class 14 and 17 to the makeup ring immediately. Class 14 and 17. For those of you that are attending the North American this year, if you have loved ones at home that would like to watch the show live via the internet, I'll give you a minute to write this down, but the website that you can log on to watch live coverage of our North American is www.livestockexpo.org. That's www.livestockexpo.org.
Thanks, Diane.
This is a little tougher class here, and these two heifers on the top end of this class are fairly challenging for me, but I think the difference here for me is when you put them in motion, and this heifer that's going to win the class just stays so much truer in her top. I like how she's a little more relaxed in her spine, and I like how she holds herself from her hooks back into her pins on the move. I prefer that just a touch better than the heifer that I do in second. The heifer in second's probably got a touch more dimension to her, especially down low. Problem for me is when we put this heifer in motion, she kind of wants to roach up in her top and then drop her pins, wants to travel up underneath herself just a touch as I compare to the heifer that wins the class. And the heifer that's here in third certainly has some length of body and some extension. I like her trueness to her top and how she's a bit more relaxed in her spine. Maybe the heifer that's in second just doesn't have quite the quality, quite the dimension and overall eye appeal that we see in the cattle just above her.
It's already got cold enough for me.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 26, Shorthorn Summer Yearling Females is entry 114. Lorenz's Mona Lisa 15, shown by Gracie Rinker, Strasburg, Illinois. Second is entry 113. MM Belly Dancer, MSC 514C, shown by Clayton Poppy, Jerseyville, Illinois. And third is entry 112, shown by Allison Uteg, Grand Ridge, Illinois. Entering the ring now is Class 27, Late Spring Yearling Females. Shorthorn, Class 27, Late Spring Yearling Females.
A good class here before the division. Some different types in this group, and we got 3 heifers that a little different in the way that they're made. We use a more moderate heifer to me that just stays the soundest. As you watch her go to the ground, the shape of her feet are good. She's not the widest, thickest heifer in here, but she's got a great look as you study her from the profile. I'd spread her a bit at her knee, and I'd maybe give her just a little more base width, but a killer look to this one as you get off to her from the side. And to me, has senior yearling written all over her next year because of her fundamentals of structure, look, balance, symmetry. I think finds herself to the front of this class. These are 2 big ones here in second and third, and again, by no means am I the frame score police, so you decide where you want to be on these 2. This heifer's big and stout, and I think she's better moving than the heifer in third. I don't think she's as nice up through her front end as the female that leads off the class. I think she's a bit more set out in her shoulder, but I like the way she pieces together from end to end better than the heifer that comes in third, who does give you a striking look when she gets collected over here on the profile. It's when she comes right at you where she wants to throw out those front feet. She wants to deviate just a bit more from the hock down to the ground, just not as comfortable in her gait as the 2 heifers right ahead of her. Those are 3 nice females. You decide where you want to be on those 3. I preferred the one that I thought was the soundest and a little more moderate. The heifer that comes next is good kind of cattle, deep-bodied, really got some spring of rib. Just need to stouten her up and open her up if she's going to move up in this particular group, but she hit a real nice trio up on top. Here's a big-ribbed, high-volume kind of a female that's easy keeping. Just need to peel some of the condition off of her. Heifer's got a little more daylight underneath of her that comes next. We'd like to drop down in her flank. I like her down her top. I like her in her underpinning pretty well. Just need to soften her up a bit. Another heifer that closes the class is a female that has some length and some extension. Done a good job of keeping the fat off this heifer from a condition standpoint. She's a female. We just need to blow her apart and stouten her up all the way through.
Placings in Class 13. Angus Senior Heifer Calves is entry 166. EXAR Princess 5863, shown by Carter Ward, Plattsburgh, Missouri. Second, entry 165. MC PVF Black Cap 5228, shown by Zachary McCall, Greenville, Virginia. Third, entry 157, shown by Sterling Reichenbach, Bath, Michigan. Fourth, entry 155, shown by Mia Allison, El Reno, Oklahoma. Fifth, entry 161, shown by Justin Wood, Willow Spring, North Carolina. Sixth, entry 163, shown by Michaela Raines, Seaman, Ohio. Seventh, entry 158, shown by Andrew Klinkhammer, West Lafayette, Indiana. Eighth, entry 165, shown by Hunter Carrico, Lakeville, Indiana. Placings in this class were 4, entry 156 is out, then 3, 7, 5, entry 162 is a scratch, then 6, 8, 2, and 1. In our Angus ring now is Class 14. Class 14 Senior Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion Senior Heifer Calf. We will have a division champion following this class. Kyle?
This is a tough class to piece together, and I wouldn't argue with you if you want to go some different ways here. And these top 3 heifers, it just wasn't a bang-bang kind of deal for me. I'll be the first one to admit. But when you really get down to it and start studying these females, the heifer that comes to the top of the class for me does so just because she comes to me with the least amount of faults. When you really get down to the nuts and bolts of the deal, she's a heifer that's very sound in terms of her structural correctness. I like her on the move. move. I like the way she holds her hook, from her hooks to her pins. I think the difference here between 1 and 2 for me is the shape that this heifer has up over her top and back in through her hip as compared to the heifer that's here in second. This heifer bothers me just a little bit back in through her hip, and she's a heifer that's certainly got a lot of power and dimension. She's one that's probably got a touch more shape in through her rib than the heifer that wins the class. But I think that's very, very close. Wouldn't argue with you if you want to go a number of ways there. And tell you the truth, this heifer in third's not bad either. This is one that's very correct in her lines. I like a levelness in the way that she holds herself from her hooks to her pins on the move. I like the levelness that she has in through her top. When I really, really get to studying this heifer, though, I just wonder how much she really has to her by nature. She wants to just flatten up through her lower quarter quite a bit, and probably why I have her here, the biggest reason is she's a little too soft in her pasterns for me here today. She just wants to travel way down low, and her feet are just a hair long, and that could be part of it. But that's the little things that I see in these top three, and like I say, you can do them a number of ways if you'd like to. This heifer coming next is one that's fairly stout. She's got some added bone and some dimension to her. She's a big square-footed heifer. I'm just not sure that this one's on her game today in terms of the way she feels. She just kind of down-eared at times, and she's one that just kind of wants to travel a little different on her feet and legs. I just wonder if that heifer's all together there today, but she's one that's certainly very stout and powerful in terms of the way she's made. Then we come with a couple heifers here to complete the class that are very contrasting in terms of their type and kind. I'm going to go with the heifer that's a little more medium in terms of her frame size. I just read her as being a little sounder here today as compared to the heifer that completes the class. I wish she moved quite a bit different and I could get her up a little bit higher. But nice class of cattle. Top three are really tough. And now comments from our announcer, Kent Jakey.
Placing first in Class 27, late spring yearling females, is entry 115, Soul Mary's Roses, 5763C, shown by Carly Kirkpatrick, Avila, Indiana. Second is entry 120, Scheffler Roxanne, UPG 1530, shown by Molly McCullough, DeWitt, Iowa. Third is entry 121, shown by Georgia Casatorno, Hilmer, California. Fourth is entry 119, shown by Heather Berry, Brown City, Michigan. Fifth is entry 116, shown by Taylor Mulecamp, Salina, Ohio. And sixth is entry 117, shown by Danny Powell Jr., New London, Missouri. Placings in that class, 1, 5, 6, 4, 2, and 3. Entering the ring now is Class 28, late spring yearling females. Shorthorn Class 28, late spring yearling females is in the ring. Following this class, we will be selecting our intermediate and reserve intermediate champion Shorthorn female. We will have a division following this class. Attention in the barn. I know this is very rare for everybody to understand, but I made a mistake. We will be starting the steer show approximately 1 o'clock today. The steers will be shown in the west ring. They'll follow the Shorthorn show. So we have an estimated time to start our steer show today at 1 o'clock. You will follow the Shorthorn show today. Hereford exhibitors, you'll be showing in the east ring, and you will follow the Angus Junior show at its completion. So Angus, after the Angus show today, we will be beginning our Hereford show in the east ring. Our steers will be approximately start at 1 o'clock, and they will follow the Shorthorns. My mistake. I apologize.
do though.
Don't you say one word.
It's another good class here, a female to me that finds herself to the front relatively easy in this group. I just love her pliability, her center body dimension, yet she's got some base width and she gets out and travels with some flex and freedom off both ends of her framework. She's not the prettiest up through her front end, but I still think plenty cow-like in her facial feature. I like that pose right there in terms of just the softness of her flank. She's got some width as you get in behind her, some clearance at her hock. I think a nice female to lead off this class. Heifer in second's very fresh in terms of her condition. She just doesn't have as much middle to her as the heifer that starts off the class. She gets a little tighter right there in through her heart. Doesn't have quite the belly sweep we find in the female that leads off the class. But I think she's got a little sounder structural base underneath of her than the female that comes in third. I think this heifer, again, has bright days ahead of her. She's maybe just a little leaner, and perhaps it causes her to not have quite as much to her as the heifer that wins the class. Here's a big stout, dimensional kind of a female. It just pushes a little more shoulder, doesn't have quite that slope and angulation up front that I would prefer. I love her hip and her hind leg and the way she drops from her pins down. Just need to change her a bit out of her front skeleton. Here's a big-bodied, easy-keeping kind of a female. It's just a little plainer as you study her from the side, but certainly very useful and a lot of utility to her. Real attractive female that comes out next. It's a little more refined in her makeup. Doesn't have quite as much structural width to her. Here's a real big-bodied, easy-keeping kind of a female. It's just starting to push the limit for me in terms of condition, and she wants to separate a bit more at the top of her shoulder. Real stretchy heifer that comes out next, going to have a beautiful udder laid in underneath of her. Just need to see a little more middle third. Here's a balanced heifer that's still pretty good kind. She just gets out-horsed, and the female that closed the class, I think, has a little more issue in terms of her structural base, but a female that's powerful, stout, lots of dimension. Just need to loosen her up.
First and second.
Thank you, Blake. Placing first in Class 14, Angus Senior Heifer Calves is entry 170, DDA Northern Miss 1548, shown by Haley Boyd, Waynesville, Illinois. Second, entry 168, PVF Blackbird 5227, shown by Lauren Moole, Lexington, Illinois. Third, entry 172, shown by William Harsh, Radnor, Ohio. Fourth, entry 171, shown by Gordon Clark, Gretna, Virginia. Fifth, entry 167, shown by Bella Chandler, Commerce, Georgia. Sixth, entry 177, shown by Ryan Donovan, Petersburg, Tennessee. Seventh, entry 169, shown by Lanny LaBeouf, DeRidder, Louisiana. Eighth is entry 174, shown by Blake Rutherford, Indianapolis, Indiana. And ninth is entry 178, shown by Hannah Rose, New Palestine, Indiana. Placings in that class were 5, 2, 7, 1, 4, 3, 8, 6, and 9. We now will be selecting our champion senior heifer calf and reserve senior heifer calf champion in our Angus ring.
Hey, Jake.
This is an interesting class, and this heifer that wins this class for me, I'm not going to tell you that this is easy, to tell you the truth. This is the kind of heifer that I like, there's no question. And from the stands, I could see you thinking that this heifer maybe wins this class really easy. And for me, she really doesn't. I like this female a tremendous amount from the striking view that she gives you, the depth of rib, the body, the added bone that she has. And as I study her, sometimes I'm worried about her back into her hip, and just she looks just a little bit man-made to me in comparison to the heifer just behind her. Looks a little more real in terms of her type. This heifer from the side, though, and the way that she looks, I'm just kind of going to defer judgment on this one for a bit. But she's just good enough and has that much more quality that she's going to win this class. For me, she does so fairly handily just because she's so balanced and has such a good look to her from the side that I just don't see how you can do anything but make her win this class. I like the way this heifer's made here in 2, and this female's really a real kind of heifer. I mean, this heifer's got a lot of shape to her by nature. I like her back into her hip. I just see a touch more natural shape, if you will, between her hooks and her pins. I like the way this heifer's made a tremendous amount. She just ran into a heifer today that's got enough more balance and eye appeal that she's going to have to be second. I like this heifer here as well in 3rd, and this is one that you can contemplate putting a number of ways. I just saw enough more dimension and power in the heifer that just left the ring in comparison to this one. But I like the way this female's made, especially up in through her shoulder and her front end. I like the way her neck sets up on the top side of her shoulder. Just a really nice balanced, nice complete female there. Here we come with a real stout one that's real big topped, and I like her from her shoulders up at the top side of her shoulders, back in through her hooks and her pins. Just doesn't have quite the balance and eye appeal that I see in the cattle just above her here today. Here's a long-bodied one that just needs a little more depth of rib and dimension to place her any higher in the class. I'd like to make her a little more flexible off her hind leg. Here's a really, really stout one that's going to come up next. This red heifer right here. Now this thing here is massive. She is powerful. The problem with her for me is she's just not feminine enough. She wants to look a little steery for me here today, but if you like one with some power and you take that one, she'd be a fun one to mate if you could get her toned down a little bit, make her a touch more feminine. Then we come with a couple heifers here. They're really nice in terms of balance and profile, just not enough cattle to place any higher today.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 28, late spring yearling Shorthorn females, is entry 128, Soul Dream Lady 5445C, shown by Kinley Kreis, Adamsville, Ohio. Second is entry 125, Colt Simple Pride 2289E, shown by Kendall Nelson, Seneca, Illinois. Third, entry 122, shown by Robert Rogers, Kendallville, Indiana. Fourth, entry 124, shown by Mason Edwards, Huxley, Iowa. Fifth is entry 129, shown by Molly Williams, Gamaliel, Kentucky. Sixth is entry 132, shown by Wilson Matthews, Cartersville, Georgia. Seventh, entry 130, shown by Lane Harden, Sibley, Illinois. And eighth is entry 127, shown by Robert Anderson, Monroeville, Indiana. We now are placings in that class with 3, 4, 2, 8, 1, 5, 7, and 6. We now will be selecting our intermediate and reserve intermediate champion female in our Shorthorn show. Once again, for you steer exhibitors, we have an approximate time of 1 o'clock. Start time at 1 o'clock today in the West Ring in Freedom Hall. Attention in the barn, we need class 31 and 32, Shorthorn females, class 31 and 32 to the makeup ring. In our Angus ring, we need classes 17, 18, and 19. Please bring Angus classes 17, 18, and 19 to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
What another outstanding division on the Angus side. And if you would, let's give them a good round of applause here. Our senior heifer calf selection. These things are real good. We started out with a nice class here, a December heifer that's really big-bodied. I like the power and the substance that she has. She was a bit more modern in her frame than the heifer that came second in that group. I thought she moved a little nicer. We talked about it in class. You could elevate her maybe just a bit up and through her front end, but boy, you'd take her for a cow. She's going to be moderate-sized, easy-keeping, big-bellied, and still has some power in her. Heifer that won the next class, I thought, did so pretty easily for me, just in terms of her structural build. A female that's got lots of quality as you watch her and study her and go from the side. She's maybe one of the frailer boned heifers out here, but still I think enough bone to her. Heifer's got some width and still enough power in her. Still got a nice captivating look and really fresh in terms of her condition. Heifer that comes out of the next class is really wide open in terms of her framework, big down her top and expansive out through her hip. You know, she just gets out here, and I don't know if she ever just grabs the gear to me that I'd like to see her in terms of her skeleton. You know, she's one that you sure like a lot of things about, but a female I just like to loosen up a bit structurally. You know, she's got maybe a little more shoulder in her, but I think you have to accept that for the amount of power she has down her top, out through her hip, the width she has from behind. I just would like to elongate her stride and see her catch a different gear in terms of movement, but I like that heifer really well. Female that comes out of the next class, you talk about drawing one from the side in terms of length, femininity, symmetry, and balance. I think this heifer puts a lot of those things together. And then again, you have to decide here between the next two cattle and the one in the back, are these two wide enough and is that one pretty enough? And we'll get to that in a minute. If you say this heifer's wide enough, her build, her skeletal integrity, her look, and her quality from the side, I think are extra good. These two look alike in that regard. This one's beautifully balanced. She's big-footed and she's heavy-structured. Probably doesn't have as much internal dimension as the heifer right in front of her or the one behind her, but I still think very fresh in terms of her condition. Nice down her top and out through her. I like the set of her hind leg. I like the angulation up into her shoulder. She's a female I think has lots of good in her as well. And this heifer won our last class. Is just a big-bodied, easy-keeping look to her, good construction to her hind leg. She's a little shorter bodied perhaps. I think that helps her to look deeper in the middle part of her rib. She, again, like we said, wasn't going to win any beauty contests up through her front end. I think she's cowy in her presence. She's really good in terms of the cow-like look she has about her face, her head, and her neck. Again, not the most extended up front, so you decide where you want to be on her in that regard. We got some good seconds on this side. It could easily be over here. I'm sure these cattle get jumbled around on Tuesday as well, and that's the nice thing about it. These cattle will look different on different days, but I'm really pleased with these as they come back out here. I'm going to take one more look at them. I'll get you a champion in reserve in this division. Let's give them a nice round of applause. We'll make our selection.
We're also getting ready to pick a division over here in the Shorthorn show, and one that is a little more difficult, I'll be honest with you, to piece together. And when it comes right down to it, the two heifers that won the second and third class are the two that meet my needs the best, and they're way, way different in terms of their type and kind, and there's going to be some give and take here. The main thing that I can see here is differences in terms of condition and just the cattle in general, and the way that the way that they're at in terms of their condition and the time of the year that it is, honestly. This heifer that won the second class, she's one that I really like. I think she's very real. I think that this heifer is very honest. I like her structure. At times, though, there's times where she just kind of gives you that look like, does she have enough look and power and overall dimension in relationship to the heifer just behind her to go ahead and win this division? And that's the question, because this heifer here, the one that we talked about in the last class that gave me a little bit of trouble, she still looks good. You know, you get her off to the side and you look at the balance and the profile that she gives. I love her depth of rib, and probably the difference for me is her depth of body down from her brisket back into her flank. Now this heifer, I don't think I know. If she were mine, I'd like to trim some condition off of her and see what she would look like. She's one of those heifers that feeds extremely well, to tell you the truth. I think she's one of those heifers that when you feed her, she puts the things in the right spots, but when you really start to analyze this heifer, I think she's got a bit too much on her. I'll be the first one to admit that. But she is a high-quality female. She's got some extra bone. I like her foot size in relationship to the heifer calf just in front of her. The heifer just in front of her as well. A lot of times when I see her go around the ring, she wants to get a bit stiff in her shoulder as compared to the heifer behind her. So there's some big-time give and take in these two heifers. You can sort them how you want to. Today, there's just enough more look and enough more heifer here. I'm going to go ahead and use this heifer to win this division, and you'll be reserved. Congratulations to both of you.
He's got to pick a bred and owned, right? He's going to pick your bred and owned. Selected as your senior heifer calf champion in our Angus show. Congratulations, entry 142, PVF Proven Queen, 5250, shown by Corey Mosier, Larchwood, Iowa. And your reserve is entry 166, EXAR Princess, 5863, shown by Carter Ward, Plattsburgh, Missouri. Congratulations to both Corey and to Carter. In our Shorthorn division, selected as our intermediate champion female is entry 128, Soul Dream Lady, 5445C, shown by Kinley Krice, Adamsville, Ohio. And entry 115 is our reserve division. That is Soul Mary's Roses, 5763C, shown by Carly Kirkpatrick, Avila, Indiana. Congratulations to both Kinley and to Carly.
We only have one bred and owned heifer in this division, which is kind of unfortunate, but this heifer, we talked about this one in class, and it's kind of interesting that she comes back as a bred and owned because she was one of those heifers that is overwhelming in terms of her mass and power. This heifer's got a ton of shape to her. She's great big hipped and great big top. As you can plainly see, this heifer needs to have some more femininity, but I think there's a lot of bulls that this heifer could be mated to. She'll provide the power for sure, as long as you can get one that'll make her a touch more feminine. I think you'll really like the mating here. So congratulations to you and a really stout, massive female for your bred and owned champion in this division.
And your bred and owned champion in our Shorthorn division and our intermediate is entry 132, MLFHF Princess Layla, shown by Wilson Matthews, Cartersville, Georgia. Congratulations. And our bred and owned champion in our senior heifer calf division in our Angus show is entry 121, Dameron Princess 5218, shown by Jack Dameron, Towanda, Illinois. Entering the ring now, in our Shorthorn ring is Class 31, Early Spring Yearling Females. Class 31, Shorthorn, Early Spring Yearling Females. In the ring now. Once again, for all of you steer exhibitors, we will be following the Shorthorn show today. We have an approximate start time of 1 p.m. 1 p.m. steer show will start at 1 p.m.
there's a real nice made heifer to win this class, and she's also the most feminine and the most elegant, especially up and through her front end. You like the way the neck sets up on the top side of this one's shoulder. I love her levelness and correctness of top and her length from her hooks to her pins. She just hooks all of her parts and pieces up really nice. When you first look at her, you wonder if she's big and stout enough to win this class, and then when you really analyze her and you look at the weight and performance, I think 1375 or something's plenty big for an April heifer. I don't read that to be a problem, and she's just the best made female in this class for me today. If you want one with a little more power and a little more substance, a touch more bone, you're going to like this heifer in second quite a lot. She's a real soft-made, easy flushing kind of female. For me, she just may be a little too much, wants to get a little too rough up in her head. She, again, is kind of like that other heifer that we saw. I'm not so sure that this one's having her best day in terms of the way she feels. She's kind of down-eared and just sort of walking around the ring like she maybe doesn't feel quite the best today, but that's one that's got a lot of power, and you certainly got to appreciate that about her. The next one coming up in line is certainly more feminine, and especially up and through her front end, her head, and her neck than the heifer that's just leaving the ring. I just wasn't convinced that she had enough power to go ahead and beat that one today. She wants to hockey in at the ground quite a bit as I watch her go away from me. I'd like to see her maintain a touch more base width. However, I do prefer the way that she moves away from me a touch better than I do the heifer that's going to come next. Now, the next one maintains a touch more base width, but maybe it's in the wrong way. This heifer wants to just sort of walk outside of her skeleton a little bit, maybe travels a little too wide. I'd like to make her a touch more flexible, but that's a heifer that's got some balance and some eye appeal, and you certainly got to like that about her. Here's a well-balanced heifer that's certainly got some look. She's well presented, a female that just doesn't have enough power and dimension to get up any higher here today.
Pair of these August-born heifers to start our summer division, and a nice female to lead off with, very fresh, very attractive, good in her top line and out through her hip, and still gets out and moves with some comfort, some stability off both ends. The heifer comes in second, it's a little bigger body perhaps, a little deeper flank, but she doesn't handle herself quite as good on the move. She's a little wastier up in the lower one-third of her body, but an easy keeping kind of female. We just need to change her in the way she drives off of her hind leg. Nice pair.
Thank you, Blake. Placing first in Class 17, Angus Summer Yearling Females is entry 180. Dameron Northern Miss 5195, shown by Callie Rumbold, Wyanett, Illinois. And second is entry 179, Maple Crest Valley 5130, shown by Ellie Kidwell, Wahongdon, Ohio. Entering the ring now, Class 18, Summer Yearling Angus Females. Class 18 is in the ring. Please be bringing Class 19 and 20 to the makeup ring. Angus Females, Class 19 and 20 to the makeup ring immediately. Placings in Class 31 in our Shorthorn show, early spring yearling females. First entry 135, GCC Turner's Margie 542E, shown by Gavin Sender, Mahomet, Illinois. Second entry 137, WFSC Sarah Rose, shown by Carly Baumeister, Deckerville, Michigan. Third entry 138, shown by Amanda Annette, Attica, Ohio. Fourth entry 133, shown by Erica Harrell, Roseville, Illinois. And fifth entry 134, shown by Addison Holstein, Plainville, Indiana. Placings in that class, 4, 5, 1, 2, and 3. In the ring now is Class 32, Shorthorn Early Spring Yearling Females. Shorthorn exhibitors, please bring Class 33 and 34 to the makeup ring immediately. Class 33 and 34 Shorthorn females to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
Well, there ain't a bad one in this class. I'll tell you what, this is some serious quality that we have to sort through, and luckily for me, this heifer that wins this class does so for me actually fairly handily just because she's so darn fault-free. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this heifer. She travels good. She's got a nice shape to her. I like her up over her top. I like her head, her neck. Just puts a lot of good together for me here today, and a heifer that's naturally nice too. I don't read her as having a lot of extra condition. Now I'm not saying that she's not in show shape by any stretch of the imagination, but not a lot of extra in that heifer. I like that one quite a bit. The next heifer that comes up in line's a lot like her in terms of her type and kind. I just see enough more length of body and extension, especially out through the heifer and versus hip. This one wants to just get a little bit shorter hipped and wants to get travel just a hair stiffer, and those are very little things because both those heifers are very nice. Here's a heifer that I really, really wanted to like a lot, and I do from the standstill. But as you can see, when this heifer gets to motoring around the ring, and she wants to get real, real tight in her top, and especially right over her loin, and she wants to really pinch really hard, and just having a little trouble moving around today. But I like the way that one's designed a tremendous amount. I really like the depth of rib and the body that she has for sure. Here comes a heifer that's a touch stouter for sure, maybe in terms of her dimension. I like the way that she holds her top just a bit better on the move than the heifer that leaves the ring. I just don't see quite the balance and eye appeal in that one today. Here's a good looking one that's going to come next, and you know, every one of them's got something that you like, and when this heifer hits the ring, this thing right here, if you could put a neck and a head on those like that, and her neck just comes up out of the top side of her shoulder, she's really alert. That's a cool looking deal up there up in her front end. The problem with me is she just doesn't have enough depth of body, and she wants to get too high up in her tail head today, but she's got some good pieces as well.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 32 early spring yearling females is entry 139. Colt Marble Veru 1-1 ET, shown by Kane Agater, Seward, Nebraska. Second is entry 141, Sol Lavish Tina, shown by Craig Bratcher, Elizabeth, Indiana. Third, entry 143, shown by Allie Muir, Jackson Center, Ohio. Fourth, entry 142, shown by Maya Linky Hetrick, Fremont, Ohio. And fifth is entry 140, shown by Keisha Burgess, Charlotte, Michigan. Placings in this class, 1, 5, 2, 4, and 3. Now comments in our Angus ring from our judge, Dr. Blake Bloomberg.
Good set of these July heifers in here, and again, 6 females that you could kick out and sure make some money on. I like all 6 of them pretty well. This heifer finds herself to the front because she's the most dynamic in her look as you study her from the profile. I think she's the freshest conditioned heifer in this particular group. Got big body laid in there and to her rib cage, a female that's got some power and some stoutness as you get up on top of her. Still have a few classes to go in this division. We'll see how she stacks up, but I like that heifer real well. I think she's got a lot of good things. Heifer that comes next, now these are a couple of bigger heifers here that come in second and third. This female is just a ground sow in terms of body and mass and width. She's got a little more condition packed onto her skeleton, maybe perhaps in the heifer that leads off the class. You could make her a little tidier up in there through her breastplate and her chest. But I like her body. I like her capacity. I think she's a female that has got lots of rib. She gets a little tighter on her hock as you watch her go right away from you. This one is big, and you decide where you want to be on her. She's real big, 1,605 pounds, and again, she'll raise a herd bull in terms of performance. That's never going to go out of style. The commercial cattlemen need some growth. Now, I don't mind that she's big. I just don't think she's as correct as the top 2 cattle in terms of the way that she moves off of her hind leg. But she's a nice female in terms of power and stoutness. Hopefully Jakey won't cough into our mic again so we can finish talking this class. But this is a modern heifer that's deep bodied, that's really attractive here. Just gets out-horsed a little bit by the top end of this particular group, and she wants to shuffle a bit more off of her hind leg. I like this female, long-bodied, extended from the profile. She wants to deviate just a little bit right there behind her shoulder, maybe a bit more one-dimensional, but I think a little tubular in her rib design. But I like that female's kind really well. She's extended, long-bodied, going to make a good cow. Just need to open her up a bit. And then the heifer that closes the class, a moderate frame, sensibly sized kind of a female, wants to paddle just a little bit more off of her hind leg. We need to intensify her at the ground just a bit.
Thanks, Blake. Placing first in Class 18 is entry 183. PVF Missy 5216, shown by Cheyenne Jones, Campbellsville, Kentucky. Second is entry 182, Champion Hill, Georgina 8872, shown by Lydia Dance, Hillsboro, Ohio. Third, entry 184, shown by Olivia Wilson, Ogden, Illinois. Fourth, entry 187, shown by Samuel Henderson, East Troy, Wisconsin. Fifth, entry 185, shown by Carter Lampy, Bowling Green, Ohio. And sixth is entry 181, shown by Kate Tomlinson, Asbury, West Virginia. Placings in our last class was 6, 2, 1, 3, 5, and 4. Entering the ring now, Class 19, Summer Yearling Angus Females, Class 19. Please bring Class 20 to the makeup ring immediately. Angus Females, Class 20, you should be in the makeup ring right now.
These are two really, really nice heifers up here at the top end of this class, and they're the kind of cattle that I think we need to be looking at here. These two heifers are really nice sized cattle. They're still stout. They've got a lot of performance, but man, you talk about a couple of cow prospects here. I think you've got them. And for me, I just can't get away from this heifer that's going to win this class in terms of her cow power and her length of body. I see the differences here is just simply in terms of length. I like the the long level hip that this heifer has that comes in first, and she maintains a little more levelness from her hooks to her pins here. I also see her being just a little trimmer in her jaw and underneath her chin, and man, you just love the depth of rib and body and durability that both of these heifers have. I like this heifer in second, has a touch more bone, but when I really start to analyze these two heifers, and I wanted to see them back out here from the profile and just confirm that what I was thinking was true, and I just don't see how you can't agree that this heifer is just so much longer and leveler out of her hip and just so much more length aside. And then when you look at their back numbers and just look at the added weight that that heifer has, it tells the story pretty easy that that heifer, there's just enough more cow there. She's going to go ahead and place up above this heifer today. But both really, really nice heifers that I enjoy looking at. I enjoy evaluating those two heifers a tremendous amount. The next heifer that's coming up in line, now this is an interesting female right here, and she can strike a number of poses for you, and there's just no way that you either got to use this heifer or you got to put her in three, and that's where I ended up with her today. When you get up on top of this heifer, she's really impressive for sure, but as I get her off to the profile and back off and just really analyze this female, I just think that she's a little too framey in relationship to what she has underneath, but that's a really neat looking heifer that I enjoy looking at as well. Here's a more moderate sized kind of heifer. It's deep ribbed, and she's certainly got some look to her as well. I like the shape that this one has. She just doesn't have enough length and extension and just overall look that the heifers have above her, but I mean, that's a good heifer to be all the way down here in the fourth hole for sure. Just a really tough class. Then we come with another heifer that's certainly got some look to her as well, and just doesn't have quite the balance and quite the eye appeal. I just don't see as much shape to this heifer underneath as I do the cattle that are leaving the ring ahead of her. Then we come in with a heifer that completes the class, and again, she's a moderate sized sort of female. It looks like she's going to make a nice cow. She's right in terms of her structure. She's just one that doesn't have enough balance and eye appeal and overall look to get up any higher today. Nice class of heifers.
Good set of these June heifers on the Angus side. Again, 6 of them that I think make really functional, efficient kind of cows. This female that leads off, I think, just has the most dynamic look as you study her from the side. She's made really nice in her top line and out through her hip. A female that, as you watch her go and travel, she moves good enough. She rolls a little on her front feet if you want to get critical of her, but I think this female finds herself to the front of this class because of her look, her balance, her symmetry, and her freshness. I really like the broodiness of this heifer in second. I know you need to knock some of the chest out of her, but I do think that'll melt right off at first lactation. She's got a beautiful udder laid in underneath of her, good hind leg, even a little bigger timbered than the heifer that starts off the class. She just does get a little plainer on us as we study her from the side, but I like her real well. I like the softness of her flank, the utility that she look that she gives us. This heifer's really striking from the side, and she's really fresh, and I toyed with getting her up in this class, and then when she moves, to me, she just labors a little more out of her front end and pulls her hocks together, just doesn't stay as comfortable on the drive as what we find in those top 2 females. But on the standstill, she makes it interesting in terms of look and eye appeal and balance. She wants to get a little base wide up and through her shoulder, pigeon toes, and kind of throws that front leg out a little bit more than what I would like. This is a good heifer, easy doing in her kind, deep-bodied, lots of practicality. She wants to throw her hind leg a little bit as you watch her get out and travel. I think this female is going to be real moderate, though, easy keeping kind of a cattle that's deep rib. I'd probably like to see just a little more genuine width in her as you study her. She's starting to get a little bit more development up around her pones, but good kind of female. Here's a big, stout, robust kind that comes out next. She wallers just a little more out of her front end as well, and I'd like to peel some of the condition off of her, but again, I like the body capacity, I like the volume. I think a female that's got some good in her. Then a nice, sensibly sized heifer to close the class. She gets a little upright there in her top line and maybe not quite as nice on the move, but I think a female that still has some good in her. She's fresher conditioned than a couple of the other ones in this class.
Thank you, Blake. Placing first in Class 19 in our Angus show is entry 192, EXAR Winnie 5794, shown by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Second is entry 189, Dameron C5 Elsa 1519, shown by Ella Brooks, Prophetstown, Illinois. Third, entry 197, shown by Paige Piney, Hastings, Minnesota. Fourth, entry 193, shown by Olivia Wilson, Ogden, Illinois. Fifth, entry 195, shown by Brandy Painter, Hebron, Ohio. And sixth, entry 190, shown by Alyssa Friesian, Arnett, Oklahoma. Placings in that class were 2, 6, 1, 4, 5, and 3. Entering our Angus ring now is Class 20, late spring yearling females, Class 20, late spring yearling Angus females. Following this class, we will be selecting our intermediate and reserve intermediate Angus females. There will be a division following this class. Placings in our Shorthorn ring from Class 33, early spring yearling females first was entry 152, Saul Bowes Margaret 5007, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, entry 149, CSF Margie 575, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Third, entry 146, shown by Allison Dragstrom, Amboy, Indiana. Fourth, entry 151, shown by Reed Utterback, Elwood, Indiana. Fifth, entry 145, shown by Cody Hollingsworth, Lebanon, Indiana. And sixth is entry 147, shown by Brady Tracy, Marome, Indiana. Placings again in this class, 5, 3, 6, 2, 4, and 1. Our judge in our Shorthorn ring is now evaluating Class 34 early spring yearling females. Following this Class 34, we will be selecting our junior and reserve junior champion females in our Shorthorn show. There will be a division following this class.
I like this heifer a tremendous amount that wins this class. I mean, I think she is built right. This heifer's deep ribbed. She's really nice from her forerib back into her flank. I like the levelness that she travels with over the top, and just how she holds her top on the move is very, very nice. I like the way this heifer travels away from me, and as I watch her go from the side, she's just got a really nice shape and set to her hind leg. I like this heifer the way she blends up into her front end. She just paints a real nice picture for me from the side. I just really like that female quite a lot. I like this heifer that comes in second too, and she's a bit more medium in terms of her size for sure. Here's a deep ribbed one that's shaped really right. She's the next most my kind for sure in this class. She's a deep ribbed heifer. Looks real cowy. She's fairly sound as well. I don't read her being quite as sound as the heifer that wins the class, but she's nice. She wants to get a touch pointier in her toes, and every once in a while she wants to kind of rotate her hawk around, kind of different, but I mean that's getting awful nitpicky because she's awful sound as well. I like that female quite a lot, especially from a cow power standpoint. Here's a real long-bodied, good-looking one that just doesn't have quite as much rib and depth of body and just overall mass and shape as the heifer that we saw that just left the ring. Then we come with one that maybe does have a touch more rib and body and shape, just doesn't have quite the look and balance of the heifer just in front of her. I like the front end and the look that you have in this heifer coming next that this young man has. When he's that young, it's kind of hard to hold their front ends up and make them look real good, but she's good fronted on her own, and that heifer's got some power to her as well. When you watch her go away from you, she just doesn't have enough depth of rib and body. As with the next heifer that completes the class, and quality runs way deep in this class, because if you watch all those other heifers go away and you have this one out here by herself, I like her quite a bit when she's by herself, but she just doesn't have enough to her, especially in the lower third of her body today, to place any higher.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 34, early spring yearling Shorthorn females is entry 159, Soul Dream On 5158, shown by Sarah Rose Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second is entry 153, Soul Rosemary 5362, shown by Jessica Millenbaugh, Crestline, Ohio. Third, entry 156, shown by Xavier Ferris, Whiteland, Indiana. Fourth, entry 160, shown by Aaron Lay, Madisonville, Tennessee. Fifth, entry 157, shown by Wyatt Osborne, Lynchburg, Ohio. And sixth, entry 158, shown by Carter Hodge, Good Hope, Illinois. Placings in that class, 2, 3, 5, 6, 1, and 4. We now will be selecting our Shorthorn Junior and Reserve Junior Champion Female. Shorthorn exhibitors, please bring classes 37 and 38 and 39. Please be bringing classes 37, 38, and 39 to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you. Angus exhibitors, class 20 is in the ring. Following this class, we will have a division. So please bring class 23 and 24 Angus females to the makeup ring. Angus exhibitors, we need classes 23 and 24. Please be making your way to the makeup ring immediately. Once again, for those of you that are attending our show that would like to have loved ones that possibly could not make it, if they'd like to log on and is on www.livestockexpo.org. Once again, www.livestockexpo.org.
This is awesome right here. I mean, you get these classes back out here and look at these cattle, and I'm really happy with all of these heifers in this division. I'd take any one of these heifers home and be very, very proud to do that. And I think it starts all the way down here at this heifer on this end. And of these heifers, I believe that she comes to us the most honest and probably the greenest in terms of her condition, and what a look that this heifer gives you from the side. I really like the neck and the head and the length of top and the correctness that this heifer has. And she may be, her better days honestly could be ahead of her. I could see this heifer, she's a little green right now. They could be targeting her her maybe for a different show on down the line. You put a little bit more on this one. I like her a lot. I think she's structured really right. To me today, she runs into some power problems in comparison to the rest of the cattle, and I realize that a lot of that is conditioned, but she also has a touch of navel underneath, and there's a few little things that you can pick on her, but man, that heifer's got a good look, and I love the condition that she's in here today. I like this heifer that comes next, and to me, this one is really, really hard to poke a hole in. You know, I'm not saying that she's one of the most striking heifers right off the bat, but when you really get to analyzing this one, what do you really not like about her? I don't know. I mean, I think she's got a good look to her. I think she's good fronted, long, level hip, good structured, moves well, deep-bodied. You can talk about all of it. She's just a really nice heifer, and I think that she presents herself very nicely, and especially right now, she's set up about as good as you could get her. I like that heifer a lot. You know, and we always talk about, well, the cow in the group is this one. And to me, yeah, the cow in the group is this heifer for sure that's right in front of me. Now, that heifer just has a cowy look. Am I telling you that she's going to make a better cow than any of these heifers in the ring? I don't know. She has the prototypical look of a cow, I guess I should say that. And that's what I like about her. This heifer is very feminine. She's real cowy. She probably doesn't have quite the eye appeal of the cattle on either side of her, and definitely not the heifer behind her for sure, but I really like that one. I think she's got a lot of useful parts. To me, I like the combination of show heifer and cow, and I think that's what we find in this heifer that won that last class. Now this one to me it is a cow and she's a show heifer, and I think she does that very well and combines those two things. She's very elegant, nice fronted, she's long, she's level top, she's real deep bodied, but at the same time she can strike a really nice look for you at a lot of times. I hardly ever catch that heifer where I don't like to look at her. Every time I look over there, she looks good. Doesn't matter how she's set up, doesn't matter where she's out in the ring. I like her all the time. So when it comes down to it, I think that there's 4 excellent heifers out here. If I don't win this division and I'm one of you guys out there, I'm mad because I think that I had a legitimate chance to do so, and I agree with you. I mean, you do. But for me, when it comes right down to it, it actually, it's not simple, but it is for me. I like this heifer right here to win this division. I always have. I liked her when she came in the ring. She'll be your division champion, and then to follow her up, I like this one right here, and he'll be reserved today. Congratulations to both of you guys. Excellent set of cattle. You ought to be really proud of them.
Go ahead, Blake.
Well, another extremely good class on our Angus side, and this one was a no-doubter when she come through that gate that she was going to win this class. This is a good heifer. I think balances well, big-bodied. Lots of utility in this female. I like her foot size and her bone work. Everything matches on that heifer. She gets to wallering a little bit because she's trying to fight, but if you really study that heifer's structure, she moves well. She's got a good set of her hind legs. She's big-footed. I think this female is the one that suits my type very well. Then you got lots of different things you can do. These next 3 heifers, I think you can jumble around lots of ways. I really like this heifer from the profile. I think she's extremely fresh. Now she looks a little small compared to the one that comes next, and really the heifers on either side of the big one do. But I think this heifer's enough more correct in her skeletal design that you throw size out the window, and again, you can dictate that for your environment. But her structure, her look, her eye appeal, her freshness propels her to second. I'd like to stouten her up just a bit as you watch her go from behind compared to the heifers on either side of her, but a useful kind of a female. Now this one, somewhere Jake's yelling at me because he loves big ones, and it wouldn't bother him that she's a little bigger. And I like this heifer extremely well. You know, she's pushing it, I think, for me in terms of her size. One thing I would say about this heifer, she's got a great big productive vulva, which I really like as you get it around and study this heifer. That picture right there is where she looks so good. When you set her in motion, to me, she comes apart a little more up and through her shoulder. She tightens a little bit more on her hock. And, you know, again, where you're at with her as far as frame size, I think is up to you. For me, it was more of a structural issue on that heifer and how she just went in terms of her gait that I'd like to just loosen her up a pinch. I don't care how big she is. She's a good heifer. I just like her to move a little better. This one would like to be anywhere but out here on the green chips, so she's just fighting it, and I think it takes away from her and detracts from her just a little bit. She's a moderate, deep-ribbed, bold-sprung kind of a female. She just wants to push herself a little more out of her front end, and she just doesn't get out with that comfort and stability up front that we find in those other four. That's a great set of females up on the top end of this class. Not that we have a break here. This is a very functional female, going to make a good kind of a replacement. Again, she's functional, useful, deep-bodied, just maybe doesn't have some of the extra bells and whistles of some cattle on up the line. Another good heifer that comes out next that we just need to organize a little bit differently at the ground. Here's a long-bodied, extended heifer from the profile that wants to sink in her loin and pull in her top. Here's another big one that is just a little poor in terms of the way she moves out of her front end. This gets a little more cumbersome in the way that she travels. Here's a moderate heifer that gets a little hooky on her hind legs. I like the springer rib and the volume she's got. Here's a pretty attractive heifer that we just need to make her one that I think is good in terms of kind, just maybe need to see a little more pizzazz. And then this heifer that closed the class, really fresh in terms of her condition, a bit more upright in the angle of her shoulder and wants to tighten out of her hock.
Over here we have a bred and owned decision to make here, and talk about some quality. I mean, these are some really, really nice heifers that you're going to have to decide what to mate these ones to. And you know, the heifer that was out here earlier and the cow prospect for sure in this entire group to me is this heifer right here in front of me. She'll win this division of bred and owned cattle, and you'll be reserved. Both these heifers very, very nice in terms of their type and kind. And I like the two others that are out here too. They're definitely not throwaway cattle. I just prefer these two heifers for your champion in reserve. Congratulations.
In our Shorthorn ring, selected as our junior champion females, entry 159, Soul Dream On 5158, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. And our reserve female in that division was entry 139, Colt Marble the Roo, shown by Kane Agater, Seward, Nebraska. Congratulations to both Sarah and to Kane. Entering the ring now in our Shorthorn division is Class 37 Junior Yearling Females. Class 37 Junior Yearling Females. Shorthorn exhibitors, we need Class 38 and 39 to the makeup ring immediately. Class 38 and 39 to the makeup ring immediately. In our Angus ring, results from Class 20. Winning that class is entry 202, Seldom Rest Sandy 5086, shown by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Second, entry 213, PVF Proven Queen 5195, shown by Lauren Moole, Lexington, Illinois. Third, entry 211, shown by Colton Lorenz, Woodville, Wisconsin. Fourth is entry 214, shown by Keegan Cassidy, Normal, Illinois. Fifth, entry 209, Reed Shipman, Manhattan, Kansas. Sixth, entry 215, Callie Flanders from Buffalo, Kentucky. Seventh, entry 206, shown by Leslie Craig, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Eighth, entry 203, shown by Brandon Hickey, Mount Pulaski, Illinois. Ninth, entry 216, shown by Katie Story, Clyde, Ohio. 10th, entry 207, shown by Taylor Munson, Walker, Iowa. Were 11, 1, 8, 7, 10, 5, 3, 2, 4, 6, and 9. We now are selecting our champion and reserve champion intermediate Angus female. Angus exhibitors, we need classes 23 and 24 to the makeup ring immediately. Angus exhibitors, classes 23 and 24 to the makeup ring immediately.
Well, we're through 3 divisions, or we're about to be, and I tell you, this has been so good. So many good ones have come through that gate, and yet we have another division where we technically think we might get a little break in terms of quality because of the summer division, but by no means is that the case in this grouping. These are 8 excellent females out here. Maybe not necessarily the most popular time to calve, but when these ones were born, I bet people got excited because this is good stock out here. This August heifer is really nice from the profile. She gets out horsed a little bit in this group, but she's fresh and she's got some balance to her. She's a good, useful type of a female. We get into the 3 good ones then out of these next 3 classes, and there's some subtle differences between them. Here's a big-bodied one that's really got a nice shape to her rib, a female that's just so capacious in terms of her kind, one that you certainly like in that regard. You watch this heifer go, and I think she's adequate in terms of the way she moves. When she goes away from you, she'll shuffle a bit more outside of her skeleton, but still, I think, plenty good at the ground. This female opens up a little more at the point of her shoulder, but she's got a lot of power and punch in her. You have to accept some of that, I think. Sometimes you can't rob Peter to pay Paul, but because you want muscle, you want power, but you're going to have to accept a little shoulder. She doesn't blend as smoothly as the 2 behind her, but she's got a little more to her as well. I like that heifer. I think she's a very, very unique kind. This female in the middle of these 3 is one that's very nice from the profile, very nicely balanced. She's probably the frailest one, maybe, in terms of dimension and just bone work of these 3, but she's one that I think moves very well. I like the set of her hock. I like the reach off of her hind leg. We talked about her in class. She'll roll in on her front feet just a little bit, and I would change her in that regard, and at times she'll rise up in her top line just a notch, but I like her length, I like her extension, I like her femininity. This one is so good in so many areas in terms of just belly sweep and body shape, and still I think in the right rig to me as far as condition. You know, she's starting to put a little more on, but again, I don't think by any means would I call her fat. That heifer moves well. She's got a good set of her hind leg, nice shape to her foot. She's big-footed, heavy-structured, a female that's really cowy in terms of her look. You could lean her up a pinch maybe if you wanted to, but again, I'm not going to get super critical of that because I think that female puts a lot of awful nice things together. Great division. We've got some good seconds on the other side. We'll keep the drum rolling along here. We'll pick you a champion in this grouping, but give them a nice round of applause. Excellent group of cattle.
Selected as your intermediate champion female is entry 202, Seldom Rest Sandy, 5086, shown by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Congratulations, Sid. Sydney's heifer will also be our bred known champion for this division, too. And selected as your reserve division is entry 192, EXAR Winnie 5794, also shown by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Congratulations, Sid. Now comments in our Shorthorn ring from our judge, Mr. Kyle Collier.
They're holding us up over here. Anyway, this is an interesting pair of cattle up on the top end of this class, and a lot of times you run into a situation like this where if you could just take both of them and put them in one package, you'd have one heck of a beast. And I think that's definitely the scenario here, and there's a lot of give and take in these heifers. If you want one from the shoulders back, you're going to like the heifer in second. From the shoulders forward, you're going to like the heifer in first. But I think the heifer that's in first also has enough to her. It's not like this is a narrow-gauged, flat-muscled female. This heifer's got enough to her. She just doesn't have as much as the heifer in second. The heifer in second is one that's got a ton of dimension and shape and power to her. She's big-boned and real solid that way. For me, where she runs into some serious trouble is up in her head and neck. And I'm not a front-end freak by any stretch of the imagination, but this one's just too burly and too steery looking up in her front end for me. But I love the mass and the body and the dimension that this heifer has. I'd just like to combine those two females if I could. Neither one of them are perfect, but they're very high-quality cattle for sure. Then we come with a heifer here next that's real nice in terms of her lines and the way that she holds her top on the move. I like her from her hooks to her pins. Structurally, she's really nice as well. She just doesn't have enough mass and power to get over the heifer here that's in second today. Then we come with a heifer in fourth that kind of spells the same story. Again, good looking, really nice front end. I love the way she blends into her shoulder and up and through her front end. Just not enough power, not enough substance for me to place her any higher today.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 37, Shorthorn Junior Yearling Females is entry 162. Soul Edgy Dream Lady E.T., shown by John Gellerman, Petersburg, Illinois. Second, entry 163, Soul Cherry Moon 5993C, shown by Kathy Lehman, Shelby, Ohio. Third, entry 167, shown by Miller Smith, Pendleton, Indiana. And fourth, entry 166, shown by Harley Sargent, Denison, Texas. Placings in that class were 1, 2, 4, and 3. Entering the ring now on our Shorthorn show is Class 38 Junior Yearling Females. We do have an added entry in this class. For those of you following along, if you'd like to write this down, it's entry 169. 169. She is a February 6th, 2015 female. Her name is BJSF Carly's Pride 15 ET, and she's shown by Brian Jordan, Washington Island, Wisconsin.
That's why I asked you that. We're wanting to cut them. Save money. They don't understand the functionality.
In our Angus ring today, we have Class 23. Class 23 is in the ring. Angus exhibitors, we need Class 24 and 25 to the makeup ring. Classes 24 and 25, you should be in the makeup ring. Thank you.
Switch to just one number. They'll never put it in.
Once again, for those of you in the exhibitors barn, the Hereford show will begin immediately following the Angus Junior Heifer show, and the steer show will follow the Shorthorn show. Once again, we'll have a start time of 1 o'clock for our steer show. 1 o'clock.
Instead of these late April heifers here, I think a female to me that finds herself to the top just in terms of cow power and broodiness and softness of flank. I like the width of base that this heifer has. She's really good in terms of her flank line. Top is strong, got a nickel chest in her. I can sure see that, but again, I think you'd have to give up too much in terms of power and substance to grab the heifer in second, who is a little fresher. I like the teat quality of the heifer that leads off. She's big and burly and massive. Here's a real fresh appearing heifer, real attractive from the side. She gets a little more fragile as you take her to the ground. Not as much to her as we compare to the cattle on either side of her. I think she's enough better, though, in terms of her skeletal design that we'll go ahead and grab her for the second spot in this class. I like the look. I like the athleticism this heifer has. I just like to give her more everywhere in terms of width and stoutness, but a good female. This one's more like the class winner, and you want to swap her in second. I sure wouldn't argue with you. She's big-footed, really heavy-structured. She's just a bit more sluggish and tentative out of her front end as we find the two heifers that lead off this class. She's just a little broader up in through her shoulder and wants to twist out a little more on her front feet. I just change her in terms of her skeleton. This next heifer's big-bodied, really deep-ribbed, lots of utility. She wants to come apart at the top of her shoulder blade and doesn't wedge into her heart quite as nicely, and she'll roll on those front feet as well. A little fresher heifer that comes next. It's a little too upright in her shoulder, just needs to move a little differently. And the heifer that closes the class, lots of capacity, lots of volume. She's the one to me that's the easiest to pick holes in from a structural standpoint, because she's going to close the gate. But she's a good female, has some depth of body and an easy keeping look.
Thank you, Blake. Placing first in class 23, spring yearling Angus females is entry 221, SLL Kelmira Katie 5008, shown by Matty Udell, Sioux City, Iowa. Second is entry 222, Dameron Lucy 5119, shown by Kaylee Rumbold, Wyanett, Illinois. Third, entry 223, shown by Hayden Weaver, Ephrata, Pennsylvania. Fourth, entry 226, shown by Brady Clandworth, Walker, Iowa. Fifth, entry 218, shown by Devin Brown, Bloomington, Indiana. And sixth was entry 217. 217 is Amber Story, Clyde, Ohio. Placings in this class were 6, 5, entry 219 was out, then 1, 2, 3, and 4. Entering the ring now, class 24, Angus females, class 24, late spring yearling females. Angus exhibitors, please bring class 25 and 26 to the makeup ring. Class 25 and 26 Angus females to the makeup ring. Now comments in our Shorthorn ring from our judge, Kyle Collier.
It's kind of tough for you to say. Anyway, hey, this is a tough pair of cattle right here, and I've jumbled around in my mind a couple different times of how you do this, really, and I've contemplated running this heifer up into first and second and back and forth, and it comes right down to it. I just can't do it. I just see enough more power and enough more dimension and bone and probably lower rib and lower quarter in this heifer that's going to go ahead and win. She's just a little more my kind as far as that goes. And I love the freshness. I like the elegance. I like the look and everything that this heifer gives to you. But when you really analyze her, and I think if you would melt the fat off of both of these heifers, I agree with you. I'll be the first one to admit I think the heifer that's going to win this class has more honor than the heifer that wins. That's in second. However, I think if you were to melt that off, that heifer still has more bone, and I still think she has more natural shape to her than the heifer does that's in second. I like the look of this one a lot, and I do appreciate the freshness, and she's one that, we all talk about as judges. I wish that this one was fresher, and then you bring one to you, and you still beat her, and I apologize for that. I do, because I just wish that this heifer had a touch more to her in relationship to the heifer that's behind her, but I do like this female a tremendous amount. You can sit there and talk about structure with these two all day long, and I don't think there's a hairpin of difference in them. They both move very, very similar in my mind. I guess when they're stopped, I prefer the heifer in first, just a little bit more from her hock down to the ground, but when you put them in motion, they both flex about the same. They're both just a little bit weak on their pasterns. They want to almost touch the ground with their dew claws, and I wish I could stand them up on their pasterns just a touch if I could, but that's a split decision too, so you can't really call that. And then you run into a heifer here in third that unfortunately ran into a couple heifers that I really, really like, but I like this one a tremendous amount too. In fact, she probably has more bone than the heifer does that just left the ring. She just doesn't have the look and the extra extension up in through her front end that the heifer does that's in second. Here's a real nice maid heifer here that's real stout as well. She just runs into some trouble for me as far as femininity and from a front end standpoint and just a profile. I just wish that heifer was a touch leaner neck because I do like her dimension and stoutness. Then we come with the heifer that's a little prettier to look at but just doesn't have as much power as the heifer above her. Same goes for the heifer, the next two heifers that complete the class. You know, again, when these heifers first walk in the ring, you really like them, and then the power just keeps coming and coming and coming, and unfortunately then a couple heifers like this that are very nice end up at the bottom end of the class, but they're very nice cattle. They certainly have a lot of usefulness as well.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 38, Junior Yearling Females is entry 176. CYT DSC Max Rosa, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, entry 175. CF V8 Mona Lisa Smile, 526, shown by John Reeser, Wildwood, Georgia. Third, entry 174, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Fourth, our added entry 169, shown by Brian Jordan, Washington Island, Wisconsin. Fifth, entry 168, shown by Michael N. Helmke, New Philadelphia, Ohio. Sixth, entry 170, shown by Tucker Pearson, Portland, Indiana. And seventh, entry 171, shown by Stetson Kleiss, New London, Missouri. Placings in that class were 5, 6, 7, 3, 2, 1, and our added entry 169 was fourth. Entering the Shorthorn ring now is Class 39 Junior Yearling Females. This will be Class 39 Junior Yearling Females. We need Class 40 Senior Yearling Females to the makeup ring. Following Class 40, we will be selecting our division champion, followed by our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn Female. Class 39 is in the ring. Got them all.
Hey, Catherine. Oh, back there. Shorthorn. Got everything. Shorthorn, Shorthorn, label.
attention in the barn. Hereford exhibitors, we're estimating the Angus show to be over with and ready to start the Hereford show somewhere between 2 and 2:30. So please be kind of watching our Angus show. Send someone up here and kind of keep an eye on it, but I think we're going to be looking about 2 to 2:30 for a Hereford show to start. Steer show will start at 1 o'clock.
I like this one a lot that wins this class. She's ultra complete for me. She's one that comes to you in nice condition. She seems real fresh to me. She's real nice in her chest floor, and that's where she beats the heifer in second, is just her overall smoothness and the way that she goes about things. I like the way that she travels away from me and touch better, and it's not necessarily because of width. I actually like the way she travels inside of her skeleton just a touch better than I do the heifer in second. I really like this heifer. She becomes real hard for me to poke a big major hole in. This heifer in second, no doubt, has a lot more performance and weight per day of age and just size and scale. She's a heifer that moves around the ring fairly good out of her front end. She just, for me, when she watch her walk away from her, she just wants to get a little stiff and travels, like I say, maybe just a little too base wide for me here today. I'd like to change that about her if I could, but no doubt the big stout power cow in the class is that heifer in 2. Here's a little more medium frame kind of heifer. If there was more of her, I could justifiably run her up there, but today there's just not enough cattle there today to compete with the heifer just above her. Then we have a heifer here coming next. It's real cowy, real feminine in terms of her design, just not quite the balance and eye appeal that we see in the cattle above her. Real good fronted one here that's going to complete the class. It's certainly moderate framed, and I just don't see enough center dimension in terms of her depth of rib and body. She wants to get a little tubular looking for me here today, but I think a real nice heifer to complete the class as well that I like in terms of her structure.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 39, Shorthorn Junior Yearling Females is entry 183. Boy Cumberland Love, 501, shown by Brandy Painter, Hebron, Ohio. Second, entry 182, Turner's GCC Margie E.T., shown by Maddie Williams, Gamaliel, Kentucky. Third, entry 177, shown by Joshua Lorenz, Grant Park, Illinois. Fourth, entry 180, shown by Trent Broerman, Camden, Ohio. And fifth, entry 178, shown by Sheridan Fox, Kanawha, Iowa. Placings in that class were 3, 5, 4, 2, and 1. Entering the ring now is our final class of the day, Class 40, Senior Yearling Females in our Shorthorn show. These are our Senior Yearling Females, Class 40. Following this class, we will be selecting our Senior and Reserve Senior Champion Female, followed by our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn Females. Now comments in Class 24 on our Angus show from our judge, Dr. Blake Bloomberg.
Really a nice heifer to lead off this class, just tremendously powerful as you study her from end to end, just a wide-made truck in terms of mass and substance, but still moves very athletically. Now the naysayers are going to say, well, she's got a little chest. Yeah, she's got a little chest, I understand that. But she's a female that in terms of dimension and power and substance still is fresh enough, and I still love the way this heifer gets out and travels. She's got some big legs underneath of her with some big feet, still some power and some substance in her. I like that heifer to lead off this class. This female, really fresh. I like the condition that she comes to us in. Wants to throw her hind legs just a little more than what I would prefer. This female is beautifully balanced as you study her from the side. Good shape to her teats, good length of her teats, beautiful up through her front end. This female, we just got to alter a bit there on her hind leg, but I like this heifer really well. I think you got to look past that to me in this group because of her extra dimension and substance that she has. Gets a little outside of herself as you watch her go away. This is a beautifully balanced, very fresh, very attractive heifer that comes in third. Wants to sink a little more in her loin, and she's a little more disappointing as you get right up on top of her and study her for upper rib shape. But in terms of an outline and a profile, I think this heifer has style for days. I just like the stoutness tighten her up a bit, give her just a little more width at her pins. But this female is so good in terms of her movement, her skeletal design. Just need to see a little more punch for me. I like this one from her shoulder back really well. And again, I hate to nitpick on something very trivial. You know, I'm not a front end freak, but she's the plainest of the top three, and in this instance, I think it gets her in trouble in this particular group. From her shoulder back, that is a wedge-made, big-bodied, deep-ribbed kind of a female, great construction to her hind leg. She's just a little chuffier up through her neck, but I like that heifer real well. Same with this one, lots of utility. I'd like to have 100 replacements that look just like her. She looks like she could maintain herself on very little supplement, but with that, as you get her in this group, she just gets a little plainer. She's a little broader about her head as well, but I like that heifer extremely well. Here's a feminine, attractive female that's smooth in her build, just a little too frail, and she's a little flatter in her upper rib shape and out of her pin set as you compare her. And again, we're talking about very trivial things that are sorting these cattle down. That's how good this class is. This is a real good heifer too. They've done a good job keeping the fat off of her. There's just not enough stoutness in this female, but I like her kind extremely well. She's the kind that'll make an excellent brood cow. We just probably need to intensify her a bit at the ground if she's going to gravitate up in this group. Here's a big, stout, high-performance kind of a female that gets a little too round out of her hip. Here's a heifer I like from the side. She just struggles a bit more on her hind leg when you ask her to make that second pass, and she roll out of them front feet. And the heifer that closes the class that just doesn't maybe have quite as much style to her, but still very useful, going to make a good kind of a replacement, sound on her feet and legs, maybe just gets outshined a little bit in this class in terms of symmetry.
Well, as we come down to the last class of the day, I wouldn't expect anything less than a challenge, and this is what this is for me. When it comes right down to placing this class, it just boils right down to productivity for me in a sense. This heifer that's out here in front of us looks like she's going to calve right away, and you know, I have no doubt to not believe that young man that she will, the way she looks. Extra extension, she's very fresh in terms of her appearance, she's very sound on the move. And I'm not, compositionally in the way these cattle are made, I think I would switch this if it were any other way. However, this heifer that comes in too just looks too far away for me for being in calf for her age that she is, and she's also a heifer that's packing plenty of condition for sure. Right now I just don't see the productivity and the closeness of calving that I see in the cow that just leaves the ring. I think a real difficult pair of cattle to sort for sure.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 40, Senior Yearling Shorthorn Females is entry 90. WHR CRVM Cecilia 4N02, shown by Cameron Fallon, Tom Bean, Texas. Second is entry 185, Jenna, shown by Daniel Wood Seddon, Bad Axe, Michigan. We now will be selecting our senior and reserve senior champion Shorthorn female. All Shorthorn exhibitors, we need all of your division and reserve division females to the makeup ring. Shorthorn division and reserve division champions to the makeup ring, please. Placings in Class 24 in our Angus show of our late spring yearling females. First goes to entry 238, BC2 Sandy 0215, shown by Evan Henning, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second, entry 230, PVF Ellen 5168, shown by Cody Schlipt, El Paso, Illinois. Third, entry 227, shown by Caroline Callis, Rockfield, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 229, shown by Madeline Bauer, Willard, Ohio. Fifth, entry 234, shown by Tyler Pinkerton, Liberty, Indiana. Sixth, entry 240, shown by Haley Conley, Plainfield, Ontario. Seventh, entry 228, shown by Eric Schaefer, Awanaco, Illinois. Eighth, entry 235, shown by Bella Chandler, Commerce, Georgia. Ninth, entry 241, shown by Caitlin Corsatino, Denham Springs, Louisiana. 10th, entry 231, shown by Olivia Shepard, Lake Charles, Louisiana. Placings in that class: 3, 7, 4, 2, 10, 5, 8, 1, 6, and 9. In our ring now in our Angus show is Class 25 spring yearling females. Class 25 is in the ring. We need Class 27 or 26, Class 26 Angus females to the makeup ring. This is the first call for Class 29. Class 29 spring yearling females, Class 29 to the makeup ring, please.
As we come down to the end of this division, this is by far from simple for me. I really like these cattle that we have out here in the reserves. It's been a hard-fought competition for sure up until now. And then we come down to the end of this division, and we're looking at a couple heifers out here, and I think you can obviously tell for me it comes down to these two heifers right here. And of those two, there's some differences for sure. There's differences in terms of condition. There's differences in terms of mass and power. And so when it comes right down to it, it's fairly difficult for me. The heifer that won the second class here, now this is one that's got a ton of stuff to her. I mean, this is a power cow, and I like power cattle. So, you know, obviously she's one of those kind that I would like. She's deep rib. She's got a lot to her. She's got a lot of rear rib and flank, and just a real massive, powerful kind of heifer with a lot of bone and substance. This heifer, when she comes to me now, she looks a little bit overdone, to be honest with you. She's got a little bit of extra chest up in her, and the longer that she sits and stops stops. She wants to kind of relax her top and get a little different in her hip for me here today. But then you look at the performance and the power and the mass that she has, and that's pretty hard to deny, that just the bone and the extra stuff that she's got to her. So that heifer is really tough, and I like her an extreme amount, but I like the heifer behind her a lot too. This is a heifer that's really trim in terms of her condition. She comes to us, I feel very honest in terms of the way that she's made here today. This is a heifer that's just really elegant up through her front end. She's a lot cleaner chested, and so there's some give and take. She's got plenty of bone, there's no question about that. However, the one in front of her has just a bit more in my eyes. But this heifer comes to us in real honest condition, and she stays in really nice shape. I really like the way this heifer is on the move as well. So this is a really difficult decision for me. When it comes right down to it, I just can't hardly get around the extra trimness and condition and extra freshness of look in this heifer today. She's going to be your division champion, and this one up here will be your reserve. Congratulations to both of you. Very nice cattle.
Selected as your senior champion, Shorthorn females, entry 183, boy Cumberland Love 501, shown by Brandy Painter, Hebron, Ohio, and your reserve is entry 176, CYT DSC Max Rosa ET, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa.
It's a good heifer to lead off this class. We just made an initial pull. There was no, we just kind of pulled a few of the heifers we wanted to see over there on the other side and get a look at them. I really like this heifer. I think she's one that commands a lot of attention in terms of top line balance, hip and hind leg. Again, she's got a little chest. You got to decide where you want to be on that. That really doesn't bother me that much. She's just really functional in her type and kind. She's so good in terms of her width at the ground. The shape of her front feet are so nice. Again, you could knock a little of that chest out of her, but from there back, she's so good in terms of the sweep of her body. Her top line is good. Head and neck assembly, I think, fits together real nice. Good heifer to lead off with. Lots of bone and stoutness in the heifer that comes in second. She gets a little more rigid up and through her shoulder. Maybe wants to throw her hind leg and shuffle it just a bit more than the heifer that leads off the class. I like the power and the substance that she has. Again, I'd like to just give her a little more slope to her shoulder, but I think this female's stout, powerful, lots of substance to her. This heifer's really attractive as you get off to her from the side. She's very fresh in terms of her condition. Coming right at you, her feet want to point the wrong direction. She's narrow in her chest, and as you watch this heifer go away from you, she closes up more down to the ground. I like the freshness that she has, but that female just doesn't piece together quite as nicely from the side as our top two. Here's a big-bodied, easy-keeping kind of a female that gets a little open about her shoulder. I like the rib, I like the utility, I like the softness this heifer has. Maybe just a little plainer as you study her in terms of her profile, but she's a good, useful type. Here's a moderate framed heifer. It's got an easy keeping look about her. We just need to stouten her up a bit. Probably need to see a little more of this particular female. Here's a long-bodied, extended heifer that's very fresh in terms of her condition. Female, we probably just need to stouten up a bit. Next heifer's really robust in terms of her body shape. She gets a little too stiff off the edge of her shoulder and wants to paddle just a bit more off either end. Next heifer's big and growthy, lots of performance. She too needs to be altered a bit from a structural standpoint. Here's a fresh conditioned heifer that closes the class, just opens up too much down in the base of her shoulder and wants to roll on those front feet. But I like that heifer's kind. She's very attractive, very fresh. She'll make a nice cow.
Okay, in our Shorthorn ring, we now will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion females. As they bring our our Division and Reserve Division females back into the ring, our Bred Known Senior Champion female was entry 177. Lorenz's Ghost 15, shown by Josh Lorenz, Grant Park, Illinois. Congratulations to Josh. Class placings in our Angus Junior Heifer Show, Class 25. First goes to entry 255, Gamble's Georgina 3055, shown by Mary Oliver, Union City, Tennessee. Second, entry 253, EXAR Forever Lady 2125, shown by Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. Third, entry 352, PVF Proven Queen 5117, shown by Tyler Coleman, Modesto, California. Fourth, entry 245, shown by Victoria Gherkin, Cashin, Oklahoma. Fifth, entry 254, Morgan Skalaki, Baker City, Oregon. Sixth is entry 248, Reed Shipman, Manhattan, Kansas. Seventh, entry 256, shown by Danielle Sheets, Dallas City, Illinois. Eighth, entry 249, shown by Bailey Hopa, Fremont, Michigan. And ninth is entry 246, shown by Maddie Tebby, Pocahontas, Illinois. Class placings in Class 25 were, entry 243 was a scratch, then it was 4, 9, 6, 8, 3, 2, 5, 1, and 7. We now have Class 26. Class 26, Spring Yearling Angus Females is in the ring. Following this class, we will be selecting our late junior and reserve junior champion Angus female. Attention in the Shorthorn Barn, would all of your bred and owned champion and reserves please come to the makeup ring immediately, all your champion, bred and owned division champions. Before his comments on our grand champion drive, let's put our hands together once again for Mr. Kyle Collier from Bruno, Idaho, in evaluating our Shorthorn cattle today. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you, Ken. I appreciate it. I really, I'm humbled, honestly, to be out here evaluating these cattle, and I'll tell you what, it's been a heck of an experience, and this is a whale of a junior show. I mean, I've definitely got a workout here today, no question, and I want to tell you, I mean, I do this at every show. I do this as I take it very, very serious, and maybe too serious at times, honestly, because I know how much work it takes to get to these shows. I know how much money it costs and how much family involvement and everything that goes into these things. So it's a job that I take extremely serious, and I want you to know that I evaluate these cattle as good as I can to the best of my abilities, and I try to do the right things at every time. And I appreciate all the people that are around the ring watching this show. Lots of you are my friends, and that's how it always is. And honestly, to tell you the truth, I really don't like judging shows that much, but how can you pass up an opportunity like this to come to a place and evaluate this quality of cattle? And my hat's off to you guys, the exhibitors, and what you've done with these cattle and how they're presented and everything that you've done to get them here to this point. It's very remarkable. So with that said, I don't see the need to go through and discuss every single one of these and pick them apart, because these cattle are good. Every single one of them are good, all the way from this end down to this end. And then you go to these reserves and you go down the line, and how can you not like any of those heifers as well? So lots of times you get down to the end of a show, and you know, I obviously have the ones that I like, and I know you guys have the ones that you like, and for me, this decision is tough. It really is, but that's how it should be when you're talking about this quality of cattle that are out here in front of us today. So I'm going to go pick your champion, and then we're going to bring the reserve in. I'm going to take another quick look at them, pick a reserve. Congratulations to the winners. Congratulations to everybody for being here, and again, I appreciate the opportunity to evaluate the cattle. Thank you very much.
Selected as your grand champion, Shorthorn female, is entry 159. Soul Dream On 5158, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Congratulations, Sarah. And selected as your reserve grand champion female, entry 139, followed her through division, Colt Marble the Roo, shown by Kane Agater, Seward, Nebraska. Congratulations to both Sarah and to Kane. We now need our bred and known champion and reserves to come into the ring. We will be selecting our champion bred and known female.
We need 281.
Well, when it comes right down to it, we're there at the time where we went through the show and picked our bred knowns amongst the divisions, and then we get them back out here and look at them, and this is a heck of a show in itself right here. There's a lot of places you wouldn't find this kind of quality even in an own show. I seriously doubt. So at any rate, for me, this gets relatively simple, though there's a lot of good cattle out here from the front to the back, and like I've said all along, when it comes right down to it, even the best cattle, you got to mate them right, and they'll do something for you. And if you figure out what the good in your cattle are and what the holes are in them and try to mate them up, and you might have to use a really extreme one to do so, but most of the time it'll work out for you. But I got a couple out here that I like a lot. They're the kind that I'd take home and want to mate and do some different things with, and that's this heifer right here. She's going to be the champion bred known today, and your entry 61 up here will be reserved. I think two heifers that are both a lot alike in terms of their type and kind. Congratulations to you. Nice heifers.
Selected as your champion bred known female is entry 152, Soul Bose Margaret 5007, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. And your reserve bred known female is entry 61, also shown by Sarah Sullivan. That is Soul Red Knight Rose 6452. Congratulations, Sarah Sullivan, on both champion and reserve champion bred known females. That concludes our Shorthorn show. Our steer show will start in approximately 22 minutes.
Lots of give and take in this class, and I think there's a good set of heifers, but again, just some things that you tweak and maybe that you alter, and I don't know if there's that one that just commands the top of this class. This one is really good in the center part of her body, nice down her top and out through her hip. Yes, she rolls a little on her front feet and she breaks a little bit right behind her shoulder, but the arc and curvature of her rib, the power and the substance that she has, I think elevates her in this particular group. I think you can alter things about each of the top 3, 4, 5 cattle. I think she's the one that puts the most good together into a package to where nice from the side. You could make her a little stronger right there behind her blade, and she does roll a bit on her front feet, but I still think a good female. There's a fresh, attractive heifer that comes in two. You just, to me, you have to ask yourself, is there just enough there? She's got a great look to her, but she's a female that probably gets out-horsed by the cattle on either side of her. I like the way this heifer's made in terms of her tidiness of chest. She's a little better right behind her shoulder. I'd just like to maybe open her up just a bit and give her a little more internal capacity as we compare to the cattle on either side of her. From the shoulders back, this is my favorite, and she's a little plainer up front, and you decide where you want to be on that. Her hind leg is good, her flexibility is good, her utility is so nice in terms of the way she's made. She's a little flatter in her upper rib shape, but I still think this female has lots of good in her. She's just a little plainer as you study her from the profile down into her chest, but I really like her kind. She's useful and she's big-bodied. This heifer's standing still, I think, strikes a nice pose. She gets just a little too out of balance when you ask her to get out and travel. I like the freshness of the heifer that comes next. There's just not enough to this female. As you get up on top of her, she'll flatten out the top side there of her rib cage and she'll pull her hocks together. Just need to see a little more clearance as we go. Watch her go right away from us. Here's a big, good-looking kind of a female that's just labors a little more off of her front end. Just like to stretch her out in terms of her skeleton, but a female that's big, got a lot of performance and substance to her, just needs to move better. Here's a more sensibly sized female that still moves pretty well. She just doesn't have quite as much eye appeal and balance. Here's a long-bodied, extended heifer that, again, just maybe a little duller and plainer in terms of her look. She, too, can tighten just a bit on her hind leg. And we close with 3 good heifers that still have some utility to them. Maybe don't have some of the extra intangibles of the cattle we had on up the line, but still 3 nice females to close out this class.
placing first in Class 26. Spring Yearling Angus Females is entry 276, PVF Missy 5087, shown by Taylor Ray Duckett, New Liberty, Iowa. Second, entry 270, WB PVF SF I Love Lucy 5092, shown by Carter Ward, Plattsburgh, Missouri. Third, entry 279, shown by Caitlin Taylor Tunstall, Fayetteville, Arkansas. Fourth, entry 275, shown by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Fifth, entry 266, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Sixth, entry 272, shown by Cody York, Palestine, Illinois. Seventh, entry 271, shown by Olivia Wilson, Ogden, Illinois. Eighth, entry 268, shown by Katie Romzik, Bad Axe, Michigan. Ninth, entry 269, shown by Caitlin Fouts, London, Kentucky. 10th, entry 263, shown by Maggie Kelly, Strasburg, Illinois. And 11th, entry 262, shown by Allie Falsgraf, Streeter, Illinois. Placings in that class: 11, 10, 5, 8, 9, 2, 7, 6, 4, 1, and 3. We now will be selecting our champion late junior and reserve junior champion female. Following this division, we need Class 29 junior yearling Angus females to the makeup ring. Please bring Class 29 and 30 junior yearling Angus females to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
A bit more give and take perhaps in this division. I think that we've seen some really good cattle, but I think, again, we had to maybe work a little harder at it in this particular group because there was lots of nice ones up and down the lineup. And this heifer that wins the first class, tremendously deep-bodied, just a ground sow in terms of rib and volume. Again, she's got some chest in her, and you decide how that suits you. She's probably maybe the heaviest conditioned heifer in this group, but by no means is she fat. I think that heifer is just easy keeping. I like the rib, like the volume, like the substance that she has. Heifer that won the second class, just tremendously three-dimensional in her framework. I like the width of chest that she has. She's nice down her top and out through her hip. A lot of volume and a lot of capacity. She's a little boxier perhaps in terms of her makeup, but I still think a female that in terms of substance and strength puts a lot of nice things together. Maybe the one that's a little different is the heifer out of class 3, and I really like this heifer's elongation from the side. I like her stretch, and I like her extra length. You know, some would pick on her because her chest falls out in her just a little bit. And again, to me, doesn't really have a lot of effect because she's got lots of body. She's really sound on her feet and legs, and she's a female that's got a nice look to her from the side. Yeah, you could tidy her up in her breastplate a little bit if you want to, but I think that one in terms of length, extension, and pattern puts a lot of good things together. Then the heifer out of class 4 just has a lot of intangibles in terms of stoutness and width and dimension. You know, she's not perfect right behind her shoulder, but I called her good enough in that class to gain her extra substance and strength. She could be changed a little bit on her feet and legs if you want to be super critical, but there's a lot of things to utilize for her as you take her to the next generation in terms of substance and stoutness and power. So got some good seconds as well, quite a bit of variation out here, and I understand that in terms of type and kind, but we tried to find the ones that suited me the best within each class, and not always do they come in the same size or shape or kind. You just, hopefully you can find, or I tried to find the ones that suited me best. So let's give them a nice round of applause. We'll go out and select you a champion in this division.
Selected as your late junior yearling female is entry 255. Gamble's Georgina 3055, shown by Mary Oliver, Union City, Tennessee. Congratulations, Mary. And your reserve division champion goes to entry 238, BC2 Sandy 0215, shown by Evan Henning, Janesville, Wisconsin. Congratulations to both Mary and to Evan. We now will be selecting our bred-known female for this division. And selected as your champion bred-known female from this division in our Angus show was entry 270, WB PVF SF I Love Lucy 5092, shown by Carter Ward, Plattsburgh, Missouri. Congratulations to Carter. Entering the ring now is Class 29, Junior Yearling Angus females. Class 29 is in the ring. Angus exhibitors, we need Class 30 to the makeup ring. Class 30, Junior Yearling Angus females, please come to the makeup ring immediately. We will be starting the steer show in 10 minutes. Steer exhibitors, please bring classes 1, 2, and 3 to the makeup ring to be weighed. Steer exhibitors, we need classes 1, 2, and 3 to the makeup ring to be weighed. Please, steer show will start in 10 minutes.
started the junior yearling division. He's got 2 divisions, but he's, you know, there's not as many. Not as many big heifers. Your dad just texted me. Yeah, he said, you and Louisville? I think Kyle Judge does. Like he didn't know? And I said, you did a hell of a job judging the sport. He said, tell him good or bad. So he's checking on you. I guess he's probably checking to see if you're acting. My problem.
I'm going to pull a McClintock. We're going to leave these two over here, and we're going to talk the rest of these, and we're going to come back to these two here in just a second. These are two good females, and we're going to look at them here a little longer. This third heifer is real stout, real big, real powerful. She's a little straighter off the edge of her shoulder. I think that's what works her into the third hole in this particular class. It doesn't move off her hind leg quite as good, but I like that heifer. She'd have won a lot of classes that we had today. She just ran into a pair of them that I think are really, really good. This heifer is really modern in her size, and I know she gets out horsed, but she's really correct in terms of her makeup. Got a great look about her. She probably does need a little more performance, but I think that female is really good. She's moderate, soft-middled. She's just good kind that just gets out horsed in this class. This female's a little stretchier as you study it from the side. It's a little sluggish out of her shoulder, but I think really nice in terms of center body dimension that she's got. I just like to elongate her stride. Here's a good heifer that's fresh in her condition, just a little plainer up and through her front end. Wants to tuck her hind leg just a bit more. Here's a good female in terms of durability, softness of flank. Wants to get just a little flatter as you get up on top of her in terms of her rib shape. Narrows up just a bit more down into her pin set. It's a good heifer that needs to move better on her hind leg, but gives you a killer look on the stand. Here's a real flashy heifer. Again, we need to change her hind leg. We end up with 4 heifers in this class that are deep. They're pretty sound in terms of movement. They just maybe don't have some of the extra pizzazz that we find on down the line. So then we come back to these two, and these two are very different in type and kind, and I understand that, and you know, you might ask yourself, well, you know, you certainly like one of them better. Well, they're so different, but yet they're both so good in lots of areas. If you like this heifer up in the front, you're going to talk about one that's pretty unique in terms of her makeup from the side. Nice down her top, good out through her hip, big-footed and heavy-structured. I like the stoutness that she has at the ground. She's one that, when you get behind her, I think you have to ask yourself, is she thick enough? And if you say the answer is yes, then you like her look and you like her extension, and she's still pretty feminine and pretty attractive. Could you bolden her up a bit? Yes, you could. But the good Lord has not made a perfect one, but he might be knocking on the door with these two, even though they're different in terms of type and kind. She is so nicely balanced, so good in her look, and her center part of her body is so good. She's not as bold and not as thick as the heifer that comes right behind her. Now this one is moderate framed, and she's going to be a real sensibly sized kind of a cow. When you get around behind her, I love the upper shape of her body, the way she turns and arcs out of the top side of her skeleton, the width of her pins, and I like her stability as she goes from hock to ground. This female might have just a touch of condition on her. I think both of them are fresh enough, but this one has maybe just a little bit more chest in her. But as you saw today, that doesn't really bother me a whole lot as long as everything matches and things fit together really nicely. She gets a little softer in her top, but that allows her to be a little sounder. I love both these heifers, and I think that you could go either way on this pair of cattle, and I don't know what's to come. We've seen some good ones already, but these two, they don't fit together in terms of type and kind, but I think we can both agree that they're both pretty darn good. So I guess you have to decide on which one that you like better. I think both of them are very, very unique. In a close placing, I like the young man's heifer over the young lady's heifer. Two very, very good females. Give them a good round of applause as they exit. This was a great class, and we'll keep rolling along.
Placing first in Class 29, Angus, Junior Yearling Females, is entry 45, CCC Sarah's Dream 5116, shown by Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. Second, entry 286, KDJ Queen Ruth 502, shown by Matty Udell, Sioux City, Iowa. Third, entry 273, shown by Haley Conley, Plainfield, Ontario. Fourth, entry 295, shown by Ashley Cox, Eagle Point, Oregon. Fifth, entry 292, shown by Evan Henning, Janesville, Wisconsin. Sixth, entry 299, shown by Chase Anderson, Chrisman, Illinois. Seventh, entry 288, shown by Riley Stockdale, Dayton, Pennsylvania. Eighth, entry 302, shown by Olivia McGurk, Kingman, Indiana. Ninth, entry 282, shown by Lauren Haddon, Jacksonville, Illinois. 10th, entry 291, shown by Adam McCauley, Cynthiana, Kentucky. 11th, entry 281, shown by Roy Scalacci, excuse me, I apologize, from Baker City, Oregon. And 12th, entry 287, shown by Haley Johnson, Delphi, Indiana. 13th, entry 283, shown by Shelby Clothier, Chalmers, Indiana. Placings in that class: 11, 1, 9, 13, 3, 2, 12, 7, 10, 5, 4, 6, and 8. Entering the ring now is Class 30, Angus Junior Yearling Females. Following this class, we will have our division champion, our Junior Yearling division champion. Steer exhibitors, please bring Class 1 into the ring. Class 1 of our steer show into the ring. As we begin our steer show today, our exhibitors, we will be weighing back the top 10 individuals in each class. So the exhibitors have listed a weight on these steers. I will be reading out the weights of these steers to you, and we will weigh these back, and the steers have a 4% cushion on the weight that they have declared. So when we weigh them back, we will weigh them back, and they have a 4% cushion. We will bring back the top 2 steers from each class in consideration for our grand and reserve champion steer. It is my pleasure to introduce our judge today for our steer show, Mr. Jeff Jackson from Walnut Spring, Texas. Jeff graduated from Tarleton State University and currently with his family run a 500-head cow-calf operation in the Walnut Spring area. He has 6 online show heifer and steer sales annually. Jeff has judged all across the United States and internationally. And about a year ago from today, I was giving him a bunch of trouble about getting married, and he better just get that girl married, and he did. So Lauren, it's good to see you. I know you're around here somewhere. Lauren, glad you finally got him to walk down the aisle with you. He outpunted his coverage on Lauren. Jeff, thank you for being here, and have fun, my friend. Our first class of steers, Class 1. These steers average or weigh between 950 and 1204. The range in this class goes from 950 to 1204. Class 1.
Well, it's sure an honor and a privilege to be here with you guys at the North American and back for my third year to sort cattle here on the Green Shavings. And just like to say, it's a pleasure, it's a privilege, just absolutely an honor to be here, judge with some of the elite cattlemen across the country and particularly across the ring here in Blake, one of my very good friends. It's an honor to sort across the ring from him. As we start here in your steer show, this particular class, we lead off with an absolutely outstanding red steer. He's the most captivating from the look. He's got the nice balance and the extra extension about the front third of his skeleton, but from there, he is the powerful calf of the group, big, bold, and stout as you study him down his top and out of his hip, absolutely handles tremendously over his 12th and 13th. He's a nice ribbed calf as well. You study the way it hooks into the backside of his shoulder just absolutely immaculately, and yet when you ask him to lead, he's a calf that's sound enough and good enough in terms of his wheels when he goes. Just an extra nice way to lead off in this particular class. Congratulations to you. The young lady with the black stocking-legged steer, here's probably the extra source of power in this particular class. From the top of his blades back, he's extra round and robust as you study the extra turn and crispness over his rib and through his loin. You get in behind him, he's the wide gauge steer of this particular class as well. With that extra substance, he's a bit coarser and more masculine as you study him up front. A bit bolder through the point of his shoulder, and as you study him, he's a bit shorter, crestier, and more mature about the crest of his neck and down through his chest. And with that extra power, he probably comes up just a bit short in his step comparative to your class winner. But loaded with power, loaded with extra rib shape, that's a nice calf in his own kind. Really a nice and attractive calf comes here in third. You'll have his length and extension up front. He's a long-bodied, nice pattern steer. Just need to soften him up in terms of his rib shape and design. Give him just a bit more fat steer look, if you will, as you view him from the side. Young lady's big-bodied steer that comes next handles tremendous in terms of his handle quality. He's a big rib steer that probably is carrying the most ideal amount of condition comparative to that trio that goes ahead of him. But it's when you get him on the stop, you just need to change the way he's constructed up front, angling back through his shoulder and give him just a bit longer and freer stride as you study him when on the go. And we finish out with a pair of steers in this particular class that are built same in their type and kind. Nice looking cattle that's got some quality about their length and extension up front. Just need to soften both of those cattle in their rib shape and design, make them softer in their handle as well. Nice group of cattle. Congratulations to each. Absolutely outstanding way to begin your steer show.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing first in Class 1, our steer show is entry 70. Oh, excuse me, that's right. I need to wait till we're way back. I apologize.
Sorry.
A set of these January heifers here, and again, a good trio of moves good enough off either end of her framework, still fresh enough. We talk about a heifer that's about to enter motherhood, got a nice udder, a female that still balances pretty well, and just a good useful type there to lead off with. A little bit more stretch in frame in the second place heifer, and a nice set to her hind leg. She wants to throw her front feet out just a little bit and maybe not quite as bold in her rib shape as the heifer that starts off the class. Again, you can dictate what you want in your environment in terms of frame size. She's got some scale to her, but I just like to maybe widen her up at her pin bones just a bit and drop her down there and give her a little more width behind. But two good heifers. Here's just a chunk in terms of dimension and substance, and with that, she's just a little coarser in the way she's made up front, maybe not as refined and elegant and ladylike up through her facial features as the two heifers that precede her in the class. Same for this female, a lot of power and a lot of substance in her. She's just a bit too sluggish up into her front end and not as refined and feminine. This heifer does have some extra femininity, very attractive in terms of the way she's made. She just wants to tuck her hind leg, flatten down into the lower third of her body. Next female just comes apart too much on us when she moves. I like the substance and strength that she has, just gets too piecey right there in her top line and right behind her shoulder. Here's a good long-bodied heifer I like the way her muscle system's draped over her skeleton, smooth and feminine. Just need to stouten her up at the ground and make her motor a little smoother. Next heifer's deep-bodied, a lot of capacity, a little plainer in terms of her look. Here's a big, easy-keeping kind that looks like she's going to have a nice udder. She just wants to get a little straighter off the edge of her shoulder. Next female's got a lot of capacity. She too just need to be changed from a structural standpoint. And a pair of heifers that close the class that are both good kind of females. They both have some practicality. They just maybe don't have the style and eye appeal we find in some of the other cattle on up the line.
Placing first in Class 30, Junior Yearling Angus Females is entry 314, PVF Blackbird 5008, shown by Matty Udell, Sioux City, Iowa. Second, entry 308, Dameron Northern Miss 505, shown by Paige Lemonager, Hudson, Illinois. Third, entry 319, shown by Gracia Ramp, Yates City, Illinois. Fourth, entry 303, shown by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Fifth, entry 315, shown by Catherine Callis, Rockfield, Kentucky. Sixth, entry 320, shown by Sterling Reichenbach, Bath, Michigan. Seventh, entry 307, shown by Jacob Jensen, Bondfield, Illinois.
Nice job.
Eighth, entry 313, shown by Brady Schnelton, Carrollton, Illinois. Ninth, entry 309, shown by Marcy Harwood, Richfield, North Carolina. 10th, entry 305, shown by Carson Zenor, Attica, Indiana. 11th, entry 304, shown by Destiny McCauley, Cynthiana, Kentucky. And 12th is entry 311, shown by Caitlin Fouts, London, Kentucky. Placings in this class were 4, 11, 10, 7, 2, 9, 12, 8, 1, 5, entry 317 is a scratch, 3, and 6. We now will be selecting our champion and reserve champion early junior yearling female. Angus exhibitors, we need class 33 and 34 to the makeup ring. Class 33 and 34, please bring all your Angus females to the makeup ring immediately. Here's our comments for our division from our judge, Dr. Blake Bloomberg.
A tremendous division here again, and just lots of good cattle up and down both these classes. And this is a really nice foursome of cattle in terms of just what I like. And what I like about them is that they're different, and you can breed off of them different ways, and they don't always have to be the same to be good. And that's what I think is really important. And I try to teach our students at school. Good ones don't have to look the same. They're kind of like good people. We come in all different shapes and sizes, and so do good cattle. And I think that's evident out here. There's lots of good cattle and the way that they're made, and there's some differences in terms of frame size. There's some differences in terms of stoutness, and there may be a little bit of subtle variation in terms of movement. But I like all four of these extremely well. I'm set on 2 of them here in this division, and they both come out of the same class. That's your champion right here. That's your reserve right there. Let's give them a nice round of applause. 2 very good females.
Selected as your champion junior yearling female, early junior yearling female is entry 45, CCC Sarah's Dream 5116, shown by Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. And your reserve division champion is entry 286, KDJ Queen Ruth 502, shown by Matty Udell, Sioux City, Iowa. Congratulations to both Austin and to Matty. Entering our ring now. Oh.
Steer side, we need number 82 and 70.
We'll need our bred and known females back in the ring for our division. Bred and known females for that last division in the ring, please. Our Class 2 steers are in the ring.
Class 1's official.
Class 2 steers range in weight of 1235 to 1271. Our Class 1 is now official. Winning Class 1 is entry 73, steer weight 1,140 pounds, and was shown by Dylan Wolf, Oaktown, Indiana. Second, entry 54, steer weight 1,085 pounds, shown by Ashlyn Ruff, Athens, Alabama. Third goes to entry 53, shown by Drew Anderson, Morning View, Kentucky. Fourth goes to entry 40, shown by Shelby Brown, Keithville, Louisiana. Fifth goes to entry 10, shown by Cammie Ford, Munith, Michigan. And sixth goes to entry 13, shown by Jordan Barnett, Kingwood, West Virginia. Once again, this class, Class 2 steers, we have a range in weight from 1235 to 1271. Our champion bred known female in that last division of our Angus show was entry 299, DDA Barbara, 1507, shown by Chase Anderson, Chrisman, Illinois. Congratulations to Chase. We now start our last division in our Angus show. Class 33. Please bring Class 33 senior yearling females into the ring. Class 33.
Hey, Jay. What's going on, man?
How are you?
I don't know, do we need to tell them the price or let them go there? It's 95 cents. No. The price is 95 cents.
Steers, any class 4 to make that ring.
$95 a hundredweight or...
Steer exhibitors, for those of you that would be interested in selling your steers today, there is a steer buyer at the top of the ramp. You can sell those steers today. The price is $95 a hundredweight. If you're interested in selling your steers, the buyer is at the top of the ramp. So feel free to go visit with him.
They wanted it.
Steer exhibitors, Class 2 is in the ring. We need Class 3 and 4 to the weigh scale immediately. Class 3 and 4 steers to the scales immediately. Thank you.
Another extremely high class of cattle here on your steer side. And for me, the young lady we lead off with, just absolutely the most powerfully constructed calf of the group. You get on top of him and handle him and study him down his back. He's the widest and most descriptive from the top of his blades back. Just absolutely gets more three-dimensional over his loin and out of his hip. He's the wide base calf of the group as well. Particularly for me, I like his handle quality, the way he's mellow over his 12th and 13th, along his loin edge and over his plate. He just handles so much more true comparatively to the calf that comes there in second. Yes, he's a bit more compromising in terms of his structure. He can have a bit more angulation there through the point of his shoulder, get off of his front end just a shade freer but he excels this particular lineup and just extra power, substance, and in terms of handle quality, and that's why he wins this particular class. The individual that gives you the nicest look of your top duo and maybe even trio is the one that comes here in second. I like his extra freshness. She stud him through the point of his shoulder, the crest of his neck, and down through his chest, comparative to your class winner. He's a sound enough structured calf for me. It's when you get in behind him, you study his pin set. He wants to narrow up and fade and lower in his pin set when we set him on the move. And comparatively, in terms of his handle quality, he's a bit plainer and more nondescript down his back, comparative to your class winner. A long-bodied, extremely eye-appealing calf comes here in 3. You love his extra length of body. You love his length and extension from the point of his shoulder up into his jawline. It's when you get in behind him, we need to change this calf. He narrows up as he tracks away from me. He's a bit plainer and flatter in his overall muscularity pattern. And then he's a calf, when you get on top of him, he's a bit dry and harsh in terms of his handle quality as well. The calf that comes next, one that's extremely extended about his front third. With that, he looks a bit harder about his jawline. I think that correlates back into his rib cage as well. He's a bit dry in his rib. He's a calf that doesn't handle as mellow as he should along his loin edge and over his 12th and 13th. And then we ask him to lead. He wants to rise in the center of his back, just a bit more uncoordinated off those rear 2 comparative to the ones that precede him. If you're following along ringside and you love those cattle that give you an absolutely stunning look from the side, the calf that comes next absolutely catches your eye. On the standstill, I'm without a doubt enamored by his style, his look, and his balance from the side. He gives you a portrait that's so cool and so neat, but when you get in behind him, you need to change him. Of the top end of this particular class, he is the flattest and plainest about his muscle pattern. I just need to open him up through his chest, through his rib, and most directly when you get in behind him, just give that calf more power. The black and white steer, we find that extra substance, that extra power beginning at the surface. He's probably the big bone, big footed calf of the group. He offers me the most power on the top side of his skeleton. He just gets awfully plain for me. He's round and coarse to the point of his shoulder. He's short-fronted and short-bodied, just a bit more conservative in terms of his overall frame size compared to the ones that precede him in this particular class. The black steer that comes next handles extra good down his top. Just need to change him structurally at the ground to move him any higher in the class. Young lady steer that comes next follows that same type and kind. Big in his upper third. Just need to soften him as you study him at the ground. He's a bit forward in his knee. Doesn't quite get out on all 4 corners as well as he needs to. Young lady's calf that comes next, a big, bold rib, kind of a steer, just kind of follows that same thing. Just need to structurally change this calf. He's a bit upright in his shoulder, a bit forward in his knee, a bit steep out of his hip as well. The red calf that comes next, loaded with power, tremendously big boned, big footed. He's a big rib calf that handles extra good as well. Just when you get off to the side of him, he gets extra plain in his kind. Part of it may be due to his hair coat. Part of it may be that he's a bit shorter fronted. He's a bit bolder in his shoulder. I'd also like to set that tail head down into his spine and his hip just a bit neater as well. In the black steer, we finish out with a calf that's got a nice look from the side. He's big boned and big footed. Just want to see more body and center substance in that calf to move him up any higher.
A nice trio of these females here in our first class, in our last division. I think a close placing on the top pair. To me, as you study the cattle, though, this heifer just got a bit more to her in terms of her rib and her volume. I understand that the second one has had as a calf. I'm talking about also in terms of foot and bone work. You know, I do wish she maybe had a calf like the one in second does, but again, I understand that's a management issue. I like the softness this female has. She looks like she's going to have a beautiful udder as well. She's a good, useful type. I like the second place female, very attractive, very feminine. She has a gorgeous udder. In fact, she's got a coupon at her side I think is very good. This female wants to just shuffle a little more there as you watch her go from behind. But again, I think a heifer that's very feminine, very attractive, and a nice bull calf nursing her as well. A big ribbed, high volume heifer that comes in third. It's just a little chuffier in the way that she's made. Of the 3 cattle, I think she has the most troublesome time getting around the ring, up into her front end, a little stiffer in the angle of her shoulder, but big-bodied, easy keeping look, very robust in the middle third of her cavity. She's a good female as well. Nice class.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg. Placing first in Class 33, entry 321, Silvera's Sarah's Dream 4540, shown by Case Wilson, Bowdoin, Georgia. Second goes to entry 323, WCC Primrose B115, shown by Olivia Wilson, Ogden, Illinois. And third goes to entry 322, shown by Ashlyn Ruff, Athens, Alabama. Entering the ring now is Class 34, This will be our final class of senior yearling females in our Angus show, followed by our champion senior drive and our grand drive. Class 34, senior yearling Angus females. Steer exhibitors, Class 3 is in the ring. Please bring Class 4 and 5 to the scale. Steer exhibitors, we need Classes 4 and 5 to the makeup ring. We need to get those steers weighed, please.
In our final class here, we got a real nice female to lead off with, big body, just easy keeping in her kind. Going to have a gorgeous udder when she lays down and enters the calving pen. I like the flexibility that she's got, still very fresh in terms of her condition, which is hard to do for females at this stage of their life. I think a real nice type heifer to lead off. Good female in second that's very extended from the profile. She's really feminine, really attractive. Gets a little tighter in her top, right there in her loin. Very easy traveling kind of a heifer though. Just want to make her a little stronger from her blade back in there to her top. Got a nice calf at her side. I thought she was a little more mobile than the cow that comes next, who's big-footed, very heavy structured. I like the power she's got. She's maybe just a little coarser up in the way she's made into her shoulder. A little longer in her teat, which I like as we compare her to the cow in second. Very nice calf at her side as well. Good functional cow to close the class. Maybe doesn't travel quite as well. You might want to change your udder just a notch, but she's a good type in terms of body and has some symmetry. She too's got a very strong coupon at her side that she's nursing there. A nice grouping of females here in our final class.
Thank you, Blake. Placing first in Class 34, senior yearling Angus females is entry 326, PVF Frontier Gal 4181, shown by Caden Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. Second, entry 325, WCC Black Cap B114, shown by Olivia Wilson, Ogden, Illinois. Third, entry 328, shown by Michaela Jeffries, Horse Cave, Kentucky. And fourth, entry 329, shown by Randall Sparks, Paris, Kentucky. Placings in that class were 2, 1, 3, and 4. Entering the ring now will be all of our class winners and second place finishers for our senior division champion in our Angus show. Senior division champion. Our Class 2 steer finals have been official. Class 1 Earth winning Class 2 is, first is entry 89, steer weighed 1,235 pounds, shown by Olivia McHale, Lewisburg, West Virginia. Second is entry 58, steer weighed 1,240 pounds, shown by Renee Hamilton, Pataskala, Ohio. Third, entry 15, shown by Alexis Clifford, Waterloo, Indiana. Fourth, entry 76, shown by Alana McIntosh, Winchester, Ohio. Fifth, entry 68, shown by Abby Moore, Elko, Georgia. Sixth, entry 59, shown by Clay Decker, Leonidas, Michigan. Seventh, entry 22, shown by Brooke Nowak, Bland, Missouri. Eighth, entry 64, shown by Brenna Newton, Tip City, Ohio. Ninth, entry 41, shown by Madeline Taylor, Wisher, Louisiana. And 10th is entry 24, shown by Matthew Knight, Van Buren, Indiana. And 11th goes to entry 67, shown by Taylor Coram, Browning, Missouri. Class placings in that were 1, 2, 9, 6, 5, 7, 4, 11, 10, 8, and 3. In our ring now is Class 3. The weight range goes from 1275 to 1315. Class 5, weight range is 1275 to 1315.
In our final selection before our grand drive, let's give our senior yearling exhibitors a nice round of applause. There's a good set of females. In terms of type and kind, I don't think we have much break as we get to this grouping. These are 4 excellent contenders out here. The heifer that won the first class, I love her depth of body, her spring of rib, and her volume. She's probably not as fresh as the heifer right behind her, but I still think pretty good rig as far as this stage of maturity in terms of condition. Heifer out of the second class, really like the attractiveness, the sleekness that she has. So big-middled, but yet still real fresh and very adequate in the way she gets around the ring. And 2 nice respective seconds that both have entered production, which I commend those for. Both good cattle, solid in their type and kind as well. I like the young man's heifer out of Class 2 to be our division champion. Congratulations to him. We'll follow up with the other class winner here out of Class 1. She'll be our reserve champion. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
326. Selected as our champion senior yearling Angus females, entry 326. PVF Frontier Gal 4181, shown by Caden Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. And our reserve senior champion female is entry 321, Sarah's Dream 4540, shown by Case Wilson, Bowdoin, Georgia. Congratulations to both Caden and to Case. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion, Angus female. Please bring all of our division and reserve divisions into the ring now. Hey, Jeff, can you hold on just a second? We've got a real short presentation here that we need to do real quick, Jeff, before you make your placings here, but it is my honor to introduce Miss Caroline Cowles from Rockfield, Kentucky. The National Junior Recognition Program provides an opportunity for young Angus breeders to be nationally recognized for their continued achievement. This program is based on activities over a junior member's entire career. Members of various levels receive a special design pin, cast, and medal of the respective award. Today, we are honored to recognize Caroline Cowles from Rockfield, Kentucky, as she receives her bronze and silver award, and it's even sweeter because her big brother is presented to her. So, Corbin, give little sister a hug. Congratulations, Caroline. Mr. Jackson, you're on.
Back over on your steer side, another extremely high quality class, and I guess for me working into a set of cattle that maybe meet my eye just a shade better in terms of terminal weight and where they're at their life and their maturity, getting to start into those cattle that are actually starting to be contenders for your champion and reserve champion. I guess for me in this particular class, the young man steer, without a doubt, he's the freshest in terms of his build, his design, and his maturity. Beginning up front, he's the neatest and most attractive steer. He has the best look in terms of quality about the front third of his skeleton, so fresh and neat, juvenile and fresh down through his chest, a calf that's opened up with a nice center body, extra big backed and big hip. But what sets this top pair apart for me is when you study these pair at the Green Shavens, the calf we lead off with, without a doubt. He's the nicest structured, he's the truest in terms of his bone and his footwork, he's the most athletic in his build, coupled with his freshness, his extra muscularity down his top. I really like this calf to win this particular class. The calf that comes in here in second, he's the big, bold-ribbed calf of the pair. He actually handles truer in terms of the mellowness and condition along his loin edge and over his 12th and 13th. But it's when I get this look of him right here, I need to change him. I need to change the angulation of his shoulder. I'd like to set his neck a bit higher onto the apex of that shoulder as well. I'd like to neaten him up and freshen him up down through his chest floor as well. And when we ask this calf to leave, he's sound. Comparative to your class winner, he could probably meet his stride just a shade better, just be a bit freer. He's a bit tight right in the center of his back and in his spine. That correlates to him wanting to just shove those rear legs a bit more than ideal, in my opinion. The gray steer that comes next, boy, you talk about big-boned and big-footed. He's extremely rugged in terms of his build. With that ruggedness, he gets a bit open and plain about the front third of his skeleton. You study him along his jawline, through his shoulder, down into his chest, his hip structure. He just doesn't pattern up and have that extra quality that those two that precede him in this particular lineup that do. If you're following along ringside and you like that one that gives you that extra sexy look from the side, it's the black and white steer that comes here in 4. You talk about extremely neat up front, so smooth and chiseled down through his chest and the point of his shoulder. The front third of his skeleton is just so neat and attractive. It's from there we need to change him. We need to soften him about his rib cage and design. He's a bit hard, dry, and harsh in terms of the way he's constructed about his rib. He too could be powered up just a shade as well. A big long-bodied calf comes next. He follows that same type and design of the calf that precedes him. I just want to soften him in his rib design, power him up when you get directly in behind him. The Shorthorn mark steer that comes next, you like this calf in terms of his smoothness, his pattern, his quality, his structure is absolutely spot on. It's when I get in behind him or I study him up front, I need to change him. He's the most closed up down through his chest floor, and that correlates to his top side mass and out of his hip, as he's the plainest and nondescript down his top and out of his hip and quarter compared to those that precede him in this class. The young man rocking the cool cowboy hat in this particular class has got a nice calf. I wish I could get a handle on him. I wish he'd act a shade better for this young man, because that's a nice calf. He's fundamentally sound at the ground. He covers all of his basics in terms of rib cage, design, and power. He could maybe have just a shade more look about the front third of his skeleton, chisel him up through the point of his shoulder as well, maybe give him a shot more bone at the ground. That's a nice calf, man. Congratulations to you. The young man with the red steer that comes next, and actually we can bring both red steers around because they follow together extremely well. They're powerful cattle, big topped and big hipped, and they both have an extremely nice look from the side. For me, I structurally need to change both of them. They want to get a bit forward in terms of both of their knees, and for me, they're a bit hard in their rib design as well. If we could soften their structure, soften their rib design, both of these cattle could work their way to the top end of this class. The Shorthorn appearing calf that comes next has got a good look from the side. He just needs to be opened up in terms of rib cage, mass, and power to move him up any higher in the class. Finish out with a pair of steers that are nice in their own right. The calf that precedes the bottom pair has a bit more in terms of condition. The calf we finish out with has a bit more in terms of look. Just like to maybe power both of those cattle up to move them up any higher in the class. Congratulations to each. Nice class, particular cattle. Congratulations, extremely competitive on the top end.
Thank you, Jeff. Before we get our commentary for our champion Angus females, let's put our hands together once again for Dr. Blake Bloomberg, Stillwater, Oklahoma, for his evaluation. Great job, my friend.
Well, it's always a privilege to be on the green chips, and that walk down that ramp never gets old, whether you're showing, judging, whatever the case is. Jakey and I met this morning. I had my team drop me off, and we both walked in here, and we both walked out of our way to come down that ramp because it's a special feeling, and there's not much quite like Freedom Hall, especially growing up east of the Mississippi River like I did, and now making my home on the other side of the Mississippi River. It's just a special place to our family, the years of dedication and what this place means to the cattle industry. It's a sentimental place, it's a special place, and it's pretty hallowed ground here in Freedom Hall. I knew this would be good. This has far exceeded my expectation, and I understand that maybe to some of you I maybe didn't do exactly what you liked, or if you agreed with me or not, I understand that. But if we can surely agree that these are good cattle, and we can surely agree that this type and this kind will work. Now, we may have our priorities a little different, and I don't always sit back there as a Monday morning quarterback and like everything that goes on out here either. But it's a little different when you get out here amongst these cattle and you put the tie on. It's a lot different than just saying in the back what you do, because these cattle are so good, and there's such small things that sort them. And again, there was 20, 30, 40 heifers in here. You get a different judge, and they find something that they like and tie to, they could easily use. These were the ones that suited me in the divisions, and I'll tell you why they did so. I think this heifer calf is exquisite from the side. And you talk about one that's got a long neck. She's so nice in the symmetry and the line that she has, a good running gear underneath of her. I've said this a couple times now where we had some good calves and some other breeds that we judged. It's hard to use a calf, and you have to decide just if you want to do that. But I think she'd make you think about it because she's so nice from the side, balanced so good, and I think she's going to make an incredible yearling. A real tough division out of the senior heifer calves. We gave up a little bit of width to find this one because she was fresh. I thought she put a lot of nice things together. Again, not the stoutest one that we saw all day, but hard to take away her look. I think those two match up pretty well in terms of type and kind. This heifer's really sound on her feet and legs and really athletic in terms of the way she's made. This one hit me hard initially as she come through that gate in that division. Just a big-bodied, easy-keeping kind that's really robust in the middle part of her rib cage. I just love the roundness and shape that she has. You could raise her up in her pins just a bit, and for some, she might have some extra condition, but I think she's right on in terms of where she needs to be. I think she's fresh enough. She's got a great look about her, just big rib. You could raise her up in her pins just a notch if you want to criticize that effort, but I sure like a lot of things about her, and she's a contender. This one is a different one out here, and I'll be honest, that division was a little tougher for me to put together. I never really just got comfortable and found one that I was just all in on. I liked a lot of the cattle. If you could knock a little chest out of this one, again, I accepted that in that grouping because of her length of body, her extension, the way she drives off of her hind leg. Her top line is so good. You could still knock a little bit of that out. That'll come right off when she starts nursing a calf. Really fresh, really attractive. I thought to me was the no-holes female in that particular group. Then a really good division here, and this heifer is just so unique in the way that she's made. You could pick a couple of holes in her. She wants to throw her hock just a little bit, and you could widen her up in her pin set just a notch. But boy, if you had her, I think you'd think she was a great one because her look, her lines, her elegance, the softness of her rib. Sure, you can punch a couple holes in her, but I think her kind is really, really unique. Then the heifer that wins the last division, big-bodied, high volume, lots of capacity, still really fresh at this stage of her life in terms of production. So a really, really nice female. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the American Angus Association for the invitation. Again, you talk about judging Angus cattle. Angus cattle are the heartbeat of America's cow herd, whether it's purebred, commercial. everybody ties something back to Angus. We utilize a lot of Angus genetics in our Scimitar program, breeding up from half-bloods to try to make purebreds better. And these cattle, I think, are versatile. They're good, but they're versatile, and they have a lot of different purposes in the industry, and I think there's some awfully good ones out here. I have more respect for so many Angus breeders just in terms of what they do, and you sit here year after year and watch these shows and think about the kind of cattle that they mass produce year after year, and you sit here and watch these shows, and how could you not be impressed with Angus breeders? I think they're some of the tip-top, very best that we have in our industry. So I've rambled on long enough. I got to turn my attention to a judging contest for tomorrow. I'm going to go out and slap you a pair of champions, and if you would, give all these exhibitors and the breeders of these cows a nice round of applause. They'll show you my two favorites.
Once again, Dr. Blake Bloomberg, Stillwater, Oklahoma. And selected as your grand champion, Angus female, entry 45, CCC, Sarah's Dream, 5116, shown by Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. Congratulations, Austin. And reserve is entry 286, KDJ Queen Ruth 502, shown by Matty Udell, Sioux City, Iowa. Congratulations to both Austin and to Matty. If you would, please bring all your bred and owned division champions in. We need to select a champion bred and owned female, please.
Well, this may be also as important a selection as we make, and I know everybody's heading for the exits, but you think back, these cattle all held their own out here in terms of where they showed. There's some really, really good females out here, and again, these mating decisions were made long in advance, and it takes a lot of planning. I do think there's one heifer to me that, and I like all of them really well, but she was a strong contender there for the championship selection. I think she's a really good female, and I'm glad we get to still recognize her. This May heifer right here is going to be the champion bred no. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And selected as your champion bred and owned female is entry 202. Seldom Rest Sandy 5086, shown by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Congratulations, Sid. That concludes our Angus show. We'll finish up our pictures here and begin our Hereford show at 2:30. So we'll get a chance to get these pictures taken, and our judge is here for a Hereford show. So Hereford exhibitors, we will begin at 2:30 sharp. Please be bringing your calves down to get weighed. Thank you.
What do you need? Oh yeah, I've got a box back here. I'll bring some down there too, but yeah, absolutely. FedEx box.
What did you say?
Sorry, I'm just making a couple quick.
Okay, folks, it is official. In Class 3 steers, winning Class 3 was entry 56. Steer weighed 1,282 pounds, shown by Jackson Sills, Paneto, Indiana. Second was entry 60, weighed 1,288, shown by Samantha McNeil, Glencoe, Ontario, Canada. Third went to entry 75, shown by Allison Davis, Carrollton, Ohio. Fourth, entry 52, shown by Dalton Anderson, Morning View, Kentucky. Fifth, entry 33, shown by Christy Hasse, Mount Carmel, Illinois. Sixth, entry 82, shown by Jake Newsom, Lebanon, Indiana. Seventh, entry 21, shown by Michael Gilbert, Crawfordsville, Indiana. Eighth, entry 1, shown by Amanda Rhea, Bernard, Iowa. Ninth, entry 84, shown by Kimberly Schultz, Croswell, Michigan. 10th, entry 23, shown by Jackson Underwood, Urbana, Oklahoma. 11th, entry 83, shown by Shane Pitzer, Mount Orab, Ohio. Entry number 80, weighed out. Entry 80, weighed out. So placings in our class were 4, 6, 1, 2, 11. Entry 80 was out. Then 3, 7, 8, 5, 9, and 10. Our ring now is Class 4. Steers weighed from 1318 to 1335. Steers weighing 1318 to 1335.
Over on your steer side, another competitive class. I'll be honest with you, the top two in this particular class sort me very, very well. There's some minor differences between these two cattle. I'm going to talk them as a pair first. Togetherness at the ground, both of these cattle are sound. You study them in terms of their structural integrity, the size and the shape and the scope to their foot size, the way they bend their knee and they get out of their hock are both absolutely ideal in my two class winners. For me, it's muscularity that sorts this pair and handle quality. When you get on top of the calf that precedes this class and you study him from his blades back, he's the biggest, the widest, and the truest as you study him down his back and out of his hip. I like the way he handles over his 12th and 13th and along his loin edge, especially more directly than the calf that comes in second. And for me, to talk the pair a bit closer as we study them directly through their shoulder, I like the way he hooks up into his forerib. He's a bit neater and fresher as we study him right down through his chest, along his sternum, and there through his undercarriage. And then you get that calf out and you ask him to lead. So neat and attractive in the way he gets out and moves. Loaded with power, tremendous look up front. That's an outstanding class winner. The young man's calf that comes in second, when you get him on the stop and you study his portrait, it's absolutely lights out. You can lay down at night and dream of what a show calf is supposed to look like, and it's going to be something that has a picture and a silhouette exactly like this one. The way his neck set so high, neat and attractive out the front third of his skeleton, his quality about that respect is absolutely spot on. He's a calf that's so smooth pattern, he's so good at the ground, and he should be, because he's a calf comparative to my class winner. He's a bit plainer down his top and out of his hip comparatively in his sheer muscularity, and that's what gets him in second. Plus, he's got just a dabble of chest comparative to your class winner. The big-hipped, big-boned steer and my source of power comes here in third. At the surface, he's the most rugged, he's the most ideal and stoutest in terms of his bone and footwork, and that just simply facilitates for so much topside mass that this calf offers you out the top of his blades through his loin, and he's so three-dimensional in his hip. With that extra power, he's maybe a bit coarser through his shoulder, but for me, what sorts him into third is I study his maturity up front. He's a bit shorter, so I study him from the point of his shoulder up and through his jawline. He's a bit protruding out in terms of his chest and offers me just more waist, so I study him along his sternum and down through his brisket. And then you ask him to lead, and at times he comes up a bit short in that off-show side back leg when we study him when on the go. That's an awfully good calf, different class and different place later down the road. He could sure work his way to the top end of this class as well. The young man in the yellow shirt that comes next, I like this calf probably the best when on the lead. He holds himself together much better. It's when you get him stopped, he wants to fall apart. He breaks behind into his shoulder. He doesn't hook together nearly as well in his forerib, and up into the backside of his scapula is ideal. You can just start to see that top line set down in him. He's got a shade of roll out of his hip, and then at times study that off-show side back leg. I don't know if he's got some swelling or what he's got going, but he's just not quite planting that off-show side back leg securely to the ground is ideal. A calf that hit me very hard when he hit the end gate is the yellow calf that comes next. So good in terms of his bone and footwork. He's ideal in terms of his rib cage. So round, robust, big, and stout in terms of his center body cavity. He's a big hipped calf as well. It's when you get in behind him and you get this look right here of him. He's flat as you study him from his pin set down into his stifle and his quarter. He's a narrower gauged cattle as well compared to the ones that precede him in this lineup. The calf that comes next, I love his look and balance from the side. So high quality and so neat and attractive in his lines. He's a calf that just gets a bit straight for me. He's a bit more upright and erect in his rear hock and pastern than ideal, just a bit more rigid as you study him when he gets on the go. Young lady with the shorthorn calf that comes next, boy, I like this one's kind. Softness of structure, boldness of rib, awesome in terms of handle quality. He's a calf that just gets overwhelmed in terms of muscularity. He's plainer down his top and out of his hip. Just need to power him up to move him up any higher in the class. The black and white calf that comes next, he follows that same type and kind. Extremely good in his body cavity, good enough in his structure. We just need to power this guy up to move him up any higher in the class. The black and white steer that comes next, he's big boned, he's rugged, he's extra powerful in his kind. He's got a big stout square hip in him. He's a calf that just comes up a bit short in his stride. It's a calf that's plainer about the front third of his skeleton. The young lady that comes next has a nice bodied steer. Just need to power him up. Also like to freshen him up. He's a bit plain as you study him down through his chest floor, about the crest of his neck. And the young man's brockle-faced calf we lead off with, just a bit tight in his spine. As you study him when on the go, he rises in the center of his back. He shuffles off of those rear two. Just need to soften his structure, soften his rib cage to move him up any higher in the class.
Steer exhibitors, Class 5 is in the ring. We need Classes 6 and 7 to the scales, please. Class 6 and 7 to the scale, please. Class 5 is in the ring. Attention Hereford exhibitors. Hereford exhibitors, we need Class 1 and 2 spring heifer calves. Hereford exhibitors, Class 1 and 2 to the makeup ring, please. We will be starting your show in 15 minutes. Class 1 and Class 2, Hereford spring heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately.
We'd like to wish everyone.
Okay, we have official placings in our Class 4 of our steers. Winning Class 1 is entry 16. Steer weighed 1318, shown by Jesse Hoblin, York, Nebraska. Second is entry 27, steer weighed 1,335 pounds, shown by Heath Downing, Creston, Iowa. Third, entry 25, steer weighed 1,335 pounds, shown by Shale Varner, Morris, Illinois. Fourth was entry 9, shown by Cade Reininger, Newcastle, Oklahoma. Fifth, entry 55, shown by Adam Day, Lovington, Illinois. Sixth, entry 48, shown by Austin Thomas, Madison, Missouri. Seventh, entry 36, shown by Michaela Leonard, Penfield, Illinois. Eighth, entry 38, shown by Macy Dillon, Bicknell, Indiana. Ninth, entry 2, shown by Clayton Clem, Lakin, Illinois. Placings in that class were from top to bottom: 1, 4, entry 47, weighed out. 8, 9, 7, entry 14, weighed out. 55 was 5th, then 2nd, 6th, and 3rd. In the ring now is Class 5. Our weight range here is 1340 to 1359. 1340 to 1359. Scratch on it. Scratch on it. thought for a minute I was going to have to get off this stand and go do that. Bunch of rookies. Attention Hereford exhibitors, we are missing entries 3 and 4 from Class 1. We need entries 3 and 4 from Class 1. Please bring your entries. You will miss your class. We're going to be in there in 5 minutes. Boy, I need to go shopping today. I'm getting more credit cards lost today. Heather Cox, not only do I have your credit cards, but I got your phone up here too. So, Heather Cox, if you don't want me to have a whole new wardrobe next tomorrow, you better get up here.
You need one.
This is the Supreme Heifer buckle that will need to be presented with the banner.
Okay. Hereford exhibitors, I show 230. Let's bring in Class 1 Hereford Spring Heifer Calves into the ring. Class 1 Hereford Spring Heifer Calves. It is my distinct pleasure and honor to introduce our judge today for our Junior Hereford Show here at the North American. It is Dr. Ryan Rathman from Lubbock, Texas. Ryan was raised on a cow-calf operation in Central Texas, received his bachelor's and master's in beef cattle reproduction at Texas A&M University, and his PhD in ruminant nutrition at Texas Tech. Currently, he is the associate professor and John W. and Doris Jones professorship holder in the Department of Animal Science and Food Sciences at Texas Tech University. Ryan is the livestock judging coach at Texas Tech. He has coached 8 national champion livestock teams, 7 at Texas A&M, and 1 at Texas Tech. He and his wife Kayla have 2 daughters, Kinley and Carly. Let's put our hands together and welcome Dr. Ryan Rathman to the North American to evaluate our Hereford cattle today. I don't want it. Give it to him. I know.
Or you give it a shot this morning? No. I mean, how cool would it be if people have been escorted? That would be cool.
I
didn't see it. Was he here?
Any batteries up here?
There's more batteries
Yeah, here.
right here.
Otherwise, I would have put it out.
Over on your steer side, absolutely outstanding class, and to these exhibitors in this class, we're really 4, 5, or 6 head deep in this particular class, but for me, the black steer we lead off with just simply daylights this class. He is absolutely a true freak on a leash, and I mean that from the utmost respect. This calf is so neat and youthful as you study him about his head carriage, the way he sets that onto his shoulder, the way he hooks up into his forerib, and yet I still seem to absolutely fixate on the way this calf is constructed at the ground, the way he bends his knee, he uses his hocks, he flexes and grabs the ground, and the way he gets out and moves is just absolutely impeccable. And then you get in behind him. He's so strong, he's so big, robust, and descriptive as you study him over his rib, along his loin edge, and yet just gets extra three-dimensional there out of his hip. He's so smooth and soft in terms of his rib cage and design. This calf is just extra, extra good. Congratulations to you, young man, on your class winner. The red steer, without a doubt, he's my source of power in this particular class. He's more opened up through his chest floor, and that facilitates for so much extra topside mass that he offers you as you study him from his blades back. Comparative to your class winner, he is the big top, the big hipped, the big ended calf of this particular class. But when I study this angle right here and compare him to your class winner, he needs to be neatened up through his chest. He could be a bit less mature, a bit more juvenile, if you will, as you study him about his maturity, about his head, the crest of his neck, his shoulder, and down into his chest, comparative to your class winner. And then when I ask this calf to lead, he's sound. But compared to your class winner, at times he wants to come up a bit shade short in his step. He wants to dip down in his loin and wants to swivel out of his hip just a shade, but without a doubt, he's the big hipped, the powerful, the soft rib calf of this particular class. The black steer that comes next, he is so good at the ground, so athletic, so agile in terms of his build, and he should be. Comparative to the duo that precedes him, he's off in terms of his muscularity. Comparatively, he's plain and flat down his back and over the plane of his stifle and down into his quarter compared to those two that precedes him. The calf that hit me hard on the end gate is the calf that ends up in fourth. Boys, you study him at the wood chips, this calf is so good in his structural integrity. He gets out of his shoulder just absolutely immaculately, so soft at the ground, good in his rib. Young man, he's a calf when I get in behind him. I just need to power him up. He's plainer down his top. He doesn't have that extra shape, that extra width as you get in behind him and study him down his back and over his hip. comparatively to those ones that precedes him. A nice calf comes next. He's got some bone, he's got some power, just need to rearrange the way he's put together in his shoulder. He wants to labor off of his front end just a bit when I ask him to go, and at times he knuckles on those rear pasterns as I set him into motion. The gray steer that comes next, boy, here's one that's chubby in his build, and I like that kind. I like that softness of rib. I love that fat steer look. With that, he's a bit plainer down through his chest, maybe a bit heavier in terms of his condition comparatively, and that doesn't quite correlate as well to the amount of muscularity he has. If he had extra power, that extra fat would work. But with that, he's a calf that I just question him comparatively in terms of where his yield would be in this particular class. A long-bodied, smooth pattern calf comes next. Just need to change him in the way he's coordinated at the ground to move him up any higher in the class. A big hip steer comes next. He's long and extended up front, just a bit straight and more erect in terms of his hock and his pasture structure than ideal for me. He too is one that swivels there out of his hip and dips down in his loin. The longer sheath calf that comes next, one that's loaded with power, just need to soften him up in terms of his handle and his rib cage to move him up any higher in the class. A big ribbed, big bone calf comes next, just need to open him up in terms of power and shape to move him up any higher in this class. Steer that comes next, loaded with muscle, gets a bit off of his hip, gets a bit plain as you view him up front. And the baldy calf we finish out with, a nice pattern calf, just need to change him structurally, give him some softness of rib and some extra power as well. Nice group of cattle, extremely competitive on the top end. Congratulations to each of these exhibitors.
That mic back over on there.
Yeah, they did. Okay, attention steer exhibitors. Class 6 is in the ring. We need class 7 and 8 to the scales, please. Class 7 and 8 to the scales. Class 6 steers are in the ring. As soon as we do the weigh back, I'll have you official results on class 5. Hereford exhibitors, class 1 spring heifer calves is in the ring. We need class 2 and 3 to the makeup ring immediately. Class 2 and class 3 Hereford heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you. And now for comments in our Hereford show, and our first class from Dr. Ryan Rathman.
Well, it's good to be with y'all here in Freedom Hall. Looking forward to sorting what I think will be a heck of a good Hereford show today. We've had a good show over there in Broadbent yesterday, and I know the Angus show is awfully strong over here this morning. And so this will be the final breed, I think, before we get to our Supreme Drive over here. And it's been a great junior heifer show. Seeing this first set of calves is a little bit difficult relative to trying to work through maybe some of the differences and just how broke they are at the end of the halter. And so trying to get the best read that we can put on them that we possibly can. But I'm sure most of the exhibitors would agree that once they get them just a little bit more comfortable with this environment, I'm sure that their ability to maximize their look and get them across in the manner that they want will be a little better the next time.
The first heifer that I'm going to start with, Hadley's got this heifer here. I like her basic build real well. She's stout-footed, she's stout-structured. A female that's got good turn to her center body. You step in behind her, and she's got some real genuine width to her. Still balances pretty good in terms of the length of her neck relative to the length of her body. When we get her in motion, I'd probably like to see that female just relax a bit more in terms of her top line. I think she carries just a little bit square on a comparative note out of her pin bone versus the female we've got here in second. This female that comes in second, if this was a NASCAR race, she would definitely not win. A young man says he's just kind of been breaking her here in this last week, and you can definitely tell that this female wants to slope pretty good from hooks to pins on account of that. But I think you give her a pass on her behavior, and you really start to break her down for what she is. This female, much like our class winner, is really good at the ground in terms of foot size and surface area. She's really heavy boned but clean jointed. She's a good bellied female that when she does relax, has a pretty nice look out to her front 1/3. The heifer that we've got here in third with the spot on her pole, a female that's a little later maturing than those two cattle I put right in front of her. This female is really long-topped. She's a female that's really smooth in her shoulder and long and extended ahead of her blade. She maybe gets just a little more into her hock and a little bit more refined in terms of her footwork at the ground, but a female draws up really fancy from the side. The next heifer, one that maybe hollows out just a bit to the base of her rib and maybe goes off her rear too, just a little more vertical in terms of her hind leg placement, but one that comes together pretty nicely in terms of balance. A female that's got some shape down her top and some definition down of her hip. Just need a little bit more time to see that female develop in terms of her belly and put them on the corners just a little bit wider. I'm sure she'll get there in time. Next young man had a nice heifer that was kind of at the end of the lineup there in the class. A female that's got a good amount of quality about her. I like her look up to the front 1/3 of her body. She maybe drops her pin and shortens a little bit more in her hip and maybe gets just a little bit tighter underneath and a little narrower traveling as she comes and goes. And a good pair of cattle here at the end that are just a little bit greener. Heifer there second to the end that maybe runs downhill just a shot more and doesn't stay quite as square and coordinated or stout in her bone work. And the young lady here that rounds out the class got another nice female that's a good pattern from the side, but just a little bit more refined in terms of her feet and a little narrower base relative to her competition.
Announcer stand, steers class 5, 2 out. That would be entry number 42 and entry number 85 weighed out.
Thank you, Ryan. Placing first in Class 1, Spring Hereford Heifer Calves is entry 7, Showtime Maggie, 631 ET, shown by Hadley Hendrickson, Farmland, Indiana. Second, entry 4, MAV Cotton's Peekaboo, 659D, shown by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Third, entry 3, shown by Ella Jacobs, Frederick, Maryland. Fourth, entry 5, shown by Cole Heiser, Milledgeville, Ohio. Fifth, entry 10, shown by Riley Rhodes, Carlinville, Illinois. Sixth is entry 6, shown by Mason Collins, Lewisburg, Tennessee. And seventh is entry 8, shown by Shelby Pearl, DeCoin, Illinois. Placings in that class were 2, 3, 4, 6, 1, 7, and 5. In the ring now in our Hereford show is Class 2, Spring Heifer Calves. Class 2, Spring Heifer Calves. Hereford exhibitors, Class 2 is in the ring. We need Classes 3 and 4 to the makeup ring, please. We have our official placings for Class 5 in our steer show. Winning Class 5 is entry 78, steer weight 1,344 pounds, shown by Denver McKay, Orlando, Oklahoma. Second was entry 7, steer weight 1,349 pounds, shown by Michaela Grady, Grandview, Texas. Third, entry 30, shown by Chase Albers, Wisner, Nebraska. Fourth, entry 11, shown by Robert Hurst, Freonia, Texas. Fifth is entry 65, shown by Cody Corum, Browning, Missouri. Sixth, entry 74, shown by Kyla Wolf, Oaktown, Indiana. 7th is entry 34, shown by Rachel Shaw, Williamsport, Ohio. 8th, entry 6, shown by Jacqueline Duzen, Germantown, Kentucky. 9th, entry 81, shown by Mallory Lawrence, Jamestown, Indiana. And 10th is entry 20, shown by Patrick McCord, Alexandria, Kentucky. Placings again in that class were 3, 10, 1, entry 42 weighed out, then was 5th, 6th, 2nd, 9th, 8th, 7th, entry 85 weighed out, and our final entry was entry 11, which was 4th. In the ring now is Class 6. Class 6 steers go from weights of 366 to 1387. 1366 to 1387. Class 6. And now comments on Class 6 of our steer show from my good friend, Mr. Jeff Jackson.
Well, over on your steer side, I guess in my opinion, no need to procrastinate any longer on this particular class. I found you guys a class winner. I'll promise you one thing, with the recent election, whether you're Democratic, Republican, or Independent, I believe we can all agree that this one's the complete calf of this class. He's the truest at the ground. He's the neatest about his front end. He's extra geek about his neck and the way he sets it onto his shoulder. Without a doubt, one of the truest and freshest cattle in terms of the way he's constructed through his chest, about his head carriage, about the crest of his neck, and the way he hooks all of that and assembles that all together in that extremely neat shoulder package. From there, he's big and round and robust in his rib cage. He handles extra soft over his 12th and 13th. He's extra massive along his loin edge, extra shapely as you study him down his top, big hipped, big rib, extra good at the ground. When you study this guy at the surface, he's extremely good in terms of his structural integrity. You get in behind him and he has got a world of power. One of my good friends before, he said, well, how much muscle's too much as you study these market steers? I guess in my opinion, in this particular judge's estimation, when they're sound at the ground, they're fresh and they're kind, and they're ideal in terms of their handle quality, I guess I'll take all the muscle I can get. Congratulations to you, young lady, on an awfully nice entry to win this class. An outstanding steer comes here in second. As you study him from the side, he maybe doesn't quite give you that extra neat portrait from the side, and you say, hey, that guy's been picking those cattle that's got that extra look from the side and so smooth in their lines, and I have. But for me, the reason this calf works his way into second, he's extra stout in his kind. He's soft in his joints. He grabs some ground when he gets out and moves. He's extra powerful in his build. He's neat and refined as you study him up front in the way he sets his neck onto his shoulder, but yet then opens up with so much power as you study him down his back and out of his hip. No, he's not perfect in his hip structure. He needs to be leveled up about his pins. His tail head set could be just a shade higher as well, but that's an awfully nice calf in his own right. Congratulations to you. The black and white steer that comes third, one I guess in my mind didn't hit me just absolutely at first instance when he hit the dirt, but a calf for me, the longer you study him, the more you like him. He's extremely neat up front. He's extra powerful in his kind, and honestly, he probably has the neatest look from the side of maybe be your top three. So when you get in behind him, you need to change him. He's a bit flatter down his back. He's plain and more nondescript as you get in behind him. And at times when he wants to fight that halter, he shuffles off of those rear two just a shade as well. A big body black and white calf comes next. I love him in terms of his handle quality. It's a calf that gets just a bit plain for me. He's plain in his structure. He's plain as you study him up front. He's a bit more jammed together and conventional as you study him from the point of his shoulder up through his jawline. He's a calf that should take just a bit more ground-reaching stride when on the go. The black calf that comes next, the Roman nose steer, here's one that's loaded with power when you get in behind him. He's a big bone, big-footed calf. For me, it's his handle quality that sorts him where he's at. He's awfully dry and harsh as you study him along that loin edge. He, too, is one that could be softened up as you study him there back into his flank. A tremendous look from the side, though, in this particular calf. Individual that comes next, wanting to fight the halter, but this is a nice calf in his own kind. He's big backed, he's smooth handling, he's big ribbed. He's just a calf that needs more power when you get in behind him. He's a bit plainer and more nondescript. Maybe a calf that's a bit more conventional in his size as well. You put him a couple classes back, he's definitely a top end contender in those particular classes. A long bodied, really rugged calf comes next. Want to soften him in his rib cage as well, change him about his structure as he goes. The snip nose calf that comes next, kind of the same type and kind. Big and rugged in his kind. Just need to soften him up about his rib, give him a bit more fat steer look from the side. Same thing comes with the black calf that's next. Big bone, sound, got some shape, got some power. Just need to soften him in his rib cage, redesign the way he's constructed about his shoulder. Black and white calf that comes next. He's rigid on his pasterns. Just need to give him a bit longer and freer stride when on the go. And we finish out with a pair of cattle that's got some things you like, some bone, some substance. Just need to soften both of these cattle in their rib cage, soften them at the ground as well in terms of their structure. Good class. Congratulations to the top end exhibitors in this particular.
Well, our second class of Hereford calves is awfully strong. First class, and even in this one, a lot of cattle that are still just getting used to the halter. It's a little harder to read them, but I don't think there's any doubt about the one that wins this class. This female's the second youngest heifer in the class. We range from late April to late March in this group, and this female just has such an immense amount of quality. She's so long-necked. Her length of body, her length of hip, her attractiveness of her hip and hind leg is really on point. Structurally speaking, moves really, really good to be that tall-fronted female that's still stout-pinned. She's pretty late maturing, so she's still pretty juvenile in terms of the shape and softness to her forerib. She'll only get better in time. That's an awfully elite one. I think then there's some decisions you've got to make behind that one. The female I'm going to go ahead and put second is not nearly as late maturing as that one, but I like her just robustness of center body, her stoutness of bone, her size of feet. She maybe pushes her hock just a little straighter in terms of just how it's assembled, but she uses it fine. She's a very sound-made female up front. Maybe doesn't come through her chest floor quite as wide and back into her heart as she is from there back in terms of her center skeleton, but collectively a well-balanced female that's a little stouter in terms of her hind leg set than the third place heifer. Third place female's length of body and length of hip is more in line with the class winner. She carries a little extra throat relative to being plainer and less coordinated in the way she uses her rear too, but a beautiful heifer when she stops and parks. The heifer that comes next, maybe just a little bit flatter in terms of her hair, but when you study this one's quality, she's really deep from her heart to her flank. She's pretty level from hooks to pins. A female that ought to be really easy keeping. At this stage in the game, she's maybe carrying just a nickel more condition. She's just a touch flatter from hooks to pins, maybe not quite as naturally wide at the ground as some, but a beautiful maternal female from the side. The next heifer is one that I like a great deal, young man. There's certain views that I get of her that I like as well as any, and it could move her as high as second in this
group. Then other times we get her in motion. She gets a little too weak on her rear pasterns. Her chest floor starts to drop in her. She runs downhill just a bit. Just need to square her up. But I love that female's rib design. Love how smooth she is from front to rear. Dark red female going out the gate there is one that's just a little tighter structured, but a beautiful performance type female. We have a pair of smaller, slower growing heifers here in the end. I'd like to fix this one's hock and just get her out and travel a little more pliable. Young man, your little heifer down here is a little sounder than that heifer I've got right in front of you. She's just quite a bit more off pace in terms of her natural level of growth. Just need a little more time to see if she can catch up and compete with others.
Thank you, Ryan. Placing first in Class 2, Hereford Spring Heifer Calves is entry 12. MAV Sadie, 643D, shown by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Second, entry 11, Showtime Maya, 625, shown by Justin Johnson and Trent Johnson, Bloomington, Indiana. Third, entry 16, shown by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Fourth, entry 22, shown by Melissa Leanne Grimmel from Jarrettsville, Maryland. Fifth is entry 21, shown by Dalton Davis, Thorntown, Indiana. Sixth is entry 25, shown by Justin and Trent Johnson, Bloomington, Indiana. Seventh is entry 24, shown by the Lind, Kirsta, Hans, and Jens Lind, Rushford, Minnesota. And eighth is entry 15, also shown by Kirsten, Hans, and Jens Lind, Rushford, Minnesota. In the ring now is Class 3, Hereford Spring Heifer Calves. Class 3 is in the ring. Following this class, we will be selecting our Spring Hereford Calf Champion. Following this class, we will be selecting a division champion.
We need Class 6 and 7 Herefords to the scales, please. We need Class 6 Herefords to the scales, please.
They're calling for Class 6 Herefords.
I know.
What are they on?
3. Oh. The official placing for Class 6 is in. Placing first in Class 6 steers is entry 63. Steer weight 1366, shown by Olivia Caldwell, Elmwood, Illinois. Second is entry 50, steer weight 1375, shown by Lacey Schmitz, Oaks, North Dakota. Third, entry 79, shown by Connor Bankus, Milan, Missouri. Fourth is entry 24, shown by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. 5th is entry 87, shown by Alyssa Borson, Zeeland, Michigan. 6th is entry 62, shown by Brennan Mert, Plainwell, Michigan. 7th is entry 51, shown by Tyler Clark, Covington, Ohio. 8th is entry 66, shown by Taylor Coram, Browning, Missouri. 9th is entry 72, shown by Jacob Reemsma, DeWitt, Iowa. And 10th is entry 3, shown by Kendi McGirl, Ravenna, Nebraska. Placings in this class from top to bottom were 1, 3, 7, 4, 8, 6, 9, 2, 5, and 10. Entries 19 and 37 weighed out. Entries 19 and 37 both weighed out. In the ring now is Class 7. Class 7 steers. Steers weigh between 1389 and 1399. Just 10 pounds difference in this class. 1389 to 1399. Class 8 steers, please be in the makeup ring. Class 8. Following Class 8, we will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Champion steer. So all you class winners, be making your way back up to the makeup ring, please. Hereford exhibitors, Class 3 is currently in the ring. Class 3 is in the ring. Following this class, we will be having a division. So Class 6 and 7. Class 6 and 7, Hereford heifer calves, please making your way to the makeup ring, please. Classes 6 and 7 to the makeup ring, please. Now comments in our Hereford ring from our judge, Dr. Ryan Rathman.
Well, a tremendous class of cattle here, and quite a bit more variation in this group in regards to our level of achieved performance to date. And as you walk through the cattle and look at them, you try as much as possible to look at them individually, and that's what I've done, but yet at the same note, the two big high-performing cattle are at the top of the class, and they're there mainly for quality. This female that starts versus that big-footed, stout-legged girl that the young man has in second. For me, just a little bit neater up to her throat, and the way she ties her neck higher off the top of her blade, the way she comes back into her line. She's just deadly consistent and level and uniform, just has such a high degree of presence here from the side. To still be a big-middled female that's super level from hooks to pins and stout in her hind leg construction. When we get the cattle out and travel them, maybe the female here in second's just a little bit looser, maybe has a little bit more outer hoof, if you will, whenever the cattle are traveled, but it's hard to match the look of that class winner. Young man, your heifer here in second, just absolutely love the feet and leg structure of this female. She's got a little extra softness to her hind leg, but in terms of cow longevity, she's really built to last. She's really big rib, she's really high performing, she's got a ton of dimension from behind, comes with a little extra throat and chest. At such a young age, she's fairly prominent in terms of her teat structure. I don't think it'll be too big, but in the long run, maybe not quite as refined. The heifer that we've got in 3, a really nice individual. This female is just kind of up against 2 real massive females that are awfully good at the top end of this class. I'm not sure she outstrides them any when you watch her travel from behind. Up front, she maybe turns them out a little bit more. Maybe as a component of not having quite as much natural with the skeleton right now. When she's parked and set up, she's awfully stylish. Her lines are right, and her looks pretty neat and feminine up to the front 1/3 of her body. The heifer we've got in 4, female, it's a little greener right now in terms of her forerib and through the base of her heart. I don't think she's quite as square and long from hooks to pins. In terms of feet and leg structure, she's plenty adequate in terms of soundness. Her balance is extremely good. She proportions out well. Just a really solid female with a lot of future, and she's still got a lot of opportunity to grow as she continues to flesh. The heifer that we've got next, a female, does have a little more condition. Relative to that, she's maybe not quite as naturally stout pin, maybe not quite as naturally wide base or as coordinated there off of the rear too. A female, though, that's got a nice look in terms of the way she flows from her center body, from her forerib, and so smooth at the edge of her shoulder, a very maternal type heifer. The next female in line, maybe just a little higher in her rear rib and flank relative to her chest floor, maybe just a little bit more general in terms of the presentation of her hind leg. She goes just a little tighter in terms of her loin and goes a shot more vertical up front when we put her in motion. Next heifer here with a little bit more wide under, a real moderate female. A heifer that's got plenty of rib to her, just maybe not quite as stout in her feature, maybe not quite as attractive in terms of her design. Nice female here that's just a little plainer up through her front end, maybe not quite as intense in her bone work. Female here that's just a little bit shorter coupled and earlier maturing. A female behind her that's got a little more style from the side, but like to redesign her a bit from a structural standpoint. So good set of cattle. Let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors here in our calf class.
Thank you, Ryan. Now comments in our steer class from our judge, Mr. Jeff Jackson.
Well, over on your steer side, an outstanding class, and for me, a very, very nice class winner. I'm here to tell you this one here has got the come on with the come on. He's got the come hither look as you study him from the side. He's so neat and attractive about his front third, absolutely no chest, big bone, good wheels, big square hip. That's an awfully nice calf to lead off with. Compared to maybe some that's preceded him, he's a shade dry in his rib comparative to some of your past class winners, but I'm here to tell you, that one at the ground, big square hip, long neck, that one's awfully good. Congratulations to you, young man. The young lady's calf that comes next, I'm telling you, you study this one at the ground, and this is the big bone, big footed calf of the group. I just wish he correlated that a shade better to the upper third of his skeleton. His big bone doesn't compensate for his flatness as you study him there over his quarter. On the standstill, he's a calf that's soft in his rib. He's good in his look. Comparative to your class winner, he could be a bit neater about the front third of his skeleton, maybe the way he sets that neck onto the apex of his shoulder, or just give him a shade more length about his front third. But for me, I just need to see more power when I get directly in behind him for that one to overtake your class winner. A big bone, big hip calf comes next. He probably more ideally matches your type and kind in terms of muscularity into your class winner. He's a long neck calf that's extra stout in his kind, big backed and big hipped. He's extra expressive as you study him from the top of his blades and out of his hip. He only gets more three-dimensional as you study him from his shoulder back. I guess with that extra power, maybe one that I need is change in the way he gets out and moves. At times he rises right in the center of his back, kind of shove those rear legs, and sometimes doesn't quite come up as coordinated and when we ask him to lead. The yellow calf that comes next, just practical in his kind. He's sound in his foot, he's big in his rib, He's good in terms of his handle quality. No, he's not the freshest about his front third. I'd like to make him just a bit more juvenile about his head and down through his chest, but you talk about the good wheels, the good running gear, the big rib, and the big hip, that calf's got it going on from that absolute respect. The black and white calf that comes next, calf that's loaded with power when you get in behind him, so shapely down his back and from behind, extra soft at the ground as well. He just gets plain as you study him there through his undercarriage and his chest floor, bit plain as you study him about his front third. Could maybe be a bit more expansive in his pin set as well, but that's a nice calf. Congratulations to you, young lady. The baldy calf that comes next, long-bodied and good-looking, just need to soften him about his rib cage and give him a shade more fat steer look as we get off to the side and study his silhouette. The black calf that comes next, he follows that same thing. I'd like to rebalance this calf. The deepest part of his underpinning is his chest. I'd like to neaten him up there, soften him in his center rib and back into his flank. The black calf that comes next, long-bodied and powerful, just need to re-coordinate and reassemble the way we've constructed him at the ground to give him a bit longer stride, just not labors quite so much out of his shoulder when on the go. The stocking-legged calf that comes next has an extra cocky look from the side. The way he sets his neck onto his shoulder is absolutely ideal, but from there we need to change him. He's a bit bold in the lower third of his shoulder, neaten him up about his chest, lengthen him up about his hip, and set him up in his pin set, and that one sure works his way several places higher. The brockle-faced calf that comes next, long-bodied and good-looking, just need to power him up, young man. He fades out of his hip, he's flat over the plane of his stifle and down into his quarter. Maybe we could stouten him up in his bone work as well. Young man's calf that comes next, boy, you like his length of body and you like his performance. With that, he's a bit hard and dry in terms of his handle quality, and we can see that in his rib cage when you get off to the side and study his secondary fat indicators. He's freer of fat through his chest, around his tail head and pones and cod, and that correlates to his handle quality as well. The black and white steer, and actually the solid black steer we finish out with, a pair of cattle here at the bottom end. I love their chubbiness, I love their moderation of frame and the rib cage that both of these cattle have. I just need to structurally change both of these to move up any higher in the class. Congratulations to each of these, extremely competitive on the top end of this particular class.
Okay, we'll take this class 7 to the weigh scale and weigh them. In our class, in comes our final class of the day in our steer show. This is class 8. These steers weigh 1410 to 1489. This is our final class, 1410 to 1489. Please, all of you first and second place steer winners, I need all you first and seconds back to the makeup ring. Following this class and the way back, we will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion steer.
Well, so far over here on the Hereford side of the arena, it's been a little bit like a junior high dance. Some of them want to participate and others not quite sure they want to get in the game, but when these ladies figure it out, then there's going to be several of them that I evaluated, particularly in that first class, the second class, that as they get more comfortable are going to compete at even higher level, just a little difficult to kind of read through exactly what they offer. Of our 3 class winners, the first female, not necessarily the latest maturing in terms of her body length, the reed to her cannon bone, the length she possesses from her hook bone back, but in terms of just proportioning out, very uniform from top to bottom and front to rear and being sound in her feet and legs, I think that's a really nice female. Hadley sure does a nice job highlighting her quality. I wish you the best of luck with her down the road. The heifer then that came out of the next class was a pretty convincing winner. This female is so unique for a Hereford female to be this long-necked and just clean in terms of her pattern and design, to yet still have such a stout hip and hind leg. She drives off of it plenty functional from behind. The question is kind of where's she going to become and where's she going in terms of the amount of rib that she's got, particularly at the base of her heart and her center full rib and back to her flank. This is clearly a female that's of extreme quality. She's a very, very elite one. Then we ran into a pair of just performance cattle in that last class. Sided with the heifer that when she's not taking time out here to urinate has got a great look. This female just really has an immensely good look from her shoulder forward. Her neck comes so high out the top of her blade. She's got such good slope and properness to her shoulder. The way she comes so true to the ground. She's got extreme length of body. She's right in her lines. She's got a lot of dimension, but still looks like a female. This female's super sound. Not the widest tracking female in the world, but for a female to be this far ahead in terms of rib and body, but yet still put everything together the way she does in her skeleton's pretty impressive. She's going to be our division winner. Let's give this young lady here a nice round of applause.
Selected as our Division I Spring Heifer Calf Champion is entry 34, Soul Diana.
Nice job. Congratulations.
6993D, shown by Caitlin Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Congratulations, Caitlin.
No problem, bud. You just stick her and continue with your business here. She just decided she didn't want to participate in this junior high dance, but nonetheless, this female is awfully good. She's sound and she's stout. She's a female that's big-ribbed and going to be a big-time stout bird cow in the long run. She comes with a little extra throat and chest, and I think you'll have to manage her to keep her where she needs to be in terms of freshness of composition. Maybe like to back her down just a shot in terms of teat structure and how quickly she's developing there, but nonetheless, I think it'll be adequate. So a marvelous female. Honestly, those two females that came out of that class probably fit each other the best. But again, I think the assignment here is not necessarily to tie the two together that fit the best, but which two are the best. And in my opinion, I like this middle calf too much not to give her a piece of the action here. So we're going to use this elite late maturing female, still a little green, for reserve. Let's give this young man here a nice round of applause.
And selected as our reserve division, Spring Heifer Calf Division, is entry 12, MAV Sadie, 643D, shown by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. This calf will also be our champion, bred and owned from this division. Congratulations to both Caitlin and to Peyton.
Announcer stand.
Entering the ring now, and our Hereford show is Class 6 Junior Heifer Calves. Class 6 is in the ring. We need Class 7 and 8 to the makeup ring, please. Class 7 and 8 to the makeup ring, please. Thank you. Okay, folks, in our steer show, Class 7 is official. Placing first in Class 7 is entry 8, steer weight 1389, and was shown by Bailey Bonham, Newcastle, Oklahoma. Second was entry 45, steer weight 1399, shown by Veda Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Third is entry 39, shown by Kendra Gabriel, Stoutsville, Ohio. Fourth, entry 88, shown by Nick Borson, Zeeland, Michigan. Fifth is entry 46, shown by J.C. Sims, Yuma, Arizona. Sixth, entry 35, shown by Riley Stockdale, Dayton, Pennsylvania. Seventh, entry 77, shown by Colton McMullen, Rockville, Indiana. Eighth is entry 71, shown by Jack McKinney, Colo, Iowa. 9th is entry 57, shown by Case Barton, Millersburg, Ohio. 10th, entry 5, shown by Peyton John, Sherwood, Ohio. And 11th goes to entry 29, shown by Ethan Douglas, Alverton, Ohio. Reading from the top of the class down, they were 9, 1, entry 31 weighed out, then 11, 10, entry 70 weighed out, 3, 8, 5, 4, 7, 6, and 2. In the ring now is our final class of steers. This is class 8. Once again, the weights are 1410 to 1489. Following this class and the weighback, we will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion steers for this year's North American.
Over on your steer side, another extremely high quality class, and I'll be honest with you, it's sheer power that sorts this pair for me. You get directly in behind your class winner. He's the stoutest, the biggest, the most muscular as you study him down his top. I love the way he handles out the top side of his blade through his loin, and yet he's so three-dimensional in terms of his hip structure. He's a wider gauge calf too when you get directly in behind him. Big ribbed and soft in terms of his handle quality, and yet so good when on the move. There's a few times he wants to snap that off show side rear pastern. I don't think that comes with him. I think that's just due to the fact he's wanting to fight that halter. But I guess for this particular judge, where I change him is I study him down through his chest floor. He's getting a bit more mature about his kind, neaten him up along his chest and there along his sternum, just to make that calf balance up about his front third just a shade better. Good rib, good wheels, good hip. That's an awfully nice class winner. Congratulations to you. The calf that I was immediately drawn to is the one that's here in second. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I like him in terms of his freshness quite a bit better than your class winner. The way he handles is in terms of his discreetness over his rib, his freshness about his front end. I like that quite a bit better than your class winner. It's when you get in behind him where I need to change this calf, young lady, and you can see it really evidently when I set him into motion. He's a calf that wants to duck in his pin set. He's set just a bit lower in his hip, and when you ask him to lead, he rises in his jump muscle and just kind of shove those rear legs, and that leads me to believe he's not quite as massive as you study him there about his upper hip, and he sure doesn't have the extra shape over his plane of his stifle and down and through his quarter comparative to your class winner. He might be a shade better in terms of his rib cage comparative to your class winner, but for me, I just need to stouten him up, a calf that you could also maybe lengthen him up about his front third as a whole, but fresh, sound, big rib, calf that's got some muscle. Just need to see more of him when you get in behind him to move him up any higher in this particular class. Young lady that comes next has got a big hip, big-ended kind of a steer. You love him in terms of his bone and his foot as far as shape and size and circumference. Maybe he could be rearranged structurally a little bit. He narrows up behind and swivels out of his hip when you set him in to go. He too's a calf that could be a bit more youthful about his front third as well. Young man's calf that comes next, big, stout, and square as you study him out of his hip, big down his back as well, big boned and big footed. It's a calf that gets a bit plain in his kind as you study him up front, neaten him up through his chest. You could balance this guy up just a shade better as well. For me, a calf that's getting borderline in terms of his frame size is the one that comes next. There's a lot of daylight underneath this calf, and yet he's extra big and tall as we study him down his top line. Just need to soften him up, moderate him, and that calf could move up higher in this class as well. Young lady steer that comes next, really a fault-free kind of a calf. Sound, got a good look, good rib. He just needs more muscle. You get in behind him, and honestly, he's one of the flatter calves of this particular class, but yet I still wanted to keep him in the top cut because he's so good in his structure, so youthful and so fresh in his look. The black steer that comes next, here's probably your source of power in this particular class. He's wide gauge calf that's opened up through his chest floor and his underpinning, and he's so stout as you study him down his back and from behind. I just need to re-coordinate him off of those rear two when I set him in to go. He's just not as neat in the way he gets out and travels as you set this guy into motion. The steer that comes next, big backed and big ended and big rib, just need the same thing as the calf that precedes him. He rises in the center of his back, he shoves his rear wheels. We just need to reassemble the way he's put together structurally to move him up any higher in this particular group. A long neck, big back calf that comes next, soften his pasterns, make him a bit more coordinated when on the go. He could also work his way higher up in this class as well. Shorthorn calf that comes next, you like his look, his smoothness is good, handle quality is good. Just need to massen him up. Give him more power, more shape when you get in behind him to move him up. And then we finish out with a pair of cattle that are similar in their kind. I like the rib cage, I like their softness that they portray there, and they're good in terms of their frame size. These cattle just need to move better when we ask them to lead. Nice group of cattle, very competitive on the top end. Congratulations to each.
Thank you, Jeff. Now we're going to get our way back on Class 8, and we'll bring in our first and second place steers in. So give us just a few seconds here. Comments in our Hereford ring, Dr. Ryan Rathman.
Well, an awfully strong set of February calves. When you break the big picture of the class down, to me there's two cattle that simply are the most complete cattle, that are hardest to fault and just build the most correct. And then we've got two performance cattle behind them, and then a nice group behind them, but a whole or there or two that maybe like to change. Between this top pair, the dark red female that's really good in her pigment, just a little longer in her neck. I think she's a little longer in her body cavity and hip. I like the way her lines come together, just a little bit more extended and still on point in terms of consistency and strength. strength. She's a female that structurally moves really, really good, just like the heifer in second. I do think that maybe down low she's got just a little more depth of heel and shortness of toe, which I appreciate about her versus the heifer in second, but mainly that extra shot of extension from the side I think puts her over the other female. The other female, very similar to her. She's super sound as well. She's good bellied. She's level in her top line, just not quite as extended about her face or her neck, maybe not quite as tidy in terms of how I forecast her chest to hold in her, maybe just a little bit shallower and flatter in terms of her foot from behind, but an awfully good, complete, problem-free Hereford female. Then we run into the two cattle that are north of 3 pounds in terms of their WDA in this class. This one right here is just tremendously stout. She's big and robust in her body cavity, plenty of muscle, to the point where it probably takes away from her level of maternal quality. She's a bit rounder in her shoulder, less refined about her throat and the feature of her head. I'd sure like to pick her pin bone up, maybe space her teat structure out a little differently. I do appreciate her vulva development to this point. She just maybe doesn't stay quite as collected. The heifer in behind her is maybe a shot more feminine, a female that maybe just doesn't have the same degree of rib shape, maybe not quite as stout from the ground up, but still a good-looking female, one that's just awfully late mature and will need time for her body to catch up with her frame. Young man, your heifer that's next, I really like this female when we've got the cattle on the park. She has got a sweet look. Her lines are as good as any. When we put her in motion, I get a little more nervous about her angles. She gets a bit more upright in her front blade and knee, and in the same story from behind. If she'll loosen up for you, I can move her right up the line. The little gal that comes next is super stout bone and big-footed. This female that you've got is really big rib. I do like those components. I'd like to see her just a bit more lengthened in terms of just her future growth. I read her to be a little shorter and lower to the ground, a little bolder at the base of her shoulder. Maybe could use that hock just a little bit freer and lay it in just a little bit flatter. Really a nice heifer you've got here, young man, that's very refined. She ascends just a bit more in terms of her tail head placement, comes to the ground maybe a bit more fragile, but an awfully nice one. Another really feminine heifer you've got, young man, here. I like her well. She's very correct in terms of her pattern. And then a heifer here at the end that's just a little out of sorts in terms of how she holds her top line, but still a female that ought to have some doability about her in production.
Thank you, Ryan. Placing first in Class 6, Spring Hereford heifer calves is entry 50, H.H. Maggie 676, shown by Emily Beanblossom, Bradford, Ohio. Second, entry 174, CFCC EP Meredith 242D, shown by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Third, entry 47, shown by Luke and Chase Harker, Hope, Indiana. Fourth, entry 48, shown by Ethan Howe, Wagontown, Pennsylvania. Fifth, entry 51, shown by Luke and Chase Harker, Hope, Indiana. Sixth, entry 46, shown by Olivia Margaret Williams, Fairfield, Virginia. Seventh, entry 49, shown by Lowry Hunt, Madison, Georgia. Eighth, entry 45, shown by Lowry Hunt, Madison, Georgia. And ninth was entry 44, shown by Mason Love, Baltimore, Ohio. Placings in that class were 9, 8, 6, 3, 4, 7, 1, 5. Entry 52 was out, and second. Entry 174 was second. Entering the ring now, Class 7, Junior Hereford heifer calves. Class 7. Following this class, we will be selecting our junior and reserve junior champion Hereford heifer.
There are no way outs in the last steer classes official.
Okay. It is official in Class 8. This is our placing. There were no way outs. Winning Class 8 was entry 44. Steer weighed 1438, shown by Veda Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Second, entry 26. Steer weighed 1410, shown by Cameron Choate, Hubbard, Texas. Third, entry 69, shown by Carly Burkheimer, Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. Fourth, entry 32, shown by Matthew Wallace, Williamstown, Kentucky. Fifth, entry 86, shown by Austin Berenda, Earl Park, Indiana. Sixth, Entry 49, shown by Lacey Schmitz, Oaks, North Dakota. 7th, entry 18, shown by Lori Millenbaugh, Crestline, Ohio. 8th, entry 43, shown by Curtis Patton, Sprague's, Pennsylvania. 9th, entry 4, shown by Evan Johns, Sherwood, Ohio. 10th, entry 17, shown by Hannah Winters, Algonquin, Illinois. 11th is entry 12, shown by Jordan Barnett, Kingwood, West Virginia. And 12th is entry 61, shown by Brady Littlefield, Burr Oak, Michigan. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion steers. Hereford exhibitors, Class 7 junior heifer calves are in the ring. Following this class, we will be selecting a division champion. Please bring classes 10 and 11 to the makeup ring. Classes 10 and 11 to the makeup ring, please. Once again, for your recap on our steer show, winning Class 1 was entry 73, steer weight 1140, shown by Dylan Wolf, Oaktown, Indiana. Winning Class 2 was entry 89, the steer weight 1235, shown by Olivia McHale, Lewisburg, West Virginia. Winning Class 3 was entry 56, shown by Jackson Sills, Paneto, Indiana, steer weight 1,282 pounds. Winning Class 4 is entry 16, steer weight 1318, shown by Jesse Hoblin, York, Nebraska. Winning Class 5 was entry 78, steer weight 1344, shown by Denver McKay, Orlando, Oklahoma. Winning Class 6 was entry 63, shown by Olivia Caldwell, Elmwood, Illinois, the steer weight 1366. Winning Class 7 was entry 8, shown by Baylor Bonham, Newcastle, Oklahoma, steer weight 1389. And winning Class 8 was entry 44, steer weight 1438, shown by Veda Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado.
This one has not come back to the scale.
Well, Well, folks, one more time before he selects our champion steer, let's put our hands together for our steer judge today, Mr. Jeff Jackson from Walnut Springs, Texas. Jeff.
Well, thank you, Kent. First off, I'm going to take just a minute here. I got some thank yous to pass around before I go select you guys a couple champions. Beginning, everyone here at the North American, thanks for having me back. It's always an honor and a privilege to sort through cattle here on the Green Shavings. Walking down that ramp, as Blake said early, and standing here in all the limelight and getting to see these cattle, getting to see these young people, and getting to sort some of the best stock in the country, it's a humbling experience for me. You know, as a person who grew up showing, but maybe not as competitive, nearly as competitive as the cattle that's been through this ring, I think some of you maybe don't understand what a privilege it is for me to be here. I talk to my brother at times about how, we've had to work our way through the ranks and selling cattle and getting to judge shows, and I'm just going to be honest with you. It's an absolute honor to be able to ask to sort cattle shows like this. Some people think they deserve to sort shows. For me, it's just an absolute honor. It's an absolute privilege. So my hat's off to each and every one of you guys up here from the North American. Thanks for having me. It's an absolute privilege and an honor to be here. I'd be missing the boat if I didn't have to thank the people back at home. I'm one of the luckiest guys in the country. I've got the best family behind me that supports me. Mom and Dad staying back home today, my lovely and beautiful wife that came with me to the show, and my brother, the hands at the barn that do the things that at home that yet still allow me to get out on the road and go judge these cattle. Thank to each and every one of you that support me from that respect. I couldn't do it without an army that supports me and that backs me and is behind me. Thanks. That's all that I can give you. There's no amount of money that would ever repay you guys for all that you do, so the best I can give you is a heartfelt thanks. To the guys that are standing ringside, I can see 100 of you over there that's got black paint on your face, glue on your knees. My hat's off to you guys that fit these cattle and put them together. I normally stand on the other side of that fence, and you guys that fit these things and get them put together, you never get enough thanks. I'll promise you. It's a thankless job, you guys that dress these cattle and get them assembled and put together in the ring. My hat's off to each and every one of you guys. You parents and family members that came, that supported these kids, I'm promising you, you're investing in your kids' future, and this is the best place that they could be. I know what those fancy dualies cost. I know what those shiny silver trailers cost. And with that said, you young people that are still ringside and you young people that are in the ring, I want you to just pay attention for a quick second. When you leave here today, I want you to tell the people that brought you here, whether that's your mom, your dad, your grandparents, or your fitter, just tell them thanks. Thanks for bringing me to the show today. I will promise you that will mean more than any buckle, banner, or paycheck that you guys will ever receive throughout your show career. They've invested in your life, and you guys couldn't be in any other better sector of agriculture than this like this. So my hat's off to each and every one of you parents and family members standing ringside. Going to talk a couple of these cattle here. I guess for me there's 4 or 5 head that I sure think are in contention, and I'd like to briefly describe those cattle to you, and I'll go grab you guys a couple champions. The calf that comes out of your 4th class, I think, is one that's definitely in contention. He is the lighter weight calf of the particular lineup of the ones I think that are in contention, but yet with that lighter weight calf, we get some neat things. He's one of the freshest design calves of the group. As you study him about his head carriage, the maturity about the crest of his neck and down through his chest is absolutely spot on. For me, though, when I get this look right here is where I want to change him. He gets a bit bolder at the point of his shoulder, breaks down in his top just a shade, and wants to roll out of his hip ever so slightly. But you talk about the long neck, the fresh chest, the good wheels, and the big round rib, and that calf's got all of those things. I sure commend you, young man. That's a very, very nice class winner. The young man that comes next, I tell you what, there's probably not one more bulletproof than the calf that comes out of your 5th class. From a structural standpoint, from a rib cage standpoint, balance, quality, muscularity, and then the way he handles, this calf is absolutely spot on from every respect. He's fresh, he's sound, big rib, he's stout from behind, and he's got a long neck that sets really high onto the apex of his shoulder. And I sure commend this young man, such a small guy, out here showing such a big calf. You get that thing put together awfully, awfully well. You know, he's a calf that you get behind him. He maybe doesn't have the wow factor in terms of just sheer outright power compared to maybe a couple cattle that follow him. But boy, I'm telling you, plenty muscular, but just excels this group in being extremely, extremely complete. The young lady with the calf that comes next, I think each and every one of you know how much I like this calf. When I talked to him in class, my exact words were, he daylights this particular class. And I think it was when we come back out here for your champion drive, I think it's maybe even more so apparent how good this calf is. Boy, beginning at the surface, he's just absolutely spot on in terms of his structural integrity and the way he's assembled about his knee, hock, and pastern. He grabs ground and he gets out and moves extra agile off all four corners. But from there is maybe where he's the most impressive. You study him about his rib cage, the substance out of his hip, the length about his neck, and the way he sets it so high and angular onto the apex of his shoulder, but yet so explosive, round, and robust in his rib design. And then a guy would step back and think, well, maybe the one that's got all of that doesn't handle very good, yet he's still mellow over his 12th and 13th. He's extra good as you get him there and you grab him in terms of his loin. That's just an awfully nice calf from every single angle as well. The calf that comes next, the young man in the yellow shirt, I talked about one that had that come hither look, and as you get him back out here in your champion drive, it's even more so apparent. At the ground, he's the big bone, the big footed calf of your particular lineup. He's a big, stout, square-ended kind of a steer that's long-necked. He's extra good in his lines. I talked about him there in class, and I'm going to mention it again, and it says you study him and compare him, especially to the two cattle that precede him in this lineup. For me, he is a bit drier about his rib. As you study him through his flank, and you can see through that awesome fit job, he gets tucked up in his flank just a little bit. He's just a shade drier about his rib. But boy, you talk about the one that's got the look, the big bones, the big hip, and that extra poise as you study him from the side. That young man's got an extremely nice calf as well. And I still want to mention the big heavyweight steer. Sure, he probably pushes the limits in terms of weight and maturity for me, but that's a good calf in his own kind. His feet and legs are good rib, big hip, the calf that's got some length up front. Sure, he's getting a bit staler down through his chest floor. We could reassemble him right at the point of his shoulder, but that's an extremely good calf as well. I'll shut up. I'll go grab you guys a couple champions. I'm sure you're ready to find out who wins this, but once again, my hat's off to each and every one of you guys here at the North American. Thanks for having me. You guys put on a world-class show. I'll go grab you guys a couple champions. If you would, do me the indulgence just one last time. Let's give all of your junior market steer exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Once again, Mr. Jeff Jackson, Walnut Spring, Texas. Your champion steer comes out of Class 6. Entry 63, shown by Olivia Caldwell, Elmwood, Illinois. Congratulations, Olivia. Steer weighed 1366.
I'm going to go ahead and talk our set of Hereford heifer calves on the other side of the fence. We've got a little bit more spread in this class in terms of age. There's a beginning of January female, and then the good portion of them then are late January and into February. The female that starts the class right here, for me, kind of the standout in the group from the side. I just like her extra length of body, her length of neck. She's a little taller fronted and smoother shouldered, perhaps, than the really stout maid heifer I've got here in second. Female is beautiful in her hip and hind leg design. When we get the cattle in motion, she's still a little hesitant at the lead, and so maybe gets just a little more upright and twists them just a nickel off of her front skeleton. But I think as that female gets comfortable with this environment, she's plenty sound. You can see that in her hind leg structure. The heifer I've got here in seconds, maybe not quite as tall-fronted, long-bodied, or late maturing. She's got a little extra chest and just doesn't handle her top line quite as well. But in terms of being progressive, she's way out there in terms of body and bone, and a female that's still going to be extra sound in terms of her joint work. Going to make just a heck of a cow, but just gets a little outclassed. The heifer that we have in third, the redneck female, a real performance-oriented heifer that's really long-bodied, female that's really sound off both ends. She maybe turns them out a little bit up front from an attractiveness standpoint. Like to maybe peel her back just a touch in terms of the amount of condition she's carrying for her age. Just see her just a little bit more genuine in terms of her base width, and I think her chest to flank line would balance in her just a shot better. She's starting to drop just a bit in her sternum. The next redneck heifer is another one that's got a lot of performance in this group on paper. She's a female that's really stout pinned and got a good spread down her top. She's really round in the turn to her center body. I just like to fix her out of her hind leg. She tends to drop her pins and then narrow up at her base and just not get out and use her hind legs as athletically as I'd like to see. Two young ladies here that are doing a nice job. The heifer that's lighter red in the pairs, really fancy. just a little bit harsher right now in her full rib and heart, not quite as much flank. Hadley going out the gate there is one that has got another really fancy female. It's just a little bit more hollow in her heart and back to her flank, just doesn't have the substance yet. Nice female here that just needs a little bit more natural dimension, and you'd like to see her a bit more pliable out of her hock. Nice female here that's long-bodied and smooth in her top line, carrying a little extra condition around her tail head and starting to get a little more refined in her footwork. Good wrap up to the class. It was a big class. We had a lot of kinds of cattle, but 4 good ones here at the end. Just like to maybe upgrade each of them a bit from a structural integrity standpoint, but a really nice set of Hereford calves.
Thank you, Ryan. And our reserve grand champion steer is entry 78, shown by Denver McKay, Orlando, Oklahoma, steer weight 1344. Congratulations to both Olivia Caldwell, Elmwood, Illinois, and Denver McKay, Orlando, Oklahoma. That concludes our steer show. Our placings in our last class of Hereford heifers, Class 7, Junior Heifer Calves. First goes to entry 55, MAV Penelope 603D, shown by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Second goes to entry 57, Oaks Keela 6043, shown by Brody Rogers, Hamilton, Texas. Third, entry 66, shown by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Fourth, entry 75, shown by Chesney and Coy Steenhook, Maxwell, Iowa. Fifth goes to entry 59, shown by Bailey and Chase Laudeman, Brenham, Indiana. Sixth goes to entry 60, shown by Hadley Hendrickson, Farmland, Indiana. Seventh, entry 64, shown by Matthew Heiser, Milledgeville, Ohio. Eighth goes to entry 54, shown by Rain Starkey, Pisgah, Alabama. Ninth, entry 53, shown by Glenn Hunt, Madison, Georgia. 10th, entry 58, shown by Trey Craig, Bedford, Indiana. 11th, entry 63, shown by Alexis Udy, Harrisburg, North Carolina. And 12th goes to entry 68, shown by Cody Harden, Kingston, Georgia. Right now we'll be selecting our junior and reserve junior heifer calf champion at our Hereford show.
Back there anywhere? Yeah. Hey Cody, can you come up to the steer table in the front?
Do that for you.
Now comments in our Hereford show and our division from our judge, Dr. Ryan Rathman.
Well, our 2 class winners out here are in different classes, but only 2 days removed in their date of birth. Both of them, to me, draw up with a lot of quality and design from the side. That's why I like both of them a great deal. The dark red female out front, good in her pigment, good in her lines, beautiful hip and hind leg to her. Just really looks the part in terms of freshness. She's not too fat yet. I think a female that just continue to get better. She's very fault-free in terms of her kind. The female That's 2 days older and behind her. This female probably has just a notch more turn to her rib cage, maybe just a little stouter feature type female as you move in and study the cattle from the rear view. She's still pretty darn good footed from behind. At times she maybe wants to just turn them out just a shot down at the ground, but I think more of a component of this female not just being completely settled down in terms of how she's broke, but a really nice, stout, powerful female. Both of them are awfully good. I think the margin of difference that this female owns in regards to just substance with still a quality look gives her the win. I like our older heifer here in this group to be our division champion. Congratulations to you. The heifer that stands in behind you, that female is one that's just a really stout-footed, good-bellied heifer that maybe just a little shorter coupled. I think that's what's going to make a heck of a cow. I was kind of sold on the design of both of our class winners, and we're going to keep those two together. This dark red heifer here will be our reserve. Let's give all of our division exhibitors here a nice round of applause. Nice job. Nice job, dear.
Thank you.
You bet. I just like to see her have a bit more cushion built into her rear joints so she goes a bit more upright in the way that she drives off of it. There are times when she gets her stuff together like right there and maybe profiles as good as any from her shoulder back. From her shoulder forward, she's probably carrying a little bit more throat and takes away from her overall look. The heifer with the most white on her here at the end of the group, young man, a nice long-bodied, late maturing heifer, one that I like to hook up a little stronger in behind her blade, maybe just see her come back into her rib cage just a little softer. I think she'll get there in time today. She's just giving up some body capacity to those cattle in front of you.
Thank you, Ryan. Placing first in Class 10, late winter heifer calves is entry 77. SRF, Miss Brooke E.T., shown by Chase and Bailey Laudeman, Bremen, Indiana. Second goes to entry 82, BF 161 Entice 5193, shown by Foster Wingler, Christiana, Tennessee. Third is entry 76, shown by Mason Collins, Lewisburg, Tennessee. And fourth is entry 79, shown by Cash Bailey, Leesville, Louisiana. Placings in this class again were 3, 1, 4, and 2. Entering the ring now is Class 11, Early Winter Heifer Calves. Class 11, Hereford Early Winter Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be making our Winter Heifer Calf Division champion. Hereford exhibitors, we need classes 14. We need class 14 to the makeup ring and class 17. Please be bringing class 14 and 17 to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
Well, a nice group here, but the dark red female wins in a very convincing fashion. A female that pulls herself together with an awesome look from the side in terms of extension and balance. Female, it's maternal up to her front 1/3. Her angles read pretty good. If I had any complaints about her when we get her in motion, she maybe, for right now, we'll see how she goes here in a moment, but comes just a little shorter in her stride, but standing here and just reading and studying her skeleton, it seems on target. A real performance-oriented heifer on top of her quality. The heifer that we've got here in seconds, a step down in terms of weight per day of age, no question. But the other female I like second best in this group from a quality standpoint. We got the cattle stood still. She's really strong in her top line. She blends her bottom line together as well as any of the rest of the cattle. Female, it's pretty square in her pin set and round in her rib cage. Obviously, we'd like to loosen her up from a structural standpoint. She gets just a little bit tighter off both ends. The heifer that's right in behind her, I entertained a young lady putting your heifer in front of the young man's. Just got to make certain that we get her put together there from the side to kind of have her running downhill a little bit and her head just a little bit lower. She naturally is a little fatter in her chest floor, a female that wants to get just a little more downhill from her hook bone to her blade. I do really like the cow components in that female. She's super sound. She's big ribbed and easy doing. Just going to make a well of a cow, just maybe not as good of a show heifer. The heifer that's got this spot of red here in her belly is one that is long-bodied. She blends pretty smooth from front to rear. Young lady did a nice job. She's got just a nickel more throat and pronouncement to her chest relative to maybe giving up some body shape, if you will. Female looks pretty refined in her teats, and I'm sure she will make a really nice cow for you. I wish you the best of luck down the road with her. The dark red heifer that's in behind that one, another female that was kind of there at the end of the lineup, one that is moderate in terms of her cow size. A female that's got some hoof at the ground in terms of spread between her toes. She's a pretty good rib female. She just gets a little shorter in her stride, a little more upright in her pasturing set sometimes when she parks it to the ground. More than anything, just need to clean her up in her navel and her bottom line through her sternum and up into her throat. The heifer that comes around next, one that's just a bit coarser there in her shoulder, a little coarser in the feature to her rear joints. I just like to bring her together in a smoother fashion. She just gets a touch piecey for me, maybe a little further off the mark in terms of just maternal quality, but unequivocally she's got a lot of bone and stoutness and performance about her, and I do respect that about her. Young man, your heifer coming next, a pretty long-strided one that fills her tracks. Does so with just a bit more of general set to her hind leg, maybe not quite as flashy as some up through her front end, just a little plainer from profile. Young man, you got a nice heifer here. She just gets a bit shallower underneath when I compare to her frame score, maybe as well, just a little tighter in terms of her rear hock action, but still a nice long-bodied heifer that's really smooth when you analyze her from a three-quarter shot. Still a very nice heifer.
Oh, it's on the other side. Approach your mouth.
Placing first in Class 11, Hereford Winter Heifer Calves is entry 84, BK Cool Beans 5707C, shown by Blakely Hayes, Ada, Oklahoma. Second is entry 82, TRM SFCC Lady Kate 5221, shown by Tyler Jenkins, Lafayette, Tennessee. Third is entry 85, ARENT Amazin 5130, shown by Ashley Kuhn, Buchanan, Michigan. Fourth, entry 88, shown by Lauren Wingler, Christiana, Tennessee. Fifth is entry 91, shown by Kendall Williams, Mount Gilead, Ohio. Sixth is entry 89, shown by Laurel Culp, Nicholasville, Kentucky. Seventh is entry 90, shown by Lane Holmes, Hannah, Oklahoma. And eighth is entry 87, shown by Foster Wingler, Christiana, Tennessee. Placings in that class were 2, 1, 3, 8, 4, 6, 7, and 5. We now will be selecting our champion and reserve champion winner heifer calf.
Well, he helped a buddy of his, but yeah, they 4 of them got to the class up there and really nice. But he's in one heifer.
While Dr. Rathman is evaluating our winter heifer calf division, it is my pleasure to introduce our Hereford royalty that is here today. Our national Hereford queen is Miss Anna Dobson, daughter of Roger and Rachel Land Dobson. She is from Johnson Creek, Wisconsin, and a freshman at the University of Wisconsin at River Falls, studying ag marketing and communications. Thank you for being here, Anna. And helping her today is our Kentucky Hereford princess, Miss Megan Underwood, daughter of Doug and Daryl Lynn Underwood. She is from Campbellsville, Kentucky, and a junior at Taylor County High School. Put our hands together and thank Anna and Megan for handing out all of our hardware today on our Hereford show. Thank you, ladies.
Well, here in our winter heifer calf division, not as many numbers, obviously, as a couple of divisions that came before them, but still some nice cattle. The kids are doing a great job. Young man, your December heifer here up front, we had the class of 4, and she's not the biggest female in the world. She's maybe a little rounder in her pin set, but I do respect the fact that she's very sound in terms of her feet and leg structure. She's got some muscle shape and some rib shape to her. Still a very respectable female. Y'all be very proud of her. The dark red heifer we had out of the next class, November female, just super elite in her look and design to have this type of shape. For it to flow together in such a maternal fashion. It's very, very impressive. Still just a nickel tight in her loin, I guess, but certainly a pretty big time heifer. She's going to be our division champion. Let's give this young lady here a nice round of applause on an outstanding entry. Our second place heifer down there in the background is one that's really well balanced. Like I said, I got her that second spot amongst several options, and you could have done anything, to be honest with you, because of her balance, her strength of top, how she comes up into her front 1/3. Still a pretty good rib female. I would like to just see her a little more mobile and athletic on the surface, but still a really nice heifer in terms of quality. We're going to follow up that heifer and use this young man here for reserve. Let's give all these gentlemen left out here a nice round of applause.
Selected as your winner heifer calf champion is entry 84, BK Cool Beans 5707C, shown by Blakely Lee Hayes, Ada, Oklahoma. And your reserve came out of the same class, entry 82, TRM-SF-CC Lady Kate 5221, shown by Tyler Jenkins, Lafayette, Tennessee. Congratulations to both Blakely and to Tyler.
About a number of head and that takes care of your division.
John Chisholm.
Your shoulder for Brad.
Okay, we need our bred known. We're now selecting our bred known females from this last division. And it's going to be 77, is that right? Entry 77, our champion bred known female from this division is SRF Miss Brooke, shown by Chase and Bailey Laudeman, Bremen, Indiana. Congratulations.
Sorry, they've sorted themselves out so far.
Okay, and our reserve bred known female in this division is entry 88, CFF 44U Malala 500C, shown by Lauren Wingler, Christiana, Tennessee. Congratulations to Lauren also. Entering the ring now is Class 14 Senior Heifer Calves. Class 14 Senior Heifer Calves. The first and second place females in this division, in this class, will also be our division and reserve division champions.
We won't even announce it yet.
People coming up to this announcer stand asking.
Well, you just yell at 6:30 at the earliest. Between 6:30 to 7.
Hereford exhibitors, since the first and second place females from this class will be our division, we need class 17 and 18 to come to the makeup ring immediately. We need classes 17 and 18 to the makeup ring immediately.
That's where I was at, big champion.
Thank you, dear. Hey. Now you can break into your own without breaking into Teddy's.
Those are so pretty. Now that I got my own, I don't want to break into it. You don't want to break into it, right? But I hate Teddy's.
a highly competitive class. There's a lot of trade-offs here, and sitting on the sidelines, I'm sure you can kind of debate a lot of decisions based on kind of where you put your priorities. I thought there was a cluster of them that were kind of competitive, just wanted to get them together and see how we needed to organize them. As we walk the cattle, for me, I'm comfortable with the level of soundness of the top two cattle. I really like a lot of pieces about the next two in line in 3 and 4, but maybe for me just parked a little straighter off both ends of their skeleton and a nice set of cattle all the way down. The heifer that wins is wanting to leave the ring, so we better get her talked. She's really broody, a female that is really sound, and when this young lady puts her together on the standstill, aside from her having a little extra chest, and I definitely would like to see her leaner, this female brings her top line together and just blends from front to rear with as much quality and balance as any of the cattle in the class. The heifer that we've got here in second, unrivaled in regards to the stoutness of her feet, the stoutness of her bone work, her forearm, her shape to the middle portion of her body. I love the power in this female, and I'm a guy that behind the microphone appreciates power probably a little bit more, but I like that she can still handle it. I just wish she was a touch smoother in terms of the way she laid her shoulder in, maybe just a nickel flatter in terms of her rear joint. I'd like to see her just a touch more elegant about her chest, throat, and head. The heifer that comes next probably patterns up more similar to the heifer that wins. She's strong top. She's attractive through her front 1/3, fairly uniform in her bottom line. She starts to maybe cut up just a bit more in her flank relative to the prominence of her chest floor. I just like to see her go off of her rear two with just a little more angle to that hock, and more than anything up front, I'd like to dial her back in her blade and square her up at her knee. The young man that's coming next has had his hands full. This heifer's kind of walked all over him, but this female gets just a little fatter underneath than I'd like to see. Like to clean her up from her navel back and around her tail head. Female that maybe parks just a little straighter off of her rear too, but a lot of body and substance and a lot of quality and balance about her. Young man, your heifer right here kind of got the shorter end of the stick in regards to that cluster that I spoke of. This female's probably a little sounder in terms of how she's laid back in her ankle and her hock and her shoulder versus several of the cattle that I've got right in front of you. In the end, your heifer for me just gets a little lazy in her top, a little less feminine about her head, maybe a touch deeper about her chest floor relative to her natural body depth. I like to lengthen her out more than anything. She gets a little shorter couplet, a little shorter in her pin set. Young man, you've done a fine job. This female right here is slicker haired, and so it's a tall order probably to run with some of the rest of these cattle, but she's a female that's feminine, pretty smooth made, got some belly depth. More than anything, like to change her up structurally. She goes away. She just gets a bit less coordinated and athletic out of her hock and pastern. Goggle-eyed redneck female next, one that just a little bit lower fronted, a little bit heavier in terms of throat, maybe just not quite as balanced as some of the cattle in here. A nice female that comes next, I just like to loosen her up in her hind leg, young lady, clean her up in her navel and smooth her out over her top line and loin. And a nice female here at the end of the class that just maybe gives up some body capacity and overall cow look to some of the rest of the cattle in here.
Thank you, Ryan. Placing first and selected as our senior heifer calf champion is entry 101, H.H. Debbie's Layla 525A, shown by Emily Beanblossom, Bradford, Ohio. Second, and our reserve senior heifer calf champion is entry 106, H.H. Southern Belle 5096, shown by Stephen Green, Munfordville, Kentucky. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors. Third, entry 95, shown by Molly Long, Wynnewood, Oklahoma. Fourth, entry 97, shown by Claiborne and Eli Perry, Madison, Mississippi. Fifth, entry 108, shown by Logan Boyd, Mayslick, Kentucky. Sixth, entry 103, shown by Bryce and Cole Hines, Patriot, Ohio. Seventh, entry 94, shown by Zachary Imbruglo, Morgantown, Kentucky. Eighth, entry 96, shown by Ashlyn Tingle, Newcastle, Kentucky. And ninth, entry 107, shown by Tyler Jenkins, Lafayette, Tennessee. Placings in this class were 7, 3, 8, 4, 1, 6, 2, 9, 5, and entry 109 was a scratch. In the ring now is class 17, late summer yearling Hereford heifers. Class 17.
She was also bred at home.
Attention Hereford exhibitors, Class 17. Late summer yearling females are in the ring. I need all entries for Class 18, early summer yearling females to the make-up ring. All entries, Class 18, early summer yearling females to the make-up ring, please.
We haven't had, you know, because of like when I stuff I'm done, I'm not doing it.
Our summer-born class right here, and a nice set of cattle. For me, a fairly easy winner, and then a nice solid second place female. It's going to make a great cow. Quality is really the difference from the side in terms of balance. This female really ties her neck where I like it. Female that flows into her shoulder awfully neat and transitions from there back. Maybe not just quite as robust as some, but plenty good enough and just a nice transition. She's fairly uniform in her body depth and a really sound female on the move. I'd pick her pin bone up, maybe lean her up just a shot through her chest if I could upgrade her. The female that we've got here in second, real nice performance female. She opens back as big and capacious in terms of her center body as anybody in this class. A female that's still extra sound in terms of her longevity at the ground. A female that maybe just gets a touch thicker in terms of her throat, a little plainer around her tail head and how it puts into her pin bone and top line. Maybe just can't match that overall level of balance of that class winner, but part for part, a great cow right here. The female that we've got in third, one that I think from a natural wit standpoint and genuineness standpoint probably ends up here for that reason. She gets a bit shorter and tighter in terms of her pin width, a little fatter around it. I'd just like you to see her lean her up just a shot. She makes her just look a little rounder shouldered and a little heavier condition there through her chest and throws her off because her tail head's a little bit lower. But very round-bodied female. It's really moderate in terms of her cow size. Young lady, you do a marvelous job. This heifer that you've got is maybe just a little flatter in terms of her rib cage and her lower stifle. A little extra navel on her. I like her length of body, her smoothness. Keep up the great work on the end of that halter. The dark red heifer we've got second to the end. Young man, I like the levelness of hooks to pins of your female. I'd like to change her bottom line. She tends to drop out on her sternum relative to where she comes across in her midrib and flank. A female tightens a little more for me in her loin. I'd like to make her more pliable in terms of her top line. The female that rounds out the class, one that looks like maybe she's been pushed just a little harder in terms of her degree of condition and consequently is opened up but maybe a touch wider than we'd like to make them out of her front end. I'd like to see her just a little more refined about her dew claws and more secure at the ground in terms of pliability and correctness and structurally, but a female that's going to make a nice cow.
Thank you, Ryan. Placing first in Class 17 is entry 113, Purple RGR Cupcake 126C, shown by Whitney, Caitlin, and Mason Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Second is entry 114, CME 368A Bombshell 552C, shown by Courtney Udy, Harrisburg, North Carolina. Third, entry 112, RMP 013 Miss Opal 5120, shown by Heath Quick, Brighton, Tennessee. Fourth, entry 111, CRF Miss Marcy 8GW, shown by Bailey and Chase Waterman, Bremen, Indiana. Fifth is entry 116, GAR Miss B 615, shown by Curtis Moore, Fresno, Ohio. And sixth is entry 115, Purple WRB Rhubarb 120C, shown by Sadie Johnson, Vienna, Illinois. Placings in that class, from top to bottom were 4, 3, 1, 2, 6, and 5. In the ring now is Class 18 Early Summer Yearling Females. Hereford Class 18 Early Summer Yearling Females are in the ring. Following this class, we will be selecting our intermediate and reserve intermediate champion female.
Had more stuff? Did that one that lost the phone and the credit card come up?
Folks, I could have retired on the credit cards and money that's been thrown at me today that's been lost. Kimberly Schultz, if you're within the sound of my voice, I've got a check up here for you, and it's not from me, so it'll be good. Kimberly Schultz, come up here to the announcer stand. I think I've got something you'll want to have. Attention in the Hereford barn. We are on Class 18. Class 18 is in the ring. Following this class, we will be selecting a division champion, so I need classes 21 and 22 to the makeup ring immediately. Hereford classes 21 and 22. Let's bring those females up to the makeup ring, please. We need to get those heifers weighed. This might have to stay on that side. Those batteries have not
Well, this is just a flat-out tremendous class from top to bottom. We've got a lot of great cattle, several up here that I'm a pretty big fan of. The loud marked heifer up front, to me, just blends herself together, smoother in her shoulder, positions herself square and more secure out of her front skeleton versus the stout-made heifer that you've got in behind her there, young lady. I just love the completeness and problem-free kind of this female that starts the class. Her rib cage just flows together, just uniform in its bottom line, and just has a lot of swell to it. Stays strong in her top line, just an awfully nice female. Maybe you could genuine her up just a bit in terms of leanness. Maybe see her just a little square there at the point of her hock. The heifer in second is really impressive when you move in behind her. Just look at the spread down the top side of her skeleton. Her center cavity is wide open. She's got a lot of dimension all the way through. Probably comes apart just a shot more for me in her shoulder shape and off of her front end. She sets just a little bit wider, probably just a nickel thicker in terms of her throat line. A female that's got just a brilliant look and just a world of capacity. Love the breeding value in that female. Just a little off the mark there up front to turn that class winner. Heifer we've got here in third, a female maybe drops a shot in her chest relative to being a nickel flatter in her full rib shape versus the cattle that are right in front of you, young lady. But a female that from the side maybe just a little smoother in terms of her travel up front versus the heifer I've got right in front of you, just not as wide open from hooks to pins. Love the balance, a really nice quality heifer. Young lady, your heifer here in four, one that's really smooth. She's a very low input in terms of her cow size. A female that's a little thicker throated relative to being a touch shorter in her face from her eye to her nostril. A heifer that maybe narrows up just a touch more in terms of her base width, but collectively one that's got some good cow parts to it. I think she'll be productive for you. Then we run into several that maybe have a little size and scale to them. This one's pretty loose jointed. I'd mainly just like to change her udder structures. The main reason I've got her here, it's a little longer teated, a little extra navel, not quite as smooth in her shoulder design and the way it lays back in her relative to the amount of condition she's carrying. The heifer that we've got next, a redneck female, another one that's going to make a big broody cow in production, pretty good footed at the surface in terms of her toe shape. A female that gets a little bit longer and a little coarser there in terms of her teat work. I like to see that female, young lady, just have a little more look and presence out to the front one-third of her body. Young lady, you do a nice job. This female here is one that I like real well when she's standing still. I know I kind of had you down the line just a little bit. It's mainly because when we get them in motion, she breaks in her loin just a shot. Her chest floor lowers in her just a bit more. When you park her, she looks really nice. Keep up the good work. Just need to collect her a little differently on the move. Nice, handsome young man coming next that has a really stout boned heifer. This heifer is really stoutly constructed in her foot size. She just doesn't use her joints as well. She tends to shuffle them and narrow up and just get more rigid. I need to flatten that female out in terms of just her skeleton. She's got a lot of robustness in her body cavity, but just a little iffy on her structure. The female that comes next, maybe just a little rounder pinned, a little fatter through the floor of her chest and could go a little more secure from behind. A nice heifer that you have, young lady, one that just reads a touch plainer in her chest, a little plainer from hooks to pins, and a nice female here at the end of the group, one that maybe got outsized just a little bit relative to needing to come out of her hip and hind leg just a little differently and with more integrity, but a nice female that's got some shape and dimension working through her, particularly in the middle portion of her body.
Thank you, Ryan. Placing first in Class 18 Early Summer Yearling Hereford Females is entry 133. Ramsey's Gabriel Lady C3, shown by David Hockett, New Palestine, Indiana. Second, entry 135. Del Hawk Buffy 82C, shown by Paige Lemonager, Hudson, Illinois. Third, entry 128. Shown by Melissa Grimmel, Jarrettsville, Maryland. Fourth, entry 118, shown by Skylar Ward, New Paris, Ohio. Fifth, entry 125, shown by Lauren Bilderback, El Reno, Oklahoma. Sixth, entry 129, shown by Bailey Pearl, DuQuoin, Illinois. Seventh, entry 126, shown by Morgan Ann Love, Baltimore, Ohio. Eighth, entry 130, shown by Maddox Cup, Lancaster, Ohio. Ninth, entry 132, shown by Mason Collins, Lewisburg, Tennessee. 10th, entry 117, shown by Kira and Kendi Sayer, Orensville, Illinois. 11th, entry 134, shown by Adriana Sanders, Galapagos, Ohio. Placings in this class. from top to bottom were 10, 4, entry 123 was out, then 5, 7, 3, 6, 8, 9, 1, 11, and 2. We now will be selecting our champion and reserve champion intermediate Hereford female. Exhibitors, we need class 21 and 22 to the makeup ring. Hereford classes, class 21 and 22. Please bring all entries to the makeup ring immediately.
Let's put our hands together real quick and congratulate our exhibitors out here, if y'all don't mind. We've got a nice set of cattle in this group, kind of an off age in regards to the most popular time to calve here, but for that said, we do have a lot of quality here, and the female that is a July here in the front of the group, this female is not just particularly massive from end to end. Her pin bone sits in her a touch narrower, but in terms of fundamentally being correct and nice balance, I think that female has a lot of strength, a lot of quality about her, and a lot of utility. The female out of the next class that may have her is one that just opens up with quite a bit more substance and dimension all the way through versus that other female, but I still think has the same level of quality and balance about her and correctness. Female is pretty loud in terms of her color and pretty loud in terms of her quality. Young man, you're going to have our division champion. Go ahead and roll her over here if you don't mind. I think when you get down to reserve, maybe it becomes just a little bit tighter race. I like this female in behind you a great deal in terms of just from shoulder back, how massive and big-centered and thick-ended that female is. I get a little nervous, young lady, about how she's made in her fronty, and I see her probably to be a really good cow in terms of just her on the edge, Hereford pieces, maybe just a little more criticizable here in the ring, but that's an awfully nice one for me. Just with my priority on structure, I like the combination of those other two class winners a little better, so we're going to follow with the July heifer for reserve.
Selected as our intermediate champion female is entry 133. Ramsey's Gabriel Lady C3, shown by David Hockett, New Palestine, Indiana. And our reserve is entry 113. Purple RGR Cupcake 126C, shown by Whitney, Caitlin, and Mason Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Congratulations to David and to the Walker clan. Selected as your champion bred known female in that division was entry 114, CME 368A, Bombshell 552C, shown by Courtney Udy, Harrisburg, North Carolina. And your reserve bred known female was entry 128, GGSC Candace 15C, shown by Melissa Grimmel, Jarrettsville, Maryland. Entering the ring now is class 21.
Yeah, the sheet.
I apologize. I made my second mistake of the day. Our champion bred known female was entry 128, GGSC Candace, 15C. I apologize, Melissa. Shown by Melissa Grimmel, Jarrettsville, Maryland, and our reserve was entry 114, CME 368A Bombshell 552C, shown by Courtney Udy, Harrisburg, North Carolina. I just announced those backwards. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I wouldn't.
Attention in the barn. Attention in the barn. Attention in the barn. Our Supreme Heifer Championship will begin at 6:30 tonight. All of you that will be competing in our Supreme Heifer Drive, please have your cattle, your exhibitor, and your registration paper with you, and to Freedom Home Makeup Ring at 6:30. Supreme Heifer Drive will be at 6:30 tonight. We need the animal, the exhibitor, and your registration paper.
Well, this is a pretty good class right here. Everybody's in the mix in this group. There is not a slouch. I don't think it's the easiest class just to line up and say that everybody's going to agree. I'll just share with you what I see simply. The female that starts is honestly not the female that struck me as the class winner when we first came in. She gets just a little down in terms of her front end and her chest, in terms of how she organizes herself from the side. But when we circled the cattle, she's the one that, for me, really handled herself right in terms of her feet and leg structure. She's real pliable. She's real sound. This female's probably got as much dimension to go along with that when you get in behind her. And so, for me, I find that combination to be where I like this heifer to start the class. Obviously, there's some behind her that are a little fancier in their look, but plenty of balance here from the side. It's just maybe not quite as strong there in terms of her top line. The heifer that we've got in second, truthfully, is the heifer that struck me as the one that I like best, young lady, when they came in. She's got such an extraordinary amount of refinement up to her front 1/3. She's tall-fronted. She's strong in her top. She does tend to drop her pin bone, and in the final go here, in terms of my final evaluation, I just see that heifer to get a little coarser in the feature, to rear hock to be as refined as she is up front. I see her to be a little shorter in terms of her step and just not quite as athletic as I would ideally like to make her. But without question, a beautiful female. It's awfully good from her hook bone forward. The heifer then we've got in third, arguably as good as that heifer was from the side, the best from the side. She is strong-topped. The height of the top of her shoulder is the exact same as the height across her hook bone. A female that is really good in eating her shoulder, really attractive out through her head and neck. She's still stout, but yet maternal. As I follow the cattle down to the base of their body, this female for me just gets a nickel shallower in terms of her body depth, relative to maybe being a little tighter in her structural design as we move the cattle. Just that combination of being a little tight spine, a little bit tighter in her hind leg, in conjunction with maybe giving up a little bit of depth is where I fall short on her just a little bit. But if you want to prioritize her look, I could see her winning the class. The heifer that we've got next, one that's maybe not quite as intense in terms of her lower structure relative to the cattle that I've put right in front of her. This is a female that's really good-bodied, and she's a female that's got some link to her muscle pattern. When I get to a three-quarter shot of her, I think her full rib tightens up and flattens just a bit in terms of how it enters into her shoulder shape. See her to maybe be a little fatter around her tail head relative to being just a little finer bone, and throws her balance off and gets maybe just a bit more vertical in her hock. Red-necked heifer, this young man's doing a good job, deserves a lot of compliment, being a tough customer right there. I appreciate that for y'all helping that fella out. That heifer, plain and simple, has a pretty sour attitude, and it's probably a big reason why I've placed her where I did, because I think she's a pretty good heifer. She's stout structured, she's good-bellied, and she's thick-ended. Really nice female, just wish she had a different disposition. The heifer going out the ring right there, really deep-bodied female, one that's going to make a great practical cow. For me, just gets a little flatter through her stifle relative to her level of condition. I like to lean her up quite a bit and just make her a bit fresher from the side balance-wise. Awfully good pair of cattle that still close the class. The darker heifer there, really birdie. Another one I like to see just a little shallower in her chest to balance her up. Female gets just a little bit plainer from hooks to pins, and the female that goes out, one as well, that's just a little plainer in her composition, but still going to make a phenomenally practical, longevity-oriented type cow.
Thank you, Ryan. Placing first in Class 21 Spring Yearling Females is entry 152, B.R. Veronica 5019 ET, shown by Cash Long, Wheeler, Texas. Second, entry 137, B.H. Berry C518, shown by Haley Trevor and Ty Bickelhoff, Mount Carroll, Illinois. Third, entry 149, shown by Victoria Chapman, Mansfield, Oklahoma. Fourth, entry 148, shown by Carson Fahey, New Windsor, Maryland. Fifth, entry 143, shown by Claiborne Perry, Madison, Mississippi. Sixth, entry 139, shown by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Seventh, entry 146, shown by Travis and Rachel Drum, Hutchison, Kansas. And entry 138 was eighth, shown by Michaela and Megan Marion, West Terre Haute, Indiana. Placings in this class were 2, 8, 6. Entry 140 was a scratch, then 5, 7, 4, 3, and 1. In the ring now is Class 22, Hereford Spring Yearling Females, Class 22. Immediately following this class, we will be selecting our Spring Yearling Divisional Champion. Hereford exhibitors, following this class, we will have a division. We need classes 25 and 26, Junior Yearling Females, to the makeup ring. Hereford exhibitors, classes 25 and 26, to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
amongst a really nice set of cattle. We've got a really dominating winner. The heifer with a dot of red above her right eye here is just flat out very correctly built. And it complements her balance. She's just extraordinarily good from the side. Beautiful rib cage, the way it all hooks up and connects together from front to rear, really ties together. Pretty special heifer up top. The heifer that we've got here in the second hole, my preference was to prioritize balance. A female that doesn't go as good. She's a touch tighter in her structure, young man. That's why I like to just change her to be more competitive, to try to make her run at that good one up top. She's a female that, though, when she stands still, is the next heifer that's got some strength at top, some height at the front end, some roundness and smoothness in terms of the way her rib cage ties into her front 1/3. A very nice female. The next heifer probably moves a little sounder, a bit more flexible than the female out in front of her. She gets just a touch plainer in terms of her throat and her chest, a little looser in terms of how her shoulder sits into her full rib, but just a little bit flatter. But I definitely respect that female quite a bit. She's one that is set up to make a really nice moderate cow. It's pretty easy keeping. Young man, your heifer that's really got a loud mark about her is one that I like real well in terms of her foot. She's stout boned. She's just could just travel all day long. I think she could work in some really tough country. She's really easy keeping. She just gets a bit plainer around her tail head, lower in her pin set, maybe a little deeper in terms of the floor of her chest. Just doesn't balance up to the same degree here on the green chips this afternoon. The young lady that comes around next has a nice female. Mainly just like to see that female a little leaner through the floor of her body, relative to having a touch more natural shape up high, but certainly another one that's going to make a nice cow. It'll be easy keeping in production. Young man, your female next is kind of speckle-eyed up here. Another one we just like to clean up. I think in terms of conditioning, I think you just pull the reins back on her, get her a bit more honest, and I think she'll come together a little nicer for you in terms of her reproductive longevity as well as her balance and quality here in the ring. Young lady here, I'm very proud of you. You do a great job, sweetie. You're very patient with this heifer and very calm. Really admire the job that you're doing. Your heifer's maybe just a little off in terms of balance, maybe not quite as wide base there. The young man that follows here at the end of the class, a nice female, one that's maybe just a bit more general here in terms of how she uses her hind leg. Like to see that female a little shorter and square there in terms of her teat structure, but a nice heifer. If you don't mind, let's put our hands together. We haven't done it in a while. Congratulate those exhibitors who are going out the ring.
Thank you, Ryan. Placing first in Class 22, Spring Yearling Females is entry 156, Soul Diana 5480C, shown by Lauren May, Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Second, entry 160, BKWR Cheers 560C, shown by Cole Moore, Medill, Oklahoma. Third, entry 157, shown by Kendall Williams, Mount Gilead, Ohio. Fourth, entry 165, shown by Austin Garner, Hamilton, Ohio. Fifth is entry 162, shown by Kira and Kendi Sayer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Sixth is entry 154, shown by Mason Collins, Lewisburg, Tennessee. Seventh is entry 167, shown by Kayla Ritchie, Galatia, Illinois. And eighth is entry 166, shown by Graylin Christenberry, Star, South Carolina. We now will be selecting our champion and reserve champion spring yearling females. Following this class, we need Class 25 junior yearling females to the show ring, please. Class 25 junior yearling females to the makeup ring now.
Well, a pretty darn strong pair of classes right here that we had. Both of these cattle that I've got out front, I just really value them in terms of their soundness. cattle that I think have a lot of function about them, structurally, body-wise, it matches their frame, still come together awfully good in terms of quality. My favorite heifer, though, in terms of quality, and I think she's pretty special, is the female that came out of our second class. Let's give this young lady here a nice round of applause. We pull her heifer out. Awfully good one here to win this division. As we get to looking at our reserve choice, a pretty tight difference. The female behind that one is good looking, but maybe not as good on her wheels. This other class had a cluster of 4 or 5 heifers that I thought you could throw anybody out here in the middle of the ring and come up with a different answer and would respect it. The female I chose that was, to me, the best in terms of her joint work and her pliability. I like this female a great deal, and young man, you're going to have our reserve in this division. Congratulations to you.
Selected as our champion female in our spring yearling female class division is entry 156, Soul Diana 5480C, shown by Lauren May, Mineral Point, Wisconsin. And our reserve division in that division is entry 152, B.R. Veronica 5019 ET, shown by Cash Champion Long, Wheeler, Texas. Congratulations to both Lauren and Cash. So she wins it. 148. We had a single bred known entry in that division, so entry 148, SHF Cadbury 82C, shown by Carson Fahey, New Windsor, Maryland, will be our champion bred known female in that division. We're now ready for Class 25. Let's bring those junior yearling females, Class 25, into the ring. Once again, you supreme female exhibitors, if you have won your breed show or reserve, we need all of the exhibitors, the heifers, and your registration papers to the Freedom Hall makeup area. The show will start promptly at 6:30 p.m. tonight. Bring your heifer, your exhibitor, and your registration papers to Freedom Hall makeup area. Show will start at 6:30.
Well, it's a pretty cool set of big bred heifers. A lot of really good ones in here. Got to make some decisions up top, but I'm sure there are several personal favorites. This one that walked in here hit me pretty hard. She's more moderate. We've got some bigger cattle right in behind her, but the way she maintains her balance, she's really strong in her top line. She's a little heavier duty in terms of her skeleton probably than the heifers that follow her, but yet, man, can she move. I mean, she can just flat out get out and drive off her joints. She's got a great big foot on her. I really like the way that female goes in terms of just the coverage of her stride. She's still a female that's got a lot of base width from behind. Her udder's just a little fatter, but at the same time, the spacing of it's pretty good. Would like to refine it just a shot. I just absolutely love the way her neck shoots up out of her shoulder blade. Just kind of a cool looking stout made one that balances to a T from the side. This female in second, this red-necked heifer, I absolutely love this one too. She's just a different version. She's a female that's so feminine and refined up through her head, neck, and shoulder. The way she blends back into such a beautiful sweeping rib design is just really lovely. A female that as well can just get out and travel. Love that heifer at the ground. I like to change her up in her udder structure. She's getting a little bit more conditioned down there. She gets a little more gathered in terms of her teats, and maybe at times runs downhill just a nickel when we've got the cattle in motion versus the heifer that started. But two awfully good ones, just totally different in their kind. The heifer that's third is one that intrigues me as much as those. She's really stout. When you get in behind her through the center of her stifle, she's really bold-bodied female that comes together with a pretty high level of balance. To start breaking her down versus the other two, she's a little more on the outside of her shoulder in terms of how it fits into her rib cage, maybe just a little shorter in her rear step, even versus those two cattle in front of her, probably a little more fat deposited back into her udder. She'll like to clean her up just a bit. Then we move into the fourth spot, and this female is stout-boned. Female, it's big-footed. She's a little shorter in terms of her stride, maybe not quite as clean and lean at the base of her sternum or up into her throat latch, but a big-time performance female with a lot of body. She'll make a heck of a cow. The young man's heifer that comes next was in the front of the group. Young man, your heifer maybe gets swallowed up a little bit by some of the cattle. I don't think she gives up a nickel in terms of soundness, so her correctness of structure is really good. She's really good-footed, really stout bone, just a moderate type female. It's good-bellied. She's a female, just like I said, in terms of dimension of getting behind the cattle, read her from the side, maybe just gives up a touch in terms of substance, but what a nice heifer. The female that comes next, a little straighter in terms of the organization of her hock. I like to maybe dial her back a nickel in terms of her shoulder and chew her up a bit at the surface up front. Gets a little fatter there around her tail, head, and chest. The female that's next in the group, one that's long-bodied and smooth-muscled. Another female maybe just like to clean up compositionally, like to set her in her corners a touch square going away and make her a little more genuine, but I like the female character in that one from the side. Another really nice female there you got, young man in the light red heifer. She's strong-topped and pretty good looking up to her front end. A lot of value in that female. She's just a little tighter in terms of her lower ankles, her foot structures, maybe just not quite as secure and sound at the surface. Then the big heifer at the end of the group, young man, you got one that's going to make a great cow. We just need to stick her in a dry lot and lean her up just a bit in terms of her composition.
Thank you, Ryan. Placing first in class 25 junior yearling Hereford females is entry 182. RJL LCC Miss Pokerface 5C, shown by Rhett Louderman, Macomb, Illinois. Second, entry 178, Soul Candy 8348C, shown by Claire Trinipole, Middletown, Indiana. Third, entry 181, shown by Kessler, Corbin, and Cagney Collins, Flanagan, Illinois. Fourth, entry 175, shown by Melissa Grimmel, Jarrettsville, Maryland. Fifth, entry 171, shown by Nigel and Ethan Howe, Wagontown, Pennsylvania. Sixth, entry 186, shown by Courtney and Alexis Udy, Harrisburg, North Carolina. Seventh, entry 187, shown by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Eighth, entry 180, shown by Rain Starkey, Pisgah, Alabama. And ninth is entry 176, shown by Lane Holmes, Hannah, Oklahoma. Placings in that class were 5, 4, 9, 2, 8, 3, 1, entry 184 is a scratch, 6, and 7. In the ring now is class 26, junior yearling females. Following this class, we will be selecting our junior and reserve junior champion female. Hereford exhibitors, please bring those senior yearlings up to the makeup ring, please. Class 29, senior yearling females, please bring your senior yearling females up to the makeup ring immediately.
Well, we've had a heck of a show every time the next heifer comes in, and she's really good. You think, well, there can't be another good one after that, and they keep coming. And so it's been a joy to get to work through a set of cattle that are this deep and this good. We've just had so many cattle that just can make great cows. It's just a matter of really sorting some aesthetic things that mean something to you from a quality and a freshness and a balance standpoint that have made the biggest difference on the top end amongst cattle that are awfully practical. This one here wins pretty easily for me. She's just really stout at the ground. She can organize her lines when we've got the cattle set still. She's got a little more chest floor down there like many we've seen today, and and so we'd like to clean her up, but in terms of stoutness and body and everything else that we need, she's pretty equipped. The heifer that we've got in second then gets a little lazier down her top line when we got the cattle standing still. Her tail head maybe elevates in her just a shot relative to her top line composure. This female has a little extra set built into her hind leg, but it gives her quite a bit of reach, and she's really sound up to her front end, got a little extra chest floor in her, but just a really nice Cali one. It's so big-middled and loose constructed, really set up well for the young man to make just an exceptional female in production. The heifer that we've got here in third, the kind of wavy-haired female, maybe a shot more look out through her front end. She's a bit stouter probably in terms of her feature, really a strong female from her hooks to her pins from the side. You get them behind her, and she maybe just funnels just a nickel more in terms of her stifle shape relative to her level of condition. Female looks just a little bit stale in terms of just the shape of her forehead relative to the length of her shoulder and the depth to her sternum. We just need to clean her up. More than anything, we get the cattle in motion of those top three. I think pretty easily the easiest one to pick on in terms of hind leg motion and length and freedom of stride. Young man here in the cowboy hat's got an awfully nice heifer. She just gets a little tighter in her heart and forerib relative to her lower shoulder being a bit bolder in her, maybe not quite as elegant there in her throat latch and chest floor, but a female that's pretty sound at the ground, moves a little longer strided than the heifer right in front of you, maybe just not the same degree of just a class from the side, but a really nice one. That female next in the group, another really nice heifer, continues to be strong. This female here just a little longer in her teat structure, maybe just a little plainer right in behind her blade in terms of how round her rib cage is up high, plenty of swell down low. It's a really big bellied, soft fleshing, easy keeping type female. It's just maybe not quite as balanced as some of the cattle. Really nice female here and a couple of nice cattle here towards the end of the class that just need to be a little fresher in terms of their composition.
Thank you, Ryan. Placing first in Class 26, Junior Yearling Females is entry 199, LCC SHF Miss Lemon Lime 502, shown by Nigel and Alicia Howe, Wagontown, Pennsylvania. Second entry 194, RJ Abigail 5005, shown by Brigham and Kylie Ann Kelly, Yukon, Oklahoma. Third entry 193, shown by Lily Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Fourth entry 65, shown by Tyler Trias, Blooming Prairie, Minnesota. Fifth is entry 191, shown by Emma and Libby Rushton, Waverly, Tennessee. Sixth entry 189, shown by Matthew Murphy, Douglasville, Georgia. And seventh entry 195, shown by Abigail Pitstick, South Salon, Ohio. Placings in this class were 4, 6, 5, 3, 2, 7, and 1. We now will be selecting our junior yearling female, junior and reserve junior yearling female.
Man, we got some just flat good ones out here. I'm pretty excited about the caliber of cattle we've got standing in front of us. if y'all don't mind, let's put our hands together. These cattle out here deserve some attention and some noise. Between the two, they're both really good, and honestly for a lot of the same reasons. I like my cattle a little stouter at the ground, and these two hit the mark there. They're big-footed cattle, and they're sound jointed, and they can handle it. This gal up front can absolutely just stride. I mean, she can glide out of her hock, covers and overstrides, if you will. I like her little moderate package to be that stout featured and still assembled in terms of parts and pieces. She just balances to a T. She's a little coarser in terms of her teat structure. She's not wild when you get them behind her in terms of her pin width, but that's an awfully good one that moves just incredible. This heifer that stands behind her, I can tell you right now, I don't have a very good poker face. This young lady walked in, I kind of just smile. And I like this heifer a great deal. This young lady knows it, I think, too. This female here is just stout from the surface up. She balances. She's really got a great center cavity to just carry herself that good into her shoulder and just travels beautifully. This is a nice, nice female. And I compare the two. She's probably just a little longer and square out of her hip and tail head placement. Sits back in her just a notch more, with gives her just a nickel more total look. Her teat circumference is probably just a nickel better between the two. They're both incredible. I like this one to be our champion. The young man back there does a well of a job, but we're going to keep those two together. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause here in our final division, or second to last division, I believe.
Selected as your champion junior yearling female is entry 199, LCC SHF Miss Lemon Lime 502, shown by Nigel and Alicia Howe, Wagontown, Pennsylvania. And your reserve junior champion female is entry 182, RJL LCC Miss Pokerface 5C, shown by Rhett Louderman, Macomb, Illinois. This female will also be our champion bred-known female in this division. Congratulations to both Nigel, Alicia, and to Rhett. Entering the ring now is our Class 29 senior yearling females. Rhett, you win this, buddy. Thanks for coming in here, though. The judge probably need to look at her one more time. Okay, our final class of the day is our Class 29. Class 29 senior yearling females. Following this class, our first and second place females will be our senior and reserve senior champion females. So let's bring all of our division females back to the makeup ring, please. Hereford females, division champions, back to the makeup ring. We will be selecting grand female after this class.
All right, now I'm quite certain we're on our last division, and three nice entries here to close out our show. We've got a nice pair of gents here that have a nice cow-calf pair. Female looks like she's going to give a ton of milk and maybe could balance those teats up just a shot square. But this female's pretty sound up front. She's deep-bodied, very birdy. I think she'll be a good calf raiser. Female, maybe a little cattywonker in terms of how she puts her top line together, but nonetheless, a nice pair there. Jacob's heifer we got here in second, teaching us a lot of life lessons. She, even in the midst of competition, takes time to smell the flowers. But female is really sound. Jacob, I like just the function of your female. She's very practical. For a set of Septembers, I have to give the heifer in front of you a lot of credit for already putting a calf on the ground, and I can see, as you told me, that she will calve later this month, and I wish you the best of luck with that. The heifer that we've got at the end of the group, a bit behind reproductively, but a nice moderate-sized female, maybe not quite the same level of balance, but still going to make a nice cow for the young lady.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Ryan. Placing first in Class 29 senior yearling females, and also our senior champion female is entry 204 NS028X Lady 417, shown by Cole Hines, Patriot, Ohio. Second is entry 203 and our reserve senior champion female, Purple Chloe 115B, shown by Jacob Fiskus, Oblong, Illinois. And third is entry 205, shown by Kara LaBeouf, DeRitter, Louisiana. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion Hereford female.
Talk to Catherine there and see what she wants to say that fourth time.
Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. Once again, our Supreme Female Drive will start at 6:30 tonight. We need all exhibitors of all champion and reserve champion of all breeds to come to Freedom Hall to the makeup area. Bring your exhibitor, your female, and your registration paper. Please be down here by 6:15, which is in about 20 minutes, so that we can get everybody lined up and into the ring tonight to start our Supreme Heifer Drive at 6:30. Once again, Supreme Heifer Drive will be at 6:30 on the floor in Freedom Hall. Please try to be down here by 6:15 if possible. Thank you.
Well, those of y'all that have hung around here to the very end here in our last breed, I think it's been pretty well worth it. Man, we had, holy cow, a heck of a Hereford show. This breed is getting so good. The level of competition here is just unbelievable. I was telling Kyle, I mean, just as you look at the environment of competitiveness, how good these cattle are, think about where we're going to be in 5 years and 10 years, and some of these shows may be next to impossible just to come out here and sort phenotypically because of the progression that we're making. This breed is probably one of the breeds that, in my own opinion, has just come absolutely accelerated in regards to just making these cattle good. There's a lot of breeders in the mix that have gotten serious about this breed, and it is really showing off here on the green chips this afternoon. In terms of the kind of cattle that we need in this breed, I say foremost what I enjoy about the show is that in terms of foot quality, this breed is about as good as they get. I really haven't had to pay much attention to their feet, and that's something I like to try to pay a lot of attention to as we've been sorting through the breeds this weekend. These cattle have been good-footed. Their biggest kryptonite, if you will, is probably the feed bucket. These cattle are so easy doing just in terms of the management, keeping them fresh and lean enough to look fresh in the part in the show ring. That's the biggest challenge here behind a set of cattle here that are just this easy keeping. I'm not going to go back there and talk the cattle. We need to get on to our Supreme Drive. I'm sure I don't know what time it is, but I've lost my fans in the cheap seats up there. And so it's going to be a little more difficult to generate some hype, but a set of cattle this good deserve it. Y'all put your hands together, wake up from your Sunday nap, and congratulate these kiddos on such an intense level of competition here in our Hereford show. It's a real pleasure to sort it.
Once again, folks, let's put our hands together for our judge today, Dr. Ryan Rathman from Lubbock, Texas. Ryan, thank you. Selected as your grand champion, Hereford female, entry 199, LCC SHF Miss Lemon Lime 502, shown by Nigel and Alicia Howe, Wagontown, Pennsylvania. Congratulations. And selected as your reserve grand champion female, which will also be our champion bred known female, is entry 182. RJLLCC Miss Pokerface 5C, shown by Rhett Louderman, Macomb, Illinois. Congratulations to both of these exhibitors. Folks, that concludes our Hereford show. We need to get some photographs up here, but any of you would like to get some photographs taken, and then we'll be back here at 6:30, 30 minutes. We'll start our Supreme Heifer Drive. Okay, so
So that both those heifers, Louderman heifers, they breed both of them?
So they're getting, we sponsor this trailer. Hey folks, for those of you back here in this makeup ring, can you all please move over to the west side or to my left so we can get this trailer in here, please? Thank you very much.
A script on the whole furniture stuff over here.
Attention in the barn. We need all entries for the Supreme Heifer Drive to the makeup area immediately. We are missing the Charlet, the Key Angus, the Red Angus, the Shorthorn Plus, the Hereford, and the AOB. We're going to start this thing with or without you. Please bring all of our champions back to the make-ready area in Freedom Hall immediately. This is going to start promptly at 6:30.
I got right here. I can write it on this. I've got our judges' names. Yep. 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 Yeah. One of the heifers was bred by one of the judges. Do you have anything right up in this trailer? You don't need to keep it. Main trailer sets. Sure. Used for a year and then have the option to buy it at the end of the year. But they, I think so. We have a use for it, and it's an elite trailer. It looks like a 7.5 by 18. Not yet. You all need to talk about that. I'm saying. Start promptly.
Attention in the barn. Once again, I have another memento for today. Someone has lost a Dodge, looks like a truck key or a car key. It's on a Simply Southern lanyard. It's a single key on a Simply Southern lanyard. So if you've lost a Dodge car key, I've got it up here on the announcer stand.
Well, you can have a truck and all kinds of stuff.
No,
You still got to check.
Did you bring Gregory?
Okay, are we ready?
No.
Yeah, pretty nice. Yeah. Yep, I'll take the heat. I'm here to take the heat.
I'm pretty dang honest.
Anybody in the makeup ring?
Hot back it. Good evening, folks, and welcome to the North American Supreme Heifer Drive. Unmistakably the premier Supreme Heifer show and premier heifer event in this industry, and it is my pleasure to welcome you tonight to the culmination of a long couple days. And I know these exhibitors are exhausted. We're all exhausted, but what a great event we have an opportunity to witness tonight, and what a great set of cattle and young people that we get to highlight tonight. Before we get started, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our judges for tonight. These young men have had the opportunity to evaluate each breed throughout the last couple days, and we appreciate each and every one of their opinions. We have Dr. Ryan Rathman from Lubbock, Texas, Mr. Kyle Collier from Bruno, Idaho, and Mr. Jeff Bedwell from Fairview, Oklahoma will be our judges tonight. The winner of our Supreme Heifer Drive tonight will win the use of our main trailer sales trailer parked here in the arena. They'll have the use of that trailer for a year. The winning female, it's an elite trailer, and they do have the use of it for a complete year. The champion female will also receive a $2,500 check supplied by the North American, and a belt buckle supplied by Showtime's magazine. It is a custom Trace Rios buckle, and all three of those gifts go to our champion female. So with that, if you will, let's stride our Angus heifer into the ring. Our champion Angus female is exhibited by Mr. Austin Nowatzki, age 13, from Michigan City, Indiana. Put your hands together. Let's hear it for him. Austin is the son of Barry and Christy Nowatzki. The name of his animal is CCC Sarah's Dream 5116. Our next female is our Charlet, our champion Charlet, exhibited by Mr. Stuart Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Stuart is the 14-year-old son of Jeb and Krista Skiles. This female's name is Soul Impressive Stone. Our next female is our Kianina, exhibited by Lily Skiles from Dalhart, Texas. Lily is the younger daughter of Jeb and Krista Skiles. This female's is BMW Miss Ace 422C. Your champion, Kianina. The champion, Key Angus, is exhibited by Mr. David Smith from Boulder, Colorado. David is the 20-year-old son of Lannis and Julie Smith. This female is BMW Why Not 328C. Our champion, Hereford, is exhibited by Alicia Howe from Wagontown, Pennsylvania. She is the 22-year-old daughter of Doug and Jenny Howe, and her female is LCC SHF Lemon Lime 502ET. Your champion, Hereford. Next in the ring is the champion, Limousine, shown by Madison Ratliff, Westphalia, Kansas. Madison is the 19-year-old daughter of David and Michelle Ratliff. Her female is Riverstone Charmed. Our next female in the ring is our main Anjou. Our champion main Anjou is exhibited by Becca Moore from Medill, Oklahoma. Becca is the 20-year-old daughter of Frida and Craig Moore. And this female is MTF Cold Chills 501.
Different. About 6 different colors, but it's good.
Our champion maintainer. Champion maintainer is exhibited by Mason Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Mason is the 17-year-old son of Eric and Lindsay Walker. The female is BPF Whiskey Lady 501C. Your champion maintainer. Our champion Red Angus is exhibited by Jacob Tapley from Greenbrier, Arkansas. Jacob is the 18-year-old son of Jim and Kathleen Tapley on SLGN Sheba's Cherry 578C. Your champion, Red Angus. Your champion, Shorthorn. Champion Shorthorn is exhibited by Sarah Sullivan from Dunlap, Iowa. Sarah is the 14-year-old daughter of John and Dee Dee Sullivan. This female is Soul Dream On 5158. Champion Shorthorn. Your champion Shorthorn Plus is exhibited by Stuart Skiles. Stuart is the 14-year-old son again of Jeb and Krista Skiles. This female is Soul Tamale's Tail 5186C. Your champion Shorthorn Plus. Next in the ring is your champion Simmental. Champion Simmental is exhibited by Sarah Sullivan. Once again, the 14-year-old daughter of John and Dee Dee Sullivan from Dunlap, Iowa, on JBSF Proud Mary. Your champion Simmental. And your champion Sim Angus, coming in the ring is your champion Sim Angus, exhibited by Tyson Woodard from Cambridge, Ohio. Tyson is the 13-year-old son of Greg and Heather Woodard. Female is MSWL Maxie B. Champion Sim Angus. And our final female is our champion AOB, also exhibited by Stuart Skiles. 14-year-old son of Jeb and Krista Skiles on Soul Stockman Flavor 51 ET. Folks, let's put our hands together. This is a great lineup. Once again, your champion Supreme Drive for this year's North American. Folks, I know this man doesn't get a lot of recognition here, but we couldn't live our North American without our organist. Mr. Bernie Swigert, thank you for your organ music. Another iconic symbol of the North American. Thank you, Bernie. Also, while I have this opportunity, I want to recognize Mr. John Chisholm. John, why don't you wave to the crowd? This man is your beef superintendent, folks. The most thankless job in America, but he does a great job. Only he could do what we do here. Thank you, John.
Yeah. I know.
Folks, our judges have completed their evaluations, and now we're going to flip a coin to see who talks. Oh, okay. I thought the professor would surely grab the microphone. Jeff Bedwell?
You'd have thought somebody grabbed it that knew what was going on, wouldn't you, Jay?
That's right. The other two were running from it.
Yeah.
Jeff Bedwell from Fairview, Oklahoma.
Well, it certainly has been my pleasure to be a very small part of such a great big event. There's just a tremendous set of cattle and a tremendous set of people in the arena here this evening. You know, it's an awfully special thing to win your breed and to come out of such a competitive event such as the North American and be a champion or reserve champion and then to be part of such a spectacle as this is really, really pretty neat. A lot of return on our investment that we get out of our kids, and that's really the important part of the program. Certainly, it has made a big difference in our family, and I think it has made a big impact on a lot of you folks to be a part of the program that you're in front of and that you care about. We all want to win. We all like the big dragging that big, nice trailer up and down the road. But when it gets right down to it, the best part's what's at the end of that halter. Let's give the kids a nice round of applause.
Thanks, Jeff. I'd echo those comments. It's just an honor for me to be here for sure and see all of you around the ring and how this event's supported. And I mean, we're all three standing over there when these cattle are coming in, and just one right after the other, and you're thinking, man, that one could win this thing easy, and then the next one comes, and the next one comes, and you go to start filling out a scorecard on these things, and you better have your stuff together, because I think you can look at these cattle any number of ways, and within their respective breeds, they were obviously the best. And of course, when you're judging the individual shows and you get the heifers back out that you picked, you know, you've already evaluated them, so you obviously like them. So I'm looking at the cattle that some of my other judges here have brought out to us, and man, they brought some good cattle for us to look at too. So I'm just happy to be here. I've had a good time judging the cattle, and I think the main thing that sticks out to me, and I was just talking to these guys about, is how maxed out these cattle are and how ready they are for this show. I don't think that you could deny that the guys back in the barn and the people that have got these cattle ready, that's what it's all about. And to get these kids into a position to win, it takes a lot of people. I'm sure these cattle have had 8 people around them at any one time during the day getting these things ready, and they sure do look good. And my hat's off to you guys, and thanks again. It's been a privilege to be here.
Holy cow, what a lineup. I'm telling Tylee over here, this is the best Supreme Drive I've ever seen in my life. Can't imagine where we're going to go from here, but this is some type of exciting. Kind of feel like Nick Saban over here. You got a bench full of 5-star athletes. It doesn't matter which one you pull off the bench, you're going to win the game. These cattle are big time good. I'm highly impressed, and it's a lot of fun. My heart's kind of pounded out of my chest, not because I'm nervous, but because this is just such a cool environment with a set of young folks that are competing at the highest level and doing what they're passionate about. And I know this week's been a little emotional for our country and what we've been involved with and the decisions we're making electing our leaders. Guys, doesn't matter how you feel. I want you all to stand up right now. Everybody stand up if you could. I know Andy Rash always does this at the hog shows, and as a group of agriculturists, we're passionate about what we do, and we live in a free country, and we can do whatever the heck we choose, and we choose to compete and be involved with our kids and our family and teach them the values that we want, and we do it at a level this high. How incredible is this right now? What a great country we live in. Been really an honor to get to work with you kiddos on the few breeds that I got to sort, but what a big time moment for y'all, a set of big time cattle. It's been a real honor. I appreciate everything.
Once again, folks, let's put our hands together for our 3 judges that have evaluated all these cattle. Dr. Ryan Rathman, Jeff Bedwell, and Kyle Collier. Thank you, gentlemen. Well, folks, as our committee down here is tabulating the scores, once again, our Supreme Female will be receiving the use of this elite trailer supplied by Main Trailer Sales in Seymour, Indiana. The winning heifer will also receive a $2,500 check from the North American, and a Showtimes buckle supplied by Showtimes magazine. It's a custom Tres Rios buckle. So folks, as they're tabulating the scores here, give us just a few seconds here, and we will anxiously be waiting the results and announce the winner of our North American Supreme Female. Well, folks, they've handed me the card. Selected as our champion Supreme Female for the 2016 North American Livestock Exposition is the Limousine, shown by Madison Ratliff, Westphalia, Kansas, on Riverstone Charm. Congratulations to Madison. Once again, Madison is the 19-year-old daughter of David and Michelle Ratliff. Congratulations, Madison. Folks, that concludes our show for the evening. We look forward to seeing you out here again tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock sharp. Have a great evening, and thank you for coming.
Wow.
Nothing. That surprised me a little bit. No. What? I like. What's wrong with the Angus? I like the semi. Pretty good one. Yes, she is. She's purebred. Yes, she is. Yes, she is.